In the quiet corners where silence sighs, two souls drift near beneath distant skies, bound not by fate, but a force divide. In the hush of isolation, they collide. She lingers in shadows, a ghost in the night. He waits in his solitude, wrapped in moonlight. They're trapped in this room with secrets untold, a love story blossoming, shy and bold. Eyes meet in whispers, soft and unsure, with unspoken words that only hearts endure. A brush of fingers, a glance that lingers, a spark that dances, slips through their fingers. Days blur to nights, and walls start to fade. Two lonely hearts in a fragile cascade. In the quiet confinement, a bond they find, a love that heals, gentle and kind. When doors open wide and freedom calls, will they walk together beyond these walls? Or will they remain in a place all their own, where love found them when they were alone? Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks for the fifth and final part of Isolation, a deeply moving Harry Potter fanfiction by Bex-chan that has captivated fans worldwide. In chapters 41 to 49, we reach the climax of Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy's complex journey, where friendship and enmity blur, and courage is found in the most unexpected places. As the walls around Draco and Hermione's defenses crumble, they must face not only their pasts, but also the lingering shadows of the ongoing war. Together, they encounter tests of loyalty and sacrifice that could change their futures and the wizarding world forever. With every twist and revelation, Bex-chan delivers a poignant exploration of redemption, compassion, and the fight to heal amid scars left by Voldemort's reign. As we step into this final act of isolation, let Bex-chan's words pull you into a world of forbidden alliances, tender reconciliation, and the ultimate battle for both freedom and forgiveness. So, sit back, relax, and prepare for a magical roller coaster with Isolation by Bex-chan at Grimoire Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more magical adventures. Chapter 41, Snape. Nervously shuffling her feet, Hermione watched Ron as he stepped forward and yanked out 7 fangs from the skeletal remains of the basilisk. It was so cold and quiet down here, too quiet, like the silence was surrounding her, engulfing her, suffocating her. It was eerily still and isolated in the chamber, and yet somehow Hermione knew that there was chaos swarming above their heads, and it only seemed to make the silence worse. Reaching inside her bag, she removed Helga's cup, stroking her fingers over the engraving until Ron held out one of the fangs for her to take. "Come on," he said, eyeing her expectantly. "You should do this one." "I don't know, Ron." "It will be fine," he assured her, prying the cup from her hands. He placed it on the ground at their feet and handed her the fang. "Go on, Hermione." Frowning as she reluctantly crouched down, she took a deep breath as she tightly gripped the fang, raising it above her head before bringing it down to stab the cup. A breeze of dark energy rushed up, blowing back her hair, and then the cup bled a thick, black fluid, before it seemed to shrivel up like a dead flower. Another gust of wind seemed to whirl around her, but then it faded, and the room was still again. "That's it," she mumbled. I was expecting something bad to happen." Ron shrugged. "Well, that's another one down. We should go and find Harry. Let him know the cup has been destroyed and that we have the fangs." Nodding, she rose to her feet, wiping her dusty hands on her jeans. "I wonder what's going on up there now." Draco growled when Theo almost tripped him up for the 3rd time, catching his ankle with his foot. They had squeezed past the last of the evacuating students, escorted by a grumbling Filch and Madame Pants, around 5 minutes ago, back at the entrance of the tunnel. Their small party had certainly earned a few confused looks and whispers, but they'd just kept marching through the tunnel, led by Tonks, who seemed to grow more panicked with every step. Glancing behind him, Draco's eyes lingered on Miles and Tracy's joined hands, and if it was possible, his ache to find Granger intensified, like a physical pull on his chest. He looked at Blaise and Theo then, who both seemed as anxious as he was to get to the end of this sodding tunnel. He understood Blaise's eagerness, but Theo's reasoning seemed more complicated than that. A mixture of many motives, such as vengeance for Ted's death, the need to confront his father, and even redemption. But then maybe they were all here for redemption on some level. Finally, he saw a door appear, and he practically shoved Tonks forward, desperate now, and almost lightheaded as his breathing accelerated. Tonks pushed the door open, and Draco was momentarily blinded by the welcoming light as he dropped down into the room, closely followed by the other members of the Enlightened as they all paused to absorb their unfamiliar surroundings. "Where the hell are we?" asked Theo. "The room of requirement," said Tonks. "Quick, look around for the exit. It's probably—" "Tonks? Is that you?" Draco snapped his eyes to his left, catching a flash of bright, red hair, and then Ginny Weasley slowly meandered her way through the jungle of hammocks, looking past Tonks and eyeing the group of Slytherins suspiciously. "Tonks, what's going on? Why are they here?" But before she could answer, Voldemort's voice began to boom and vibrate around the room, so crystal clear that Draco would swear he was standing right beside him. Tracy screamed somewhere behind him. Blaise lifted his hands to his ears to try and muffle the sound, and Theo's eyes darted around the room, trying to find the source. Draco simply stood there, listening to every word, every syllable. "I know you are preparing to fight. Your efforts are futile. You cannot fight me. I do not want to kill you. I have great respect for the teachers of Hogwarts. I do not want to spill magical blood. Give me Harry Potter, and none shall be harmed. Give me Harry Potter, and I shall leave the school untouched. Give me Harry Potter, and you should be rewarded. You have until midnight." Hermione could feel her mouth hanging open as she met Ron's eyes, which were as wide as hers. "Oh my God," she breathed. "You don't think anyone would? No one's going to turn Harry in. Even if someone tried, the others would defend him. We need to find him, Ron. We need to hurry." "Right," he nodded, grabbing the broom. "Let's go." Draco gripped Andromeda's wand a little tighter as the echoes of Voldemort's final words faded. The silence that followed was heavy and thick, the kind you can feel on your shoulders, and he turned to his fellow Slytherins waiting for one of them to break it. It was easy to predict which one would speak first. "Well," said Theo, "that was fucking unpleasant. I feel like my ears were violated." "Ginny, where is everyone?" asked Tonks, frowning when the youngest Weasley cautiously glanced at the Slytherins again. "They're fine, Ginny. They came with me." "Yeah, but they're not exactly trustworthy." "You don't have to trust them, but you should trust me, and I can assure you they came here to fight. On our side." That seemed to catch Ginny's attention, and the look of suspicion slowly melted away until she simply seemed intrigued. "I don't really know what's going on," she said. "They told me to stay in here because I'm underage. Harry came here, then went away for a little while to look for something, then he came back and told everyone to go to the Great Hall, and that the professors would meet the order there. But that was about half an hour ago. I don't know what's going on now." "What about Luna?" asked Blaise. "Have you seen Luna?" "And Granger," added Draco. What? Luna and Hermione? Why would—" "Just tell them." Tonks interrupted, but her tone was soft. "I'm sorry, I don't have time to explain everything to you, but just tell them if you've seen the girls." "Well, I don't really know," Ginny sighed, evidently bewildered by the situation. "Luna left with Harry the first time, and she didn't come back with him, so I guess she went to the Great Hall. And Hermione, I don't know. Hermione and Ron just kind of disappeared not long after Harry left the first time. I have no idea where they went." "You know," said Theo, "on any other day I'd probably make a comment about Granger sneaking off with Weasley." "Shut it," Draco grumbled. "Tonks, we need to get moving. I need to find—" "Wait a moment," she said, turning back to Ginny. "Are you sure you don't know where Remus is?" Well, I thought I heard him and Dad talking about going up to the tall towers, so they might be in Ravenclaw, Astronomy, or Gryffindor, but I'm not sure. They were talking quietly.
Okay.
Thank you, Ginny. How the hell do we get out of here? Asked Draco. Ginny seemed a little surprised that Draco had spoken to her directly, but she slowly lifted her arm, pointing to a dark corner in the room. The stairs are back there, but the door opens to somewhere different every time. I'll come with you. Not a chance, said Tonks. If you've been told to stay here, that's what you should do, and… Come on, snapped Blaze impatiently, heading to the exit. We need to go. We're wasting time. Following his friend, Draco grabbed Tonks' arm, pulling her with him as their group headed down a narrow and dimly lit staircase, and he felt suddenly nervous. His heart was practically bouncing around his chest, but he carried on. Instinct was warning him that beyond the room of requirement-safe walls, Hogwarts was in turmoil, and they would be joining it, like sparrows trapped in a hurricane. The fact that Granger was already caught up in it spurred him on. He knew she was here somewhere. He just needed to find her, and they could ride out the hurricane together. For the second time in the space of 10 minutes, they reached a door at the end of a passageway, and Blaze warily pushed it open, poking his head to look left, and then right. The second the door was cracked open, the noise almost knocked Draco back a few inches. He could hear people screaming and shouting, fires burning, glass smashing, explosions, eruptions, and the castle trembled like an earthquake. We're on the 3rd floor, near the charms classroom, explained Blaze. I can't see anything, but it sounds like there's something going on further down the corridor. Yeah, there's definitely people fighting down there. If it's safe, go, said Tonks. Wait outside for us. Doing as instructed, Blaze slipped past the door, closely followed by Draco, until their small crowd was standing in the hallway, and the door from which they'd come had disappeared. Draco's eyes darted around vigilantly, taking in the shattered windows and a gaping hole in the wall just a few yards away from them. At the end of the corridor, the flashing lights of spells displayed twitching shadows. They were just around the corner. Okay, said Tonks. I need to find Remus, and I know you too. She gestured to Blaze and Draco. Want to find the girls? We need to split up. There's no point in us all heading up to the towers. I feel awful for leaving you, though. Look, you go, said Blaze. Do what you need to do, and we'll sort ourselves out. It's fine. The building shook as a loud blast penetrated Hogwarts somewhere above their heads, perhaps the next floor up, but it was difficult to tell amongst the din. The voices at the other end of the corridor seemed to edge closer, and the shadows grew larger. Tonks, you should go, said Draco. You need to get all the way to the top. Just go. Numbly nodding her head, she reached out to place her hand on his shoulder, looking him dead in the eye. Stay safe, cousin, she said quietly. You too, he replied, and he meant it. She turned to the others. All of you, be careful. And then she sped off, disappearing down a side corridor, and Draco was surprised to find he felt a genuine level of concern for his only cousin, but another explosion somewhere to his left severed his thoughts. He looked to Blaze, who was practically fidgeting to go, and then to Theo, who seemed more alert and nervous than Draco could ever recall. Look, said Blaze, I'm going to head off by myself to find Luna. Perhaps we should stick together, reasoned Millicent. The Order might not even realize we're fighting on their side. I can't ask you lot to find Luna with me. It's my issue, so I will deal with it. Same here, said Draco. I need to get to Granger, and I'll do it alone. There's no sense in us sticking together when we have different plans. He's right, said Miles. Okay, well, Tracy, Millicent, Theo, and myself will… Hold it. Theo cut him off. I have some shit to do too, and I'm not dragging you lot into it. Okay, Miles continued. Then us three will head to the Great Hall. Maybe try and find Slughorn and let him know there are some Slytherin allies here. Good luck, you three. Try and catch up with us when you can. Will do, Blaze nodded. Good luck. Their three companions removed their wands from their pockets and headed in the opposite direction to Tonks, towards the northwestern staircase, if Draco remembered correctly. And then it was just the three of them, their troubled little Slytherin trio, and they stood there in silence for a moment, their eyes downcast and their mouths tight. But another explosion in the vicinity cut through the quiet, and everything started to move again. "Right," said Draco. "We could be running around here for ages trying to find them. Knowing our luck, you'll find Granger and I'll find Lovegood, so I reckon we should meet up in half an hour. See if we can help each other out." "All right," Blaze nodded. "That makes sense. We should meet in the corridor outside Ben's office, then. It's about halfway. It's close to some of the staircases, and it's quite well hidden." "Oh yeah. We used to meet there to skive or plot against the Gryffindors, didn't we?" mumbled Theo. "But you can count me out of that. I won't need to exchange notes with you two." Blaze narrowed his eyes at his stepbrother, scrutinizing him intensely, furiously. "And just why the hell are you going off on your own?" "Bloody hell, Mum. Calm down. Theo, I want to find my father," he said simply, shrugging his shoulders. "This might be the last chance I get to confront the bastard." "For fuck's sake," snarled Blaze. "Are you really that stupid? Well, it wouldn't be fair to the rest of the human race if I was this attractive and a genius. Now is not the time for your sodding jokes, Theo." "Hey, you pair are wandering off to find your girlfriends," he protested. "How is what I'm doing any different?" "It's completely different," shouted Blaze. "You're going to track down your father to instigate a fight, and he is stronger than you, Theo." "Bullshit. I am stronger than my father." "You should have stayed with the group," said Draco. "They could have helped you. Going after your father is bloody." "Don't you start, Draco. I know what I'm doing." "No, you don't," yelled Blaze, clenching his fists. "Would you just listen to me this once?" "There's no point trying to talk me out of it, Blaze. Look, you and Draco are doing what you need to do, and this is what I need to do. He will kill you." Blaze enunciated each word. "You know he will." "He's right, Theo," said Draco. "You should." "Stop it." He frowned, his tone uncharacteristically severe and his expression hard. "I'm not fighting with you two when all this shit is going on. I've made up my mind, and that's the end of it." Blaze's frustrated sigh was drowned out by a crash of shattering glass above their heads, and they all instinctively ducked, shielding their faces with their hands as the shards rained down. The bright, green light of a spell shot into the corridor, scorching the wall opposite them, and Draco thought it might have been the killing curse, but he wasn't sure. The sounds of the battle seemed to be edging closer and closer to them, and Draco's heart was pounding again, beating loudly in his ears. "Fuck this," he muttered, brushing the glass out of his hair. "We need to get moving. We're just easy bait, standing here like this." Blaze nodded with agreement, lifting his wand and tapping it against his wrist until a watch materialized. "Draco, conjure one of these two," he said. "We'll need to keep an eye on the time." Mimicking his friend's actions, Draco conjured a watch to cuff his wrist, and when he looked back up, Blaze was storming towards Theo with heavy, purposeful strides. He roughly grabbed the scruff of Theo's shirt, pulling him close, and the expression on Blaze's face reminded Draco of that day he had destroyed an apple tree when Luna had gone missing. He was so furious with concern he was trembling, glaring at Theo with wide eyes and clenched teeth. "You be fucking careful," said Blaze. "Do you understand me?" "For Merlin's sake, Blaze, let me go." "I mean it, Theo," he shouted, his voice hoarse. "Please, just be careful, okay?" The usual cynicism and wryness carved onto Theo's face softened, and he slowly nodded his head once. "Okay, I'll be careful," he said. "Be careful yourself." Releasing Theo, Blaze turned to Draco with the same somber look. "You too, Draco. Be careful." "Yeah? Of course I will," he replied. "I'll see you in half an hour by Ben's office. Keep your head down, Blaze." With a final nod, Blaze turned on his heel and sprinted down the corridor, making a sharp right, heading for the grand staircase. And then they were down to two. Blaze had barely been gone for a second before another spell burst into the corridor, colliding with the wall, and Draco and Theo hurled their bodies out of the way of the flying debris. As the dust cleared and they clambered to their feet, the screams from outside invaded Draco's ears, amplified by the acoustics of Hogwarts' ancient stones. "Go on," said Theo suddenly. "Go and be all Gryffindor and get your girl." Did you just call me a fucking Gryffindor? He smirked mischievously, but it was forced. I did indeed. Draco scoffed. I'm nothing like a bloody Gryffindor. Perhaps being all Gryffindor might do some good, he murmured, his grin falling from his lips. They do have a knack for surviving situations like this. It'll be fine, said Draco firmly. We will be fine. Another explosion ripped through the air, and Draco could hear a woman screaming somewhere, although it was impossible to pinpoint from where. The sound of it just seemed to ricochet around the corridor and then around his skull. His urgency to find Granger returned tenfold, and he turned to Theo with an apologetic frown. Theo, I need to go and find Giare. I've told you. Go, he interrupted. I'll see you later. Draco sighed, extending his arm until Theo caught on and grasped his hand in a slow, slightly awkward but necessary handshake. Good luck. Likewise, said Theo. Don't be an idiot and get yourself killed, all right? His jaw twitched. Stay safe, Theo. With that, Draco pulled back his hand, spun around, and broke into a run, darting like a bullet in the opposite direction to where Blaze had gone, with no real idea of where he intended to go. And then he was on his own. On the 5th floor, Hermione gritted her teeth when a formidable amount of anger rose up inside of her, like hot steam. She and Ron were still hunting for Harry, working their way up Hogwarts floors and asking any Order member they encountered if they'd seen him. During their search for their friend, she and Ron had petrified or stupefied at least 8 Death Eaters between them, and Hermione had managed to keep a level head, acting calmly and tactically. But when they turned a corner and seen Luna being viciously attacked by 2 Death Eaters, all of Hermione's control leaked out of her. Sprinting ahead, Hermione aimed her wand and shot a nonverbal stupefy at one of the masked Death Eaters, striking him square in the chest. Whipping around and deflecting the spell the other Death Eater fired in her direction, she retaliated with a powerful impediment jinx that sent him flying backwards to smash into the wall, and then she petrified him for good measure. Are you okay, Luna? She asked, helping the other witch to her feet. Did they hurt you? Just a couple of scratches, she shrugged. Whoa, mumbled Ron as he joined them. That was really impressive, Hermione. It really was, agreed Luna. Thank you. No problem, she said. Luna, have you seen Harry anywhere? Yes, I saw him speaking to Helena Ravenclaw's ghost by the Great Hall, she explained in that airy tone of hers. I thought I heard him talking about hidden things, but I'm not sure. And I passed him on the grand staircase not long ago. But he was heading upstairs. Upstairs, said Hermione, grabbing Ron's wrist and heading for the staircase. Right. Come on, Ron. Sorry, Luna. We're in a rush and we need to get to Harry. Neville and some of the others are on the 4th floor. You should try to get to them. Be careful. I hope you find Harry, said Luna. Tell him I said hello. Hermione smiled at Luna over her shoulder as she practically dragged Ron back to the stairs, quickening her pace with her desperation to find Harry. She didn't even flinch when she heard an explosion outside. She was getting used to them now, and she was so focused that the racket around them seemed blurred and distant. Why on earth would Harry be heading upstairs? She questioned, more to herself. There's nothing up there. I know, mumbled Ron. Well, the room of requirement is on the 7th floor, I guess, but what? The room of requirement, she repeated pensively. Unless hidden things, Ron, you are a genius. I am. Yes. You know, that's the 2nd time you've called me a genius tonight, he said. Did you take a blow to the head that I missed? I think I know where he's going, she exclaimed, running now. And I think I know where the Horcrux is. Fuck, hissed Draco under his breath. The staircase he decided to use was impassable. The tower had been destroyed, and he'd barely ascended 5 stairs before he'd been blocked by a wall of stone and debris, evidently from a powerful blast on the upper floor. Sighing as he turned to head back from where he'd come, he jogged down the quiet corridor, but when he turned a corner, he found himself face to face with a Death Eater mask. His instincts took over and he raised Andromeda's wand, ready to duel, but then the Death Eater spoke. Draco? He faltered, but he kept his wand aimed. Who are you? It's me, she said, slowly removing her mask. Pansy. Draco's eyes widened as he studied her features. She looked so different, so dark in her Death Eater robes, and it struck him speechless for a moment. Pansy was pale, thin, and possessed the same cold, cruel expression he'd always associated with Bellatrix, and it looked so at home on her face. She eyed him with a mixture of suspicion and interest, her upper lip curled back and her pug nose wrinkled with malice. It was so obvious in the way she squared her shoulders and gripped her wand that she didn't trust him, but that was fine, because he didn't trust her either. Not anymore. Not one bit. Pansy, he mumbled, scowling at her with distaste. What the fucking hell are you doing? What am I doing? What are you doing? The right thing for a change. Comprehension stole her features. You're here fighting for the Order? Yes, he nodded. And you're not. Of course I'm not, she shouted. What the hell happened to you? Did they brainwash you? You're the one that's been brainwashed. What are you? It was bullshit, Pansy, he spat harshly. Everything they told us was bullshit. All of it. Pure blood, Muggleborn. They're all just labels. Don't you get it? What is wrong with you? She asked. Honestly, Draco, stop screwing around. I have never been more serious in my fucking life. Taking a breath, Draco steadied his voice. Pansy, they can't have fucked with your head that much. Let me help you. Just listen to me. No, you listen to me. Voldemort will forgive you if you just go to him now. You're still a pure blood, and everything will be fine. Everything will not be bloody fine. He's evil, Pansy. Can't you see that? Can't you see how messed up all of this is? All of this is so wrong. No, those mudbloods are wrong, and this is the way to exterminate them, she barked back. They shouldn't be allowed to live among us. Those disgusting, vile creatures. Draco saw red, and he was all instincts again. He smacked Pansy's wand out of her hand with a fast flick of his wrist, and then the tip of Andromeda's wand was poking into her neck, prodding at a vein with enough pressure to be painful. He towered over her, glaring her down. You watch your fucking mouth, he sneered. Don't talk about them like that. You used to talk about them like that all the time. You hated them, remember? What changed? I did. Her scowl hardened. Well, they're all going to die. Every last one of them. And if I see any of them, then if you lay a finger on her, I swear, Pansy, I will. Hers. He exhaled. Granger. Pansy's eyes went wide, and her mouth fell open like a trapdoor. Granger? No, that's not possible. Me and Granger, he clarified, speaking slowly to stress it, and looking her dead in the eye. And I can assure you that we are very much possible. In fact, we are definite. She choked on her gasp. I know. That's not. She stuttered absently, but then all the cruelty returned to her expression, and she was snarling up at him like a feral dog. You are sick. Sick. No. I was sick. I'm better now, said Draco, pressing the wand a little harder against her throat. And if you touch her, I'll kill you myself. You're not going to kill me now? He lifted his chin and clicked his tongue. No, he said. But don't think my thread is an empty one, Pansy. I'd rip out your throat before I'd let you breathe near Granger, and that's a promise. Pansy's nostrils flared and all the muscles in her body tensed up, twitching angrily beneath her skin, and all Draco felt for this girl now was disappointment, disgust, and sympathy. He couldn't help the latter. Pansy had been present throughout the majority of his childhood. Had it not been for Granger, he could have so easily ended up standing beside Pansy, clad in Death Eater's robes and hurling hexes at Muggleborns with the same mindless hatred that was flashing in her eyes. It was sad, but he could tell Pansy was beyond help. It was so obvious. She looked so eager to kill, almost excited, and there was nothing he could do. He realized then that he was just wasting time, and he still had no clue where Granger was. Shaking his head, he lifted his foot and stamped on Pansy's wand once, and then again, until he heard a telling snap. It's a shame, Pansy, he said, lowering his wand and taking a few steps away from her. You could have been somebody. I am somebody, she snapped. Look at you. What the hell are you now? You are a blood traitor. And fucking proud of it. You and your little mudblood girlfriend will die tonight. He opened his mouth to retort, but several voices traveling up the corridor cut him off, and he could tell by the aggressive and gruff tones that they were Death Eaters. As Pansy whipped around and called for them to assist her, Draco considered standing his ground, but there were at least 6 of them, and he had a task to complete. He fired an incarcerus at Pansy to slow her down, waiting until the ropes were coiled around her body, and she fell to the floor before he turned and ran, racing away from the advancing troop of Death Eaters. He heard one of them call out a spell, and then there was an explosion, and Draco glanced over his shoulder just in time to see the wall crumble and crash down on Pansy, cutting off her scream. He stopped running. He was torn. A part of him wanted to head back, maybe try to help, if only because no matter how dark his past had been, she had been a part of it, but those Death Eaters were getting closer. One of them must have mistaken her for a member of the Order. The fucking idiots. They hadn't spotted him yet. If he shot off now, he could easily evade them, but when he saw a small trickle of Pansy's blood slither out from beneath the fallen stones, he hesitated. But then there was a hand clamping down on his shoulder and dragging him backwards into a room. Whoever had grabbed him tossed him carelessly to the side, and his body smacked into a school desk, knocking the wind out of him. When Draco lifted his head, he realized he was in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, and he looked up to find Snape near the door, waving his wand and mumbling incantations. What the hell? Shut up, hissed Snape. Unless you'd like them to find you, go into the office and wait there. I have to go. You're not going anywhere just yet. Go to the office. And keep quiet. Now. Smothering a growl that itched his tonsils, Draco pulled himself up and made his way to the back of the classroom, descending a flight of stairs into the Dada professor's office. The room was in shambles, parchment scattered all over the furniture and floor, the bookcase flipped on its side, and various ornaments littering the space. He stood there idly, frustrated that something else was delaying his search for Granger, and also feeling slightly disturbed after witnessing Pansy's death, wondering if he should be more affected by it than he actually was. He heard footsteps approaching him, and he straightened his spine, tightening his fist a little tighter around Andromeda's wand. As always, Snape's shadow entered the room first, followed by his usual, sweeping, black robes, and then the man himself, wearing his familiar mask of skepticism and scorn. Well, he said, in his slow, droll tone. Look at you. You look different. What do you want, Snape? Asked Draco. I have things to do. I'm sure you do. Unless I'm mistaken, you are here to fight with the Order, correct? Hesitantly, Draco nodded his head. Correct. But how? Interesting, he drawled. And does this sudden change of mind have anything to do with one Miss Granger? Or should I say, a change of heart? How the fuck do you know about Granger and I? Your mother used legilimency on Miss Granger at Malfoy Manor, and she saw you too. I know that. How do you know that? She visited me afterwards. You've spoken to my mother? He asked, shocked. Is she all right? Is she here? Snape's face became stern. Your mother is fine, as far as I know. And yes, I believe she is here. Why did she visit you? What did she want? It would appear you and your mother share more in common than blood and hair color, he said. She came to me to ask if she could assist the Order. As a spy. My mother's helping the Order, mumbled Draco incredulously. You're certain? Yes, which is what I must tell you. Anything your mother tells you, you must believe. Don't doubt her intentions. Do you understand? Yes, of course, he nodded, swallowing hard before his next question. What about my father, Snape? Lucius is a lost cause, said Snape bluntly. Draco, he's been damaged for a while. You know this. So does your mother. Lucius will never swap sides. Accept that and carry on. Frowning, Draco shook his head. He's really that bad? Yes. Lucius made his choice a long time ago. He glared at Draco like he was the most foolish person he'd ever encountered. Did you honestly believe for a second that he would accept your relationship with Miss Granger and fight for the order? Draco didn't respond. In all honesty, he'd never been certain what to expect in regard to his father, but as he told Granger, he'd been preparing himself for all possible outcomes since he'd been staying with Andromeda. His relationship with his father had started to deteriorate in fourth year, when Voldemort had returned and Lucius' priorities had become distorted. But still, he felt disappointed and a certain level of loss, but then he presumed that Blaise and Theo had experienced similar notions, and they'd learned to live with it, albeit resentfully. "Is that all you wanted to speak to me about?" he asked. "My mother? I was also rather curious to find out if what your mother told me about you and Miss Granger was indeed true." Draco pursed his lips defiantly. "It's true. So what?" A sadness seemed to swallow Snape's sharp features, but it was gone before Draco could make any sense of it. "So, you really have defected then," he mumbled, closing his eyes for a moment. "And all for the love of a mudblood." "Hey," spat Draco.
"Don't call her that."
"You have no idea what happened. You would never understand. I understand more than you could even begin to imagine." Snape's voice was quiet and strained, almost desperate, and Draco studied his old professor curiously. He'd never seen the man like this, distracted and hushed, like he was lost in a memory, and the room suddenly seemed heavy with unspoken melancholy. "You and I are not so different," said Snape quietly. "You want my advice? Find Miss Granger, and get her as far away from here as possible." Draco blinked, uncertain what to say. She wouldn't come. She wants to fight. Then find her, and don't let her out of your sight, or you'll regret it until the lonely day you die. Do you understand? "Yes, I think so," muttered Draco, doubtfully. "Is there anything else, or can I go?" "We both have things we need to do," said Snape, averting his eyes to the chaotic room.
"Go.
"If you can, stick to the west side of Hogwarts. It is less damaged." "Right," he sighed, making his way to the stairs, but he paused on the second step. "Snape, I am grateful that you brought me to Hogwarts." Although Draco kept his back to him, he somehow knew that Snape's face would be contorted in a troubled frown, shrouded in that strange sadness again. As the silence stretched on, Draco assumed that Snape had no intention of responding, so he continued to ascend the stairs, but when he reached the seventh step, he heard Snape's low, faint voice follow him. The words were so bizarre that Draco concluded he couldn't have heard them correctly. "If you are grateful for anything, be grateful that your mudblood loves you back." Chapter 42, Blaise. Bollocks. After glancing at his watch, Draco quickened his pace. Due to his encounters with Pansy and Snape, he now had less than 5 minutes to head to Bin's office and meet Blaise as planned. He'd barely left the third floor in his hunt for Granger between the various obstacles, and he was half tempted to forego the detour at Bin's office, but he wanted to search upstairs anyway, and perhaps Blaise had had better luck than him. Climbing the quiet stairwell to the fourth floor, he managed to avoid 2 Death Eaters, ducking inside the niches where the suits of armor had once stood. On this floor, he could hear familiar voices echoing all around him, traveling up and down the corridors and meshing together in a nonsensical jumble of noise. Among the clashing voices, he recognized Longbottom's, Finnegan's, Professor Sprout's, and several others, but it was impossible to distinguish from which direction they were coming. He continued on, passing a couple of students whose names he couldn't recall, but they paid him no attention. The further he went, the more distant the voices became. But then, this section of Hogwarts had always been quiet, which was why he and some of his fellow Slytherins had chosen this spot to gather when they needed to remain unseen. The corridors here were confusing and dimly lit. It was only from years of mapping out the route in his head that Draco knew where he was going. The building shook and he lost his balance, stumbling sideways as the sounds of screams pierced the air, possibly from outside or somewhere in the castle. He glanced out of a window, and the carnage in the courtyard made him pause and gasp. Aside from the many Death Eaters dueling with the students and professors, there were giants hurling rocks and destroying parts of the building, acromantulas crawling over debris and scattered bodies, suits of armor battling like men. Fuck, he needed to find Granger. Gathering himself, he rushed down the corridor, taking the final corner before he was outside Ben's office. He leaned against the wall to catch his breath, wiping away the sweat gems on his forehead with his sleeve, but he didn't have long to rest. His head snapped up when he heard the fast slaps of footsteps approaching, and Blaze came barreling around the corner, dragging a rather flustered and bruised Lovegood with him. "Go, Draco!" shouted Blaze. "Run." "What the—" "Death Eaters, lots of them, heading this way," he panted. "Move." The three of them sprinted down the hallway, and Draco could hear the horde of Death Eaters now, catching up to them. They took a left, then another left, finding themselves near one of the library doors, but they kept going until Blaze tucked himself into a niche, yanking Lovegood in with him, and Draco followed. Safely concealed in the hollow, the trio waited, too breathless to speak, their chests aching with the effort to remain as quiet as possible. Blaze cautiously poked his head out, inspecting his surroundings for a moment before he released a loud and labored sigh. "Must have lost them," he breathed, turning to Lovegood and tilting her chin. "You all right?" "I'm fine, thank you," she replied politely, leaning up on her tiptoes to peck his cheek. "Good. Right, we need to find Miles and the others." "Wait a minute," said Draco. "I still need to get Granger." "You didn't find her? Does it fucking look like I did?" he snapped, incredibly irritated that Blaze had successfully managed to locate his witch while he remained empty-handed. "I barely left the third floor. Have you seen her anywheres?" Blaze shook his head. "Sorry, mate." "Fuck." Balling his hand into a tight fist, he smashed it into the wall once, twice, feeling the pain slide up his fingers, across his knuckles, until his whole hand was throbbing. But it wasn't enough. He wanted to punch it again. He was still high on adrenaline, practically vibrating with it. The combination of his unspent energy and his devastating frustration bred in him a volatile desire to just destroy something. Whether it was his fist or the wall, something would have to break eventually, and he didn't really care which. Ignoring the sticky sensation of blood squelching between his fingers, he pulled back his fist again. "I saw Hermione." The shock of Lovegood's comment made him stutter on his own breath, and his hand fell to his side.
"What?"
"I saw Hermione," she repeated casually. "About 5 or 10 minutes ago." "Where?" "5th floor. She was looking for Harry with Ron. She was heading upstairs. Had Lovegood not been— well, Lovegood, he might have thanked her or hugged her or done something as equally bizarre because he was just so relieved. So relieved that the throbbing in his hand stopped and his heartbeat was in his ears. Finally, he had something to work with. Confirmation that Granger was alive, or at least had been 5 or 10 minutes ago. But what if no? He clenched his eyes shut to clear the dark thoughts that came with a final part of the realization. He didn't want to consider that possibility at all. Refused to. He needed to get upstairs. Spinning on his heel, he ran out into the corridor without even checking if it was safe to do so. "Wait," called Blaze. "Draco, just wait. I need to go." He kept running. No more hindrances. "Stop." Draco felt a tug on his midriff where Blaze had snatched the back of his shirt, jerking him backwards to a sudden halt that very nearly made him fall. Nearly. Swinging his body around, he shoved Blaze with his shoulder, but the tenacious hold on his shirt remained and the urge to punch something, specifically Blaze's sodding face, returned. The blood on his hand felt warmer than before. "Hey, just calm down for a moment," said Blaze before Draco could even open his mouth to shout. "You're being too careless. What the hell do you want? We're going to come with you?" He huffed out an impatient breath. "No, I have been slowed down enough. Look, it's better if there's a group of us. Also, if any of the Order sees you, they're going to question your reasons for being here. If Luna and I come with you, she can vouch that your loyalties are with the Order now." He glanced over his shoulder at her. "Can't you, Luna?" "Oh, yes," she nodded absently. "I'd be happy to let anyone know that you're not a Death Eater trying to kill them, Draco." He stared at her with dull eyes, fighting the compulsion to roll them. "Brilliant," he mumbled, flicking his attention back to Blaze. "You two will slow me down. Not as much as a member of the Order will if you run into one, Blaise reasoned. Be sensible about this, not senseless. You can't afford to be. A growl rumbled in Draco's throat, but he threw up his arms in submission. For fuck's sake, fine. 2 flights of stairs and 3 stunned Death Eaters later, Hermione and Ron charged down the hallway of the 7th floor, almost tripping each other in their haste. Taking a corner, Hermione squinted against the glare of a wild but small fire in the corridor, feeling the heat of it tingle her cheeks. She hated seeing Hogwarts like this, falling, burning, dying. It was like watching her home collapse and crumble, and it physically pained her to have to witness it. Waving her wand, she extinguished the flames, wondering if it was pointless when there were probably hundreds of fires blazing throughout the castle, and she wished she had the time extinguish them all. But she didn't. There was no time. She carried on, pushing it to the back of her mind as she and Ron swerved around another corner, and then, there he was. Thank Merlin, they'd found Harry, and the smile that stretched up her cheeks felt so wonderfully out of place. She actually laughed with relief. Harry and Ginny were holding hands, lingering beside the wall that separated them from the room of requirement, their conversation too far away for Hermione to grasp. She watched Harry pause mid-sentence when he spotted her and Ron racing towards him, and she felt a little guilty for interrupting whatever sentimental moment the couple had been sharing. Hermione estimated it had been almost 10 months since they'd last seen each other, and Godric knew they deserved something. Just a small piece of time to call their own amongst this hell. Just a little whisper of love amongst all the angry noise. Her heart panged for Draco, but she was grateful he wasn't here. She didn't know if she could do that, if she could bear to run around Hogwarts, constantly fretting about his whereabouts, wondering if he was okay, wondering if he was alive. No, she had too much to focus on right now. Duty could so easily become distorted when love became involved, and there were already too many of her loved ones here. Far too many. Where have you been? Asked Harry once they were close enough. I've been looking everywhere for you. We've been looking everywhere for you, said Ron, turning to his sister. Gin, Mum told you to stay in the room. She needs to be out of there, explained Harry. Just for a little while so we can go in. He fixed her with a pleading look. But you stay right here, okay? And when we come out, you go straight back in. Oh, for heaven's sake, she huffed. I'm not a child. Ginny, please. Yeah, I'll go back in when you come out. Bloody hell, you'd think I was 9. Is anybody else in the room? Asked Hermione. Or were you on your own in there? Just me, she said, and then her eyes widened with recollection. Oh, wait. Something weird did happen, though. Tonks came through the tunnel. Tonks is here? Remus told me she was staying at home. I guess she'd change her mind, Ginny shrugged. Anyway, that's not the weird part. The weird part is she came with... Ginny trailed off when the castle began to quake again, more violently this time, like the very foundations of Hogwarts were trembling with fear. Steadying herself against the wall, Hermione released a small shriek of surprise and covered her ears when an explosion blasted apart the wall at the other end of the corridor, perhaps 50 feet away from where they were standing. As the spray of stones and rubble scattered across the floor and the shaking subsided, she urgently tugged Harry's sleeve, catching his eyes and hoping he understood. Right, he muttered. Right, we don't have enough time. I am sorry, Ginny, but it's okay, she sighed, grazing her thumb across his cheek. Good luck with whatever it is you're doing. Harry hurriedly kissed her lips, and Hermione had the decency to avert her attention, while Ron quietly grumbled bloody hell behind her. After guiding Ginny to conceal herself in one of the abandoned niches several yards away, Harry returned to Hermione and Ron, and they began the familiar room of requirement routine. After their third pass, the door materialized and they stepped inside. Once they'd cleared the threshold and the door had closed behind them, all the bellowing noise and turmoil of the battle dwindled into a jarring silence. Hermione's eyes went round as she surveyed the enormous room and its contents, darting from left to right, and trying to make sense of it all. The room itself was a similar size to the Great Hall, but stored between the 4 walls were towering stacks of furniture, books, ornaments, and thousands of other obscure items that she'd never seen in her life. This is going to take a while, she murmured. Are you sure it's in here, Harry's? Pretty sure, he nodded. I spoke to Helena Ravenclaw, and she confirmed that Riddle spoke to her about the diadem. Plus, when Luna took me to see the replica on the statue, I knew I'd seen it before, and I'm sure I saw it in here on some bust of an old guy wearing a wig. Hermione frowned, scanning the room for something that sparkled. It's almost too obvious. Hiding something in the room of hidden things. I know, but he thought he was the only one who knew how to get in here. Ron scoffed. Bloody arrogant idiot, isn't he? Hey, how did you know I would be here? Asked Harry, as they slowly began to meander through the tenuous piles of trinkets. We bumped into Luna, Hermione explained. She said she'd seen you speaking with Helena's ghost and talking about hidden things. She also said you were heading upstairs, and when Ron mentioned the room of requirement, we guessed you'd be here. And where did you go before that? When I came back to get the others, you two weren't. Merlin. How on earth did we forget tell you? She reached into her bag, removing a couple of the basilisk fangs and resting them on the flat of her palm so Harry could see. We went to the Chamber of Secrets and got these to destroy the Horcruxes. It was Ron's idea. That's genius, exclaimed Harry, grinning at Ron. Fair play, mate. Don't you start, said Ron, prodding at a statue. If either of you call me a genius again tonight, I'm testing you for polyjuice. Hermione was about to smile at his comment, but she accidentally bashed her elbow into one of the tall stacks of items, and it swayed and creaked forebodingly for a few seconds before going still again. Come on, let's just find it, she said, raising Bellatrix's wand. Accio diadem. Really? Drawled Ron. Because that spell worked so well on the other Horcruxes? Her eyebrows snapped together with irritation. It was worth a try. It's okay, Hermione, said Harry, leading them deeper into this maze of discarded things. I think I remember where it is anyway. No, Draco, shouted Blaise, tightening his hold on Luna's small hand. Not the grand staircase. Draco paused in his sprint, scowling at his friend as he came to his side. But it's the closest. It will be hectic. Yes, nodded Luna. It was quite a mess earlier. Pity really. That was my favorite staircase. Draco absently wondered if Lovegood was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, but he paid her ridiculous comment no heed, keeping his eyes locked on Blaise. It really was just easier to ignore her. Then how the hell do you suggest we get upstairs? Keep going, we'll use the south staircase, said Blaise. That's the one I used, and I only came across a few obstacles. They carried on, scaling the stairs Blaise had suggested, and Draco took them two at a time. He felt like he was soaring now, surging onwards like a runaway train with no control, powered by desperation and adrenaline. The intense combination was racing with his blood, streaming through his veins, and he almost felt drunk with it, lightheaded and vigorous. When they arrived at the 7th floor, Draco thought his senses became heightened and more sensitive to his environment. The air felt humid up here, like it was thick enough to choke. His nostrils flared to accommodate the invasive sense of smoke, rain, and blood, and the harsh mixture of them found its way to his tongue, making his mouth dry and his throat scratchy. Even the sounds of the battle seemed louder on this level, but he couldn't decide if it was a trick of Hogwarts acoustics or a trick of his mind. He'd stopped in the corridor to regain his composure and contemplate which direction to take, but now he felt frozen. Stuck. He absently stared at some ashes floating nearby, fluttering like dying moths caught in a breeze, but Blaise's voice fortunately cut his trance short. Which way? Draco blinked, turning his head from left to right, and then back to the left. This way. Perhaps he was allowing habit and his memory to guide him. After all, he had spent the majority of 6th year up on this floor, consumed with his task to ready the vanishing cabinet for the Death Eater's invasion of Hogwarts. How things had changed. Here he was on the 7th floor, fighting for the opposite side, and somehow feeling less frightened now than he had then, despite all this carnage. This war. The two Death Eaters saw Draco before he saw them, and he had a split second to think shit before there was a spell charging towards him, the heat of it prickling his skin by the time he even realized it. The dazzling ball of red light blinded him, forcing his eyes shut, and he waited for the impact. But all he felt was something shove his shoulder, and he heard Blaise call out a Protego. He opened his eyes just in time to see the Death Eater's spell rebound off the shield charm and the heat from it diminished, replaced by Hogwarts' cold air. The icy sensation spreading across his face was oddly comforting, galvanizing, and it jolted him back into action. Raising Andromeda's wand, he fired a stupefy, but it was deflected. Beside him, Blaise was also casting spells, and he thought he heard Lovegood recite a few incantations, too. Draco thought he heard one of the Death Eaters say, "Isn't that Malfoy's kid?" And for some reason the words infuriated him. Rearing back his wand arm, he cast a nonverbal Apungo, and several bricks that had littered the floor launched themselves at one of the Death Eaters. One scuffed the side of his head, and Draco released a yell of exertion as he fired an impediment jinx to successfully knock him out. Much to Draco's quiet surprise, it was Lovegood who immobilized the other one with a well-aimed Petrificus Totalis, and then Blaise used 2 Incarcerus spells to bind the fallen men. "That was Crabbe's father," muttered Blaise, approaching one of the unconscious men and nudging him with his foot. "He's better with a wand than his son, but I guess that's not saying much." "Nice trick with the bricks, by the way." "Come on, let's go," said Draco, anxious to continue the search for Granger. "They won't be out forever." With Blaise and Lovegood close behind, Draco pressed on, keeping Andromeda's wand in his fist, ready for whatever was lurking behind the next corner. And he didn't have to wait long. Barely 2 minutes later, there was a loud cry, followed by the sounds of a scuffle and 3 or 4 voices quarreling. Towards the end of the corridor, he could make out Percy and Fred Weasley dueling with 3 Death Eaters, and not faring too well by the looks of things. The younger of the Weasley brothers had a nasty-looking gash on his cheek, his red hair mingling with the blood staining his face, while Percy clumsily fumbled with his wand, barely able to aim a spell. For the second time in a few minutes, Lovegood surprised Draco. She ran ahead a few paces and fired a spell, striking one of the Death Eater's backs and sending him into the wall. Draco heard the sound of bones crunching as the man slid down the wall, unconscious. Blaise lifted his wand then, catching the second Death Eater with a stupefy that knocked him out cold, and the final Death Eater was taken out by Fred with a powerful spell that took him off his feet and flying out of a window. "Stupid, sodding Death Eaters," panted Fred, trying to catch his breath. "Thanks, Luna. We were—" His voice faded when he realized who she was with, and he narrowed his sour eyes at Blaise and Draco, scrutinizing them with distaste. "What the hell are you doing with these 2? "Oh," said Luna innocently. "Blaise is my boyfriend, and Draco is my friend." It took a great deal of control for Draco to keep his mouth shut and remind Lovegood that they were far from friends, so he simply clenched his jaw and folded his arms across his chest, chewing the inside of his mouth and conceding that disputing her statement would hardly help. He waited for the inevitable questions and skepticism, and he could hardly blame the 2 Weasleys for their doubtful expressions and cautiously raised wands. If Lovegood had told him that the sky was blue, he'd probably question it. "But they're Death Eaters," said Percy. "Or, at least fighting for them. Didn't Malfoy let the Death Eaters into Hogwarts last year?" Draco bit his tongue.
Hard.
"Tasted iron." "Yeah," nodded Fred. "Look, Luna, you're too trusting. I don't know what they've told you, but they're lying. They haven't told me anything." "Come on, Luna. Get away from them." "No, Fred," she tried. "Listen to me, Luna. Don't be silly now." "Hey, don't talk to her like she's a child," Blaise interjected, his tone sharp. "She's telling the truth. We're on your side." "Sure," scoffed Fred, pointedly aiming his wand at Blaise. "And Voldemort's just a misunderstood ballerina who ended up with the wrong crowd." Draco rolled his eyes. "You said you and your girlfriend would save me time," he mumbled to Blaise. "This is not helping in any way." "Just give her a minute," he bit back. "She knows what she's doing." "Come on, Luna, I'm serious now," said Fred, extending his hand for her to take. "Come away from them." "But I don't. They've lied to you." "No, and they can't be trusted. They're on our side. If you would just listen." "Luna, I won't tell you again. And I won't tell you again, Fred Weasley," she shouted unexpectedly. Completely unexpected because this was Lovegood, and Lovegood did not shout. Blaise and Draco have been living in a safe house for months. They're not Death Eaters, and they are here with me. Remus and Tonks can both verify that if you don't consider me reliable enough. Hermione, Harry, and Ron can, too. Draco's eyebrows rose high on his forehead, and he eyed the back of Lovegood's blonde head with barely concealed shock. Never had he heard her raise her voice, let alone shout, and judging from the looks on the others' faces, excluding Blaise, neither had they. Settling his eyes on the Weasley brothers, he studied their conflicted expressions charily, silently willing them to believe her so he could recommence his hunt for Granger. Again, he was being unnecessarily stalled, and the brittle threads of his temper were beginning to break, fraying at the seams. "Luna," said Fred slowly, warily. "Are you sure?"
Oh, yes.
"I'm positive," she replied, her voice back to its customary wistful tone. "Very much so. But their parents—" "We are not our parents," Blaise stated stiffly, entwining his fingers with Luna's. "So, if you're finished with your interrogation, we'll be on our way." "Hold it," warned Fred. "I'm still not convinced. You might have used the imperious curse on Luna for all I know." "For fuck's sake," Draco snarled through his gritted teeth, taking a few steps away from the others. "I don't have time for this. Sod the lot of you." "Oh, are we going now?" asked Luna, also turning to leave and tugging Blaise along. "Yes, we really should keep looking for her." "Wait," called Fred. "Who are you looking for?" "Hermione," she replied. "Have you seen her?" Draco slowed his steps a little to listen to his response. "No, but Mum asked us to try and find Ron, and Lee said Ron was with Hermione. He saw them up on this floor." Sighing privately to himself, Draco carried on, relieved that he was apparently on the right track. "We'll go with you then," Fred continued. "Might as well if Ron and Hermione are together. Plus, I still don't trust these 2-inch." He gestured to the Slytherins, "so we can keep an eye on you this way." Blaise's growl was slightly louder than Draco's.
Slightly.
Hermione held the gorgeous headpiece in her hands, gazing thoughtfully at the sparkling sapphire that winked at her when it caught the light. Gently gliding her fingers across the engraving, "Wit beyond measure is a man's greatest treasure," she couldn't help but feel a little attached to the item, admiring what it had once represented. She mumbled, frowning. "Do you guys realize how important this artifact is? I remember reading somewhere that this sapphire is one of the largest in the world." "Probably not the best time for a history lesson, Hermione," muttered Harry. "And, people believe that anyone who wears it will be gifted with wisdom." "You have enough wisdom," remarked Ron. "Come on, let's just destroy it and get going." She chewed her lip. "Seems a shame to destroy something so beautiful. It needs to be done." "I know," she sighed, handing the diadem to Harry and removing one of the fangs from her bag for him to take. "Go on then, Harry. You do it." As her best friend placed the Horcrux on the floor and knelt down beside it, Hermione withdrew Bellatrix's wand from her pocket, listing various spells in her head should anything happen. The diadem felt different to how Helga's cup had felt, somehow more sinister and tainted, like the dark magic had been beating against her fingertips when she'd held it. "Why do you look so fidgety?" asked Ron quietly. "I have a bad feeling about this one," she said. "I just feel like I should be prepared." Ron shrugged just as Harry swiftly stabbed the fong into the diadem, and Hermione grimaced as she watched it shatter into 4 pieces with black, blood-like liquid leaking out of the sapphire. There was a tense second of silence, followed by a gust of howling, screaming wind that rushed upwards from the diadem, sending her and Ron staggering back a few steps and Harry falling flat on his back. "Shit," spat Ron. "Duck." All of the unstable towers of heaped objects rocked and wobbled, and Hermione had the breath of a moment to cast a shield charm large enough to protect the 3 of them before the first one came tumbling down. And then another fell, and another, until there was a sea of books, ornaments, and everything else surrounding their safe, impenetrable dome of magic. Waiting until the sounds of raining objects had ceased, She cast a quick spell to clear a path, and the trio crawled their way out of the pile. "Okay," mumbled Ron sheepishly. "You might have had a point about being prepared." "Yeah," nodded Harry. "Thanks, Hermione. It's fine. Can we just get out of this room before something else falls on us, please?" "Absolutely." Hermione shoved open the door and yelped when the headless hunt stormed past, the mouths on their decapitated heads wide and roaring like madness, their horses galloping like thunder. As the last of them rushed by and Ron and Harry joined her in the corridor, she gaped at the mess. There were more fires now, blazing furiously, scorching her skin. A carpet of rubble lined the floor, and the walls were broken up with large, yawning holes so big she could make out the stifled glow of the moon behind the clouds outside.
"Merlin," she said.
"How long were we in theirs?" "Apparently a week," mumbled Ron. "Blimey. Shit, where's Ginny?" Harry blurted, frantically searching the area around them. "I asked her to wait right there." "Where the hell did she go?" "Harry, I'm sure she's fine." "Hermione, look at the state of this place. Anything could have happened to her." "You know how smart she is," she assured him, grabbing his face so he'd meet her eyes. "Look, we've got one Horcrux left. Just one. We're so close to ending all of this. But we don't know where Voldemort is," said Ron. "Shit, I forgot I can't say his name." "It doesn't make a difference anymore," Harry interrupted. "He's already here, and people are probably saying his name every 2 seconds. But you're right. We don't know where he is, which means we don't know where Nagini is. But you can look inside his head, Harry," said Hermione, offering him a brief but encouraging smile. "You can do it. Look inside his head." Draco's muscles tensed when 2 more Death Eaters came into his line of sight. He recognized the unsightly face of Thickness, slightly shielded by the shadow of his hood, but the other was a stranger with black eyes and crooked teeth. Softening his footfalls and quietening his movements, Draco edged closer with his wand outstretched, intending to catch them unawares, but their tagalongs shattered that possibility. "Hey, Percy!" exclaimed Fred, and the Death Eaters had snapped in their group's direction. "Look, it's your boss." "Ex-boss," said Percy, launching a jinx at Thickness. Draco only needed to cast one spell. Within a matter of minutes, both of the men were outdone and blacked out on the floor. The nameless Death Eater had gone down quickly, courtesy of a swift and precise Petrificus Totalis from Blaze, but the minister had managed to hold his ground for a short while. With 5 against 1, Draco had fired a Diffindo and sliced a gash into the man's face, and then the Weasley brothers had hammered him with a barrage of stunning spells until he'd fallen. "I know everyone thinks their boss is an arsehole," said Fred, wiping the sweat from his brow. "But yours really is a massive arsehole, Percy." "Agreed." Fred nodded, but then he slanted his eyes over to Blaze and Draco, still dubious and untrusting. "By the way, just because you helped, it doesn't mean we believe you now." "Piss off, Weasley," sneered Draco. "You think I give a shit about?" "Oh, look," mumbled Lovegood, who was standing a short distance away at the junction of another corridor, pointing at something the rest of them couldn't see. "There's Harry, Ron, and Hermione."
"What?"
Draco rammed Fred out of his way and ran to where Lovegood was standing, following the line of her pointed finger, and fuck his flimsy soul, there she was. Right there. There with Potter and Weasley, perhaps 60 yards away at the other end of the corridor, too far to make out the familiar specifics of her features, or even what she was wearing. The shape of her was blurry and distorted with the smoke clouding the air, stinging his eyes, but it was definitely her. By the time the bedlam in his brain had calmed and the realization had sunk in, Blaze and the 2 Weasleys had ambled over to join them, but he didn't notice. Didn't care. All he saw was her. "There he is," shouted Percy. "Hey, Ron." Draco dashed ahead, channeling all his energy into his legs, his feet barely touching the floor and his arms swinging to propel him forward. Fast, frantic, and unstoppable. 10 yards closer, and he called out her name, Granger. But the echo of it was drowned out when a blast of wind pushed him sideways, compromising his balance. Gracelessly skidding to a halt, he glanced at the cavernous hole in the wall to his left, feeling a few raindrops kiss his cheeks. He readied himself to continue running, but a sudden flash in his peripheral vision made him hesitate, and he snapped his head to the side. His eyes went wide, but his pupils shrank beneath the glare of it. The spell was one of the largest he'd ever seen, and it was heading straight for them. He blinked when Fred darted past him, and he instinctively reached out, grabbing the collar of his shirt and yanking him backwards, simultaneously lifting Andromeda's wand. Malfoy, what the... Protego! The spell hit. Draco's shield charm wasn't strong enough to neutralize it, but it did protect him and the others from the full force of it. It was so powerful, though. Powerful enough that Draco felt the floor collapse beneath his feet, and then he was falling. Plummeting. The sound of the explosion was ferociously loud, bashing his eardrums, but he still heard Granger's scream. It sliced right through him, like the cold swing of an axe. He was vaguely aware of Lovegood reciting a spell, and then he stopped falling. Hermione had no idea what happened. She'd been talking with Harry about what he'd witnessed in Voldemort's mind when she could swear someone had yelled her name. Yes, she was sure she'd heard her name, her surname actually, and she'd been turning her head to find the source of the voice, glimpsing the outlines of a few blurry silhouettes, but then the world had jerked forward with a deafening bang. 1 second she was standing, and the next she was flying. Her body smacked sideways into the wall first, and then her head was bouncing off it. She never really felt the impact, only heard the thump of her skull colliding with stone, and it sounded like a gun firing right by her ear. As she slid to the floor, Hermione felt light and numb, like she was suspended and detached from herself, floating above the situation like a ghost. Her eyes were watering, black, speckling her vision, and there was a prolonged stretch of nothingness, only filled with a dull ringing that seemed to buzz like flies all around her. Hermione? She inhaled sharply, her lungs expanding until her chest hurt, and then her head was pounding, pulsing. Sweet Merlin, it was painful, but she forced it away into a separate room of her mind as she carefully pulled herself up to sit, groaning with the effort. She could taste blood on her tongue, and she spat, frowning at her red saliva as she brushed the dust and debris off her clothes. "Hermione!" shouted Ron, coming to her side with Harry. "You okay?" "I think so," she mumbled. Nothing felt broken or out of place. "Are you two okay?" "We're both fine," said Harry. "Shit, you're bleeding?" She knew she was. She could feel the warmth of it dripping down her temple and some on her chin, but the boys were also bleeding. Harry had a jagged cut dissecting his cheek while Ron sported an ugly graze on his forehead, like someone had grated away a few layers of skin, and the thought of that made her wince. "You're both bleeding, too," she told them, climbing to her feet with their help. She studied the scene around them, her eyes lingering on the huge hole in the wall and the destruction cluttering the hallway. "That was a big spell." "I know," nodded Harry. "Hey, did you see Fred down there?" "You saw him too?" asked Ron. "I thought I imagined it. I think Percy was with him, but I couldn't see properly. Looked like there were some others, too." "I thought I saw some people, but I didn't get a good look," said Hermione, trying to recall those short seconds before the explosion. I definitely heard someone call my name, though. It must have been Fred, if you guys saw him. But Fred would never call me Gra. Do you think they're all right?" Ron questioned anxiously, staring down the corridor. "And where did they go?" "It looked like they were turning around," muttered Harry. "Maybe they saw it coming." "I'm sure they're fine, Ron. Maybe we should split up and try to find them?" "And Ginny—" "No," Hermione interrupted, her voice firm. "I'm sorry, I know you want to look for them, but we need to find the snake, so we can finish this. Now, Harry, you said Voldemort was at the Shrieking Shack." "Yes." "And Nagini was with him?" "Yes, but he has some magical barrier around her," he explained, staring at his fidgeting hands. He was telling Lucius Malfoy to find Snape. Hermione willed the muscles in her face to remain still at the mention of Draco's father. Draco's Death Eater father. "I can't believe Voldemort's not even fighting. It's so cowardly. He thinks I'll go to him. He knows we're looking for the Horcruxes, and if Nagini's with him,
So you can't go then, said Ron.
He's expecting you. I'll go. No. Harry cut across him. I'll use the cloak. I know the most spells, reasoned Hermione. It makes more sense if I… No, the boys barked in unison. Oh, honestly, this is hardly the occasion for sexism. Hermione was preparing to argue her point further when two masked Death Eaters appeared, one raising his wand. As the killing curse burst out the tip, she pushed Harry out of its path, feeling the green breeze of it rush past her ear, like it stroked her hair before it struck the wall. Ron fired a spell, successfully stunning one of the Death Eaters, but then three more emerged from the smoke, and Harry grabbed her and Ron, dragging them to the stairs as fast as he could. As more spells from the Death Eaters skimmed past their bodies, missing them by mere inches, Hermione shouted the first spell she could think of, Glissio, and the stairs flattened into a slide beneath their feet. They plunged down without any control.
Down, down, down.
Draco grunted, struggling to breathe. He concluded from the bizarrely comfortable texture of the rubble beneath him that Lovegood had cast a cushioning charm before they'd landed, but there was a heavy pressure on his stomach and something prodding at his ribs. Dazed and disorientated, he lifted his head, blinking away the thick crust of dust in his eyes to discover a mop of red hair against his chest. Weasley, he growled, get your fucking arse off me. Fred popped his head up, his eyes confused and incredulous. You just saved my life. Get off me or so help me. But you… Get the fuck off me, you stupid tosser. Fred shifted, poking his elbow even harder into Draco's ribs and ramming a knee into his gut as he clumsily clambered to his feet. With the wind knocked out of his lungs and dirt clogging his windpipe, Draco coughed and sputtered as he pulled himself up to stand, clutching his aching side. After a couple of stretches to work out the cricks in his limbs, he looked around, scowling when he realized Fred was still staring at him with awe. What the hell is your problem? You saved my life, repeated Fred. No, I didn't. If you hadn't grabbed me, that spell would have killed me. Shut up, Draco barked. You're giving me a headache. Blaise wandered over to his side, his expression somewhere between surprised and smug. You know, he said quietly, so only they would hear, you actually did save his… Don't you fucking start, he snarled. It was an accident. You think I give a shit about him? No, I don't think you give a shit about him, but I think you're decent and human enough to save someone's life when it's in your power. Sod off. You sound like an idiot, he grumbled, eyes rolling. Make yourself useful and levitate me up there so I can see if Granger's still there. Silently casting the mobilicorpus, Blaise elevated Draco into the air, up to the hole in the ceiling until he was high enough to survey the scene on the 7th floor. Well, see anything? No, they're gone, he sighed, unsuccessfully attempting to hide his disappointment as Blaise lowered him back down. Fucking hell. Now what? Ron's not up there either, asked Fred. Excuse you, said Draco spitefully. Private conversation and you're not invited. Well, if you're still looking for Hermione, she'll be with Ron. We should stick together and… Stick together? What? You trust us now. Fred shrugged. I don't think you'd save my life if you were a Death Eater, Malfoy. Don't encourage me to consider rectifying that, Weasley, he mumbled coldly. Go away. Maybe sticking together isn't a bad idea, Blaise offered, subtly glancing in Lovegood's direction with a hint of worry. The Death Eaters seem to be moving in groups. We'd be better off with more of us. Exactly, nodded Fred. Hey, just out of curiosity, why are you looking for Hermione anyway? Draco threw his eyes over to Blaise, frowning at the knowing grin that reached up his friend's cheeks and the amused tilt of his chin. But then something was streaking past the edges of his vision, fast and sudden, and Draco turned his head just in time to witness Terry Boots slam into the wall. Even from 20 yards away, Draco heard the loud and blunt snap of the Ravenclaw's neck upon the impact, and he could do little but stare as the body sank to the floor, a lifeless deadweight, his head bent at an unnatural angle. Before the echoes of Boots' broken neck could even finish ricocheting around the corridor, a chuckling pack of Death Eaters swarmed into the hallway, their masks shimmering like scales in the dim light. Percy was the first to angle his wand and fire a spell, then Blaise, and then Draco. It was all so fast and intense, a blur of activity and flashing lights, and the only thing that Draco could focus on was the repetitive drumming of one word in his head. Survive, survive, survive. No. Hermione's fear was replaced by anger. That hot, raw sort of anger that needs to be burned away with action or yelling, or in her case, both. The spell that jetted out of her wand was strong and volatile, catching Fenrir in his side and sending him backwards, but she barely noticed the sound of him colliding with the wall. All she could really see was Lavender's still and eerily pale body, blood seeping out of the bite-shaped hole in her throat. Even when Ron yanked her out of the way of a crumbling pillar, her eyes lingered on Lavender's blue lips. A giant's foot stomping only a few yards away diverted her attention, and she, Harry, and Ron dashed onward, trying to avoid its heavy steps as it punched a hole into one of Hogwarts' upper floors. She watched Ron's expression seize up with horror as 6 acromantulas scuttled by, perilously close to where they were, carrying someone with them. Hagrid. Harry must have noticed because he ran towards them, screaming Hagrid's name and waving his wand, but they were much too fast. He followed them anyway, and Hermione dragged Ron after them, refusing to lose Harry amongst the pandemonium. All around her were people she knew, professors, students, even many of the Death Eaters were recognizable from past skirmishes, and she watched the hexes fly between them, illuminating the night like one of Flitwick's firework shows. Her heart had never pounded so hard in her life. Keeping her eyes on Harry, she deflected a spell intended for him, and then another that would have hit her, all the while catching glimpses of familiar faces in the haze of the battle. Lee, Dean, Cho, Fleur, all of them zipped past the corners of her sight, and for the briefest of moments, she thought she'd seen Theo. Deciding that was impossible and continuing in her pursuit for Harry, she ran down the front steps, sighing when Harry finally came to a stop, but then she realized why. The giant that blocked Harry's path was huge and hideous, bellowing like a horn as it swung its club, the ground quaking with its movements. Hermione had her wand ready to disable the beast, but a series of loud thuds disrupted her concentration and Grop came trudging over, sizing up the larger giant. Both roared and charged at each other, wrestling and grappling savagely, and Hermione hoped that her friends avoided being trampled beneath their enormous feet. A jinx whipped past her head, and she was running again, pulling Ron with her towards Harry. Even at a distance, she could make out the dejection on his features, evidently affected from watching Hagrid being hauled away by the spiders. As cold as it sounded, she hoped Harry had the discipline to detach himself from it and keep going. They needed to carry on. They needed to finish this. Harry, she called, but he didn't acknowledge her. Harry. He twisted his head, frowning at her and Ron, his lips pursed with the effort to keep all his frustration and despair bottled up, and Hermione wanted to hug him. But she didn't. Something exploded nearby, and the wind turned hot, the rain like acid, and something slashed her arm. Shaking it off and snatching Harry's sleeve, she yanked him and Ron into the darkness, trying to steer them away from the erratic lights of clashing spells. "The Whomping Willow," said Harry. "I can see it. Head for it." Hermione blinked away the rain in her eyes, watching as the temperamental tree thrashed and writhed, its branches wildly twirling like it was just as distressed by the war as everything else on Hogwarts grounds. Stopping short of its brawny, swinging branches, Hermione absently thought of crooks as Ron levitated a twig to jab at that spot near the roots, rendering the Whomping Willow motionless. "Nice," she nodded approvingly. "Okay, let's go." "Wait," whispered Harry. "You two should stay here and—" "Oh, for heaven's sake, Harry," groaned Hermione. 7 years later, and you still think we're going to let you go alone? "Yeah, seriously, mate," said Ron, pushing Harry forward. "Shut the hell up and go in. We're right behind you, as always." Ducking down into the dirty tunnel, Hermione followed Harry, crawling her way through the tunnel, earth gathering beneath her fingernails. With the light of Harry's lumos guiding their way, it didn't take them long to reach the end, but she grabbed Harry's ankle before he could get too close. "Wait," she whispered, reaching in her bag to remove the cloak. "Put this on." He did, but his feet were visible, and she watched the soil shift as Harry wriggled himself near the tunnel's exit, which seemed to be blocked by something. Low voices leaked into the passage, and the trio stilled, quietening their breaths to avoid detection. The scratchy, hissing tone of Voldemort harassed her ears, but she couldn't grasp enough of the other male voice to recognize the owner, assuming it was one of his Death Eater henchmen. The voices were too muffled for her to distinguish the crux of the discourse, so she simply waited, listening intently, only catching the odd word here and there. Disappointment. My lord. Harry Potter. Elder Wand. Dumbledore. True Master. Staring at Harry's disembodied feet, Hermione frowned when she saw the tips of his shoes swell, like he was curling his toes. She resisted the urge to tap him and ensure he was okay, knowing that he might jump and give away their hiding spot, triggering a premature confrontation with Voldemort and whomever he was talking to. She would admit that she was hardly patient at the best of times, but confined to the claustrophobic, underground passageway and knowing that people were probably dying back at the castle made the wait unbearable, and she had to force her breathing to remain quiet. There was a thump above her head followed by a scream, and Harry flinched, catching her off guard and very nearly causing her to gasp, but she stopped herself, biting her tongue. Footsteps hit the floorboards, slowly traveling out of earshot until there was nothing but silence, and Hermione nervously tapped Harry's shoe, whispering his name. She heard him mumble a spell, and whatever had been blocking the trapdoor shifted to the side, allowing them to shuffle their way up into the room. Her eyes immediately fell to the fallen and crumpled figure on the floor, draped in his usual black robes, and suddenly they seemed so fitting. Fixated on the blood pouring out Snape's throat, Hermione felt a genuine stab of sadness and regret as she watched his life literally gush out of him. Beside her, Harry removed the cloak and Snape's eyes widened a fraction, but all that left his mouth was an awful, gurgling sound that made Hermione's gag reflex spasm. "What happened to him?" asked Ron. "Nagini," replied Harry, edging closer to Snape and dropping to his knees. Voldemort thought that Snape was the master of the Elder Wand because he killed Dumbledore. Hermione eyed Harry's conflicted features closely, knowing what turbulent thoughts would be running through his head. Despite her telling him that Snape was a spy for the Order, Harry understandably regarded Snape with uncertainty. He had, after all, witnessed this man killing Dumbledore. And now this revelation that Voldemort might have mastered the Elder Wand. It was a wonder Harry wasn't tearing out his hair. Looking back to Snape, she gasped when she noticed an odd, glittering, blue-white substance leaking out of him. It cascaded out from his ears, eyes, and the hole in his throat, randomly reminding Hermione of stars caught behind clouds, barely twinkling in the dark. Take it," stuttered Snape, his voice weak. Thinking quickly, she conjured a flask and thrust it into Harry's hand, watching him use his wand to transfer the substance until the container was full. Hermione hadn't realized she was clutching her hands tightly in front of her until her thumbnail pierced the skin of her palm. Taking a step forward, she crouched down a little, chewing her lip when Snape's dying eyes slanted over to her for a brief moment. "We know you weren't bad," she told him softly, thinking she sounded almost childlike. "And we'll make sure everyone else knows when this is over." His expression flickered, turning into something indefinable, something between resignation and peace. Staring at Harry again, he reached out, seizing the scruff of Harry's shirt and pulling him closer, locking their eyes. The final traces of life seemed to leave Snape quickly as all the color drained from his face, but he parted his lips, swallowing heavily before he spoke. "Green eyes," he rasped out. "Don't look away from me." Hermione held her breath as the final puff of Snape's left him, misting Harry's spectacles. Draco wasn't doing too well. These Death Eaters were experienced and quick, dark magic spilling out of their wands so effortlessly, and Draco had suffered some damage as a result. He was fairly certain his left shoulder was dislocated, at least 2 of his ribs were bruised, possibly broken, and his lower lip had split, blood staining his teeth and trickling down his chin. Dodging a vicious curse, he retaliated with a disarming spell, but then he felt something stab his midriff, and he sucked in a harsh breath, clutching his inured side. The wound wasn't particularly deep or worrying, but it burned like there was an unseen hand rubbing salt into it, and his legs trembled as the pain swam around his body. With a groan vibrating in his windpipe, he pushed it all away, forcing himself to stay steady and focused. A few yards away, Blaze was also struggling to fend off the Death Eaters, frantically trying to defend not only himself, but also Lovegood. The Weasley brothers didn't seem to be faring too well either. Draco lifted Andromeda's wand, aiming it at one of the Death Eaters attacking Blaze, but then there was a scratching, icy voice in his ear, practically spitting against his neck. It was Voldemort's voice speaking to the castle again, and everything and everyone went still. You have fought valiantly. Lord Voldemort knows how to value bravery. Yet you have sustained heavy losses. Draco shared an anxious look with Blaze. If you continue to resist me, you will all die one by one. I do not wish this to happen. Every drop of magical blood spilled is a loss and a waste. Lord Voldemort is merciful. I command my forces to retreat immediately. Turning his attention to the group of Death Eaters, he scowled at the disappointment that stole their features, but they slowly began to back away. You have 1 hour. Dispose of your dead with dignity. Treat your injured. I speak now, Harry Potter, directly to you. Hermione watched the horror flash across Harry's features, and she yearned to console him, but she felt frozen, routed to the spot as Voldemort's voice continued to harass the knight. You have permitted your friends to die for you rather than face me yourself. I shall wait for 1 hour in the Forbidden Forest. If, at the end of that hour, you have not come to me, have not given yourself up, then battle recommences. Hermione furiously shook her head at Harry. This time, I shall enter the fray myself, Harry Potter, and I shall find you, and I shall punish every last man, woman, and child who has tried to conceal you from me. 1 hour. No, Harry, she said sternly. Don't even consider it. You heard what he said, he murmured helplessly. More people will die, You think Voldemort will actually spare people if you go to him, Master Ron? Come on, Harry, he's hardly trustworthy. He plans to kill everyone anyway. Ron is right. Hermione nodded. Look, there's no way you're going. We only have the snake left, remember? It will be fine. We should head back to the castle and try to think of a new plan now he's in the forest. She reached forward to hold his hand, pulling him towards the tunnel.
Come on now.
We'll figure something out. Glancing at Snape's bluish face before she dropped down into the underground passage, a wave of guilt rippled through her, and the urge to return to Snape's side to lower his lids to hide his dead eyes pulled at her stomach, but she resisted. They had to get going. They only had 1 hour. 1 hour. She could feel Harry shaking behind her as they crawled their way back through the tunnel, but she didn't comment on it, too preoccupied with wondering what was waiting for them back at Hogwarts. His shoulder was throbbing and he didn't dare try to move his arm, simply gritting his bloody teeth and following the Weasleys in silence. Blaze was limping alongside him, his arms slung around Lovegood's neck for support, telling Draco that the injury to her leg wasn't as bad as it looked. Ahead of them, the Weasley brothers carried Terry Boot's body, his shoes scraping across the stone floor, making a noise that sent shivers down Draco's spine. The castle was unnervingly quiet now, and as they walked by the bodies of 2 Death Eaters, Draco felt dread swarm in his chest as the scent of death hit his nostrils. With still no sign of Granger, he was beginning to panic a little. Where the hell are we going exactly? He asked harshly. I'm guessing everyone's gathering in the Great Hall, replied Fred. The medical wing would be too small to treat the injured. Smothering a retort, he carried on, and it took them a good 15 minutes to reach the ground floor from the 6th floor, hindered by blocked staircases and fallen debris. Along the way, they crossed several more bodies, including Richie Coote and Mandy Brocklehurst. Any chance one of you 3 can carry them? Asked Percy. No, said Lovegood. Blaze and Draco are too wounded, and I doubt I could carry them by myself. I could levitate them, though. No, they should be carried, mumbled Fred. We'll come back and get them, or tell someone where they are. When they reached the ground floor, the sounds of turmoil rushed up the corridor to greet them, screaming, sobbing, shouting, just every plausible heart-wrenching noise made by human or beast, all mangled into one piercing racket of trauma. Draco slowed his steps, suddenly alarmed and tentative about entering the hall. But he carried on, needing to know. The doors were already open, and when he caught sight of the scene within the room, he stilled, his eyes going round, his pupils dilating. Blaze and Lovegood had also stopped walking, studying the setting with slackened jaws. Draco never imagined in his lifetime that he would see Lovegood appear so affected by anything, but her face was alive with sorrow. "Merlin," she mumbled, her tone fragile, yet still somehow wistful. "Do you suppose this is what the Muggles mean when they talk about hell?" Chapter 43, Amort. Draco thought it was bizarre how a room full of screaming people could seem so quiet and empty. All the noise just seemed to glide over him in muffled waves, like vibrations rather than noise, tingling his ears, but never quite reaching them, never quite registering. He frantically scanned the room, searching for Granger, pausing at a couple of girls with wild hair similar to hers, but he couldn't see her. As his eyes darted from one person to the next, he absorbed it all speechlessly, taking in the familiar faces of the people crowding the room. Many were bleeding, pressing their palms into their wounds, or casting healing charms. Most were standing in groups, mumbling to each other or trying to help a companion, but there were several people wandering around the room alone, staring blankly at nothing or crying. Some people were standing, some sitting, and the rest were lying down, separated into two lines on opposite sides of the hall. It took Draco a few moments, but he realized that one line was for those injured too severely to stand, and the other line was for the dead. Pomfrey rushed past his line of sight to aid a screaming victim, but all he could focus on were her red hands, gloves of blood fumbling with potions. She pushed her hair out of her eyes, smearing the red across her forehead, and Draco averted his eyes as she bent down to attend to a large wound slicing across Ernie Macmillan's chest. The noise hit him then, and he gritted his teeth against the shrill, bellowing roar of it. His eyes swept the room again. Perhaps Granger had been crouched down and he'd missed her, or perhaps the sweat in his eyes had compromised his vision. He lingered on a mane of ginger hair, thinking it might be Weasley, but it was the other twin, George, calling out to his brothers, who had walked into the room ahead of Draco, Blaze, and Luna. Carefully placing Boot in the line of the fallen, Fred and Percy made their way to the corner of the room with George, joining the other Weasleys. Except for Ron, and Draco never thought he would be disappointed to not see Ronald sodding Weasley with Granger nearby, but today was apparently a day of firsts. And lasts for some people. He was momentarily fixated on Professor Sprout fixing Stephen Cornfoot's fractured collarbone when Blaze and Luna stepped forward, entering the Great Hall, hand in hand. Numbly following them, his eyes shifted from one gory scene to the next, staring at a girl with a mangled, battered face, her Hufflepuff tie hanging loosely around her neck. He didn't recognize her. Her face was so damaged that it didn't look like a face at all. His attention drifted over to the Patil twins, one of whom had a broken arm and a shard of bone poking out of her skin. Her sister held her hand as Trelawney cast healing charms. He turned his head to the line of the dead then, but a loud voice stopped him before he could glance at one pale body. "Hey, what the hell are you two doing in here?" Draco's groan rattled around his dry mouth. For fuck's sake, what now? He didn't need to look to know that whoever had yelled was shouting at Blaze and himself, but he did anyway, meeting the aggressive glare of Seamus Finnegan. Others in the room lifted their heads, their expressions tightening with anger when they spotted the Slytherins, and an odd sense of shame crept in, settling heavily on Draco's shoulders. Beneath the hot and uninhibited hatred in their eyes, he felt very much ostracized. Where was Tonks when he needed her? "I asked what the hell you two are doing here," Finnegan shouted again, his accent harsh and spitting. "You don't belong here." "They do belong here," said Lovegood, like it was obvious. "They're with us. Get away from them, Luna." "I swear to Salazar," muttered Blaze, so only Draco would hear. "If one more person implies that I am her kidnapper instead of her boyfriend, I'm going to start breaking jaws." "Luna," said Seamus, stepping towards her. "Come away from them." He reached out to grab her arm, but she snatched it back, holding Blaze's hand a little tighter as she frowned sadly at Seamus. The 30 or so people nearby who had stopped to observe, mostly Gryffindors and Ravenclaws, eyed Lovegood with confusion, some of them warily, raising their wands. Draco glanced around the room, searching for his cousin in the hopes that she might intervene, but, like Granger, she was nowhere to be found. He reached into his pocket for his wand. "Don't," Blaze stopped him. "It won't help." "Luna," called Cho-Chang this time. "They're on Voldemort's side." "You know that." "No, they're on our side." "Come on, Luna. Stop messing around," growled Seamus, aiming his wand decisively. "And you too, get out." "Look, she's telling the truth," said Blaze. "We've been staying in a safe house. We're fighting with the Order." Seamus' mouth twitched. "You know, if it was just you, I might believe it." He narrowed his eyes at Draco. "But not you. We all remember what you did last year." "For fuck's sake, Finnegan," said Draco. "Do you think I would be here if I was fighting for Voldemort? You're obviously trying to trick us. Voldemort probably sent you here to get information." Draco scoffed. "Oh, please. Do all you Gryffindors gather together on weekends to think up stupid shit to say, or does it just come naturally to you?" Blaze shook his head. "You're not helping by insulting them." "Well, honestly, these morons make it so bloody easy." "Shut up, you tosser," barked Seamus furiously. "You two leave. Right now. Or what? Or we'll make you." "Fuck off, Finnegan," spat Draco. "I am not leaving. Just find Tonks, and she'll tell you." Seamus' expression darkened a little. "You are a sick, twisted bastard." Draco's brow furrowed. Something about Finnegan's disposition suddenly seemed off, but he didn't know the Gryffindor well enough to know how or why. He twisted his head to see if Blaze had noticed, but before he could glimpse his friend's eyes, he felt the searing stab of a spell striking his bad arm, and he yelled out in pain. "You wanker," he snarled at Seamus. "I told you to leave. Now go, or we'll remove you, you slimy piece of—" "That is quite enough, Mr. Finnegan." McGonagall meandered her way through the crowd, pushing down several of the wands aimed at Draco and Blaze as she approached. Draco absently thought to himself that he'd never seen the headmistress look anywhere close to disheveled, but her usually tidy, fixed hair was messy and loose around her face, and her robes were dusty and torn. Despite her rumpled appearance, she still carried that formidable air of authority, ignoring the confused looks of the students as she stopped by Finnegan's side. "What is going on here?" she asked. "They're up to something," said Seamus, pointing an accusatory finger at Draco and Blaze. "They're saying that they're fighting on our side." "That is correct." Seamus balked. "Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Zabini have been staying in a safe house with Andromeda Tonks for several months," she explained, her tone clipped and matter-of-fact. "They are on our side." Draco managed to conceal his surprise, deciding instead that a cocky smirk in Finnegan's direction would be more effective. The look on his face, and the faces of the others who had challenged them for that matter, were brilliantly flabbergasted. Stuttered Seamus. "They're Slytherins." "Integrity and bravery are not traits exclusive to Gryffindors, Mr. Finnegan," said McGonagall. "You will find members of every Hogwarts house here, which should tell you that well enough. Now go and assist those that require care." With a final disbelieving glance at Draco, Seamus pivoted on his heel and disappeared, blending into the mass of people like a raindrop in a bloody river. Blaze stepped forward to thank the headmistress, and Draco stole a moment to examine the room again, hunting for any indication of Granger, but again, he found nothing. "Believe I saw Mr. Bletchley, Miss Davies, and Miss Bulstrode with Professor Slughorn near the back of the room," McGonagall was saying to Blaze and Lovegood. "They appeared to be perfectly fine." "And Granger?" Draco rushed out. "Is she here?" The creases in the headmistress' face deepened with her frown. "I have not seen her, but I'm sure she will turn up shortly with Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley." "What about Theo?" asked Blaze. "Theodore not. Have you seen him?" "I'm sorry, no. We have several groups out searching for injured people, and I'm sure there are others still making their way here. Try not to worry until you know anything. Worrying does little but burden already busy minds." Is there anything we can do to help? Asked Lovegood. I'd be happy to check the room for a Nargle infestation. McGonagall blinked slowly. I'm sure that's not necessary, Miss Lovegood, but thank you for the offer. I can see that you all have some injuries that need healing. There's a bit of a wait, but Madame Pomfrey, myself, and most of the other professors are dealing with injuries. If you come and find me in about 15 minutes, I should have finished aiding those with more severe wounds. In the meantime, we have food, water, and blankets. Keep yourselves warm and hydrated. It seems likely we will be battling again soon. Thank you, Professor, said Lovegood. McGonagall hesitated to leave, her thoughtful eyes flitting between Blaise and Draco. I commend you both for being here, she told them gently. I understand your circumstances can't have made the choice easy. The right decisions are often the hardest to make. Draco cleared his throat uncomfortably as the headmistress returned to the bedlam, joining Pomfrey near the line for the wounded. Ignoring the unfriendly stares of a group of nearby Gryffindors, he clutched his bad arm a little tighter, flinching as the ache intensified with his movement. The pain was the sort that throbbed at steady intervals, traveling from his shoulder all the way down to his fingertips, but it was bearable. We should find Slughorn and the others, suggested Blaise. They might have seen Theo. I doubt anyone else would have cared enough to note his presence. Actually, I'd like to speak with Professor Flitwick, said Lovegood. Will you be okay walking without support, Blaise? Yes, of course. Come and find us when you're done. And keep an eye out for Theo. Feathering a kiss against his cheek, Luna left the boys alone, disappearing amongst the sea of students within seconds. Blaise and Draco began to walk, moving deeper into the thick of the aftermath. The air was so rich with the stench of blood and sweat that Draco had to swallow back a gag or two. He slowed his pace to accommodate Blaise's limp, and whether by accident or morbid curiosity, his eyes drifted over to the line of the dead. They were close enough that Draco could recognize and distinguish the features of their still, gray faces, and he absorbed them all silently. This side of the Great Hall was unsettlingly quiet, like an invisible, muffling wall had been erected to protect their unhearing ears and leave them in peace. One by one, he put names to the faces he knew. Terry Boot, Lavender Brown, Lisa Turpin, Gabriel Tate, Nicholas, and so many others that he thought he might recognize, but had never taken the time of effort to learn their names. As unfeeling and cruel as it sounded, he felt no sympathy for them. He'd never known or interacted with these people beyond exchanging glares in the corridors, but that's not to say he was unaffected by them. Death leaves imprints on your mind, stranger or friend. Witnessing it scars memories, and while some scars are smaller than others, none really heal. He felt disturbed more than anything, particularly when he saw a Hufflepuff girl with wide, dry eyes, her jaw still agape from her final scream. All the others had seemed somewhat serene and calm, but this girl looked like she was stuck in time, reliving the horror, trapped in purgatory. He wanted to direct his attention elsewhere, but decided to sweep his eyes across the remaining corpses, just to ensure Granger wasn't among them. He knew McGonagall would have informed him, but the need to check was too niggling to ignore. No, Granger definitely wasn't amongst the fallen, but... No, murmured Draco, stopping dead in his tracks. No, no way. What? Asked Blaise, following Draco's line of sight. He sighed sadly and shook his head.
Shit.
How the shit? Towards the end of the line was a shock of red hair, and Draco recognized it instantly. Without really being aware of it, he edged closer, taking in Tonk's dead features. Her skin was moon-white, her lips blue and slightly parted, but the brilliant, vibrant shade of her hair was so alive, and that somehow made it worse. It was only when he'd almost reached her that he realized Remus was lying beside her, his complexion also tellingly pallid and his shirt peppered with browning bloodstains. Draco frowned when he realized their hands were touching. Tonk's fingers softly grazed Remus' palm, as if intentional, and he absently wondered if someone had placed their hands like that, or if gravity and fate had gently pulled Tonk's hand to rest against Remus so perfectly.
So tragically.
A couple of paces behind him, Blaise was talking to Trelawney, but he was too distracted to pick up on what was being said. The emotion that was trapped somewhere between his throat and his chest was indefinable and completely foreign to him. It was neither anger nor grief, but more an awareness that something was missing and could never be retrieved. It was like there was a hole in him where he'd always assumed there'd been a hole anyway. But then that's what death is, a puncture in the status quo. His relationship with his only cousin had been far from amicable, but she had entered his life at a time when everything had been changing for him, and he had become somewhat accustomed to the possibility of her being present in his future. Not even in a particularly profound way, but certainly there. And now she wouldn't be, and the closest emotion to which he could think to compare what he felt was disappointment. When Blaise came to stand beside Draco, his knuckles were as white as Tonk's skin. "She was an Auror," he muttered. "How could—" "Bellatrix," interrupted Blaise. "Trelawney said Bellatrix killed her." Draco clenched his eyes shut and sucked in a breath through his gritted teeth. Now he felt angry. Furious, actually. "I really fucking hate that woman. Andromeda's going to be devastated. Fuck." His aunt had barely finished mourning her husband, and now her daughter had been slaughtered by her sister. Exactly how much was one person expected to take before they crumbled? Cracked? And shit, what about Granger? She adored Tonks like a sister. He suddenly felt helpless, knowing that he couldn't protect both Andromeda and Granger from the reality of Tonk's death, and although he had no idea why, he felt like it was his responsibility to do so. Pinching the bridge of his nose with his fingers, he exhaled heavily, trying to soothe his racing thoughts. But it was pointless. He was surrounded by death and destruction, and it was all he could see, hear, smell, and taste. It was overpowering, consuming, and he didn't know what to do. Despite the smoke scratching them, Hermione's eyes danced, roaming the ruined courtyard and lingering on the enormous, motionless corpse of a giant. Strewn across the ground were countless bodies, some in Death Eater robes, some in school uniforms, and it took everything she had to keep walking. Her knees felt brittle, her legs wobbly, but Harry was marching intently towards a castle, and she needed to keep up. She couldn't quite believe they had been in this very spot perhaps 20 minutes ago. Everything had been so loud and bright then, a constant explosion of noise, light, and heat. Now everything was cold and silent except for the wind, howling like the dying, and she shivered with that morose thought. "It's so quiet," said Hermione. "Where is everyone?" "They must be inside," replied Ron, his voice strained. "Come on, Hermione." She could tell he was studying each body, searching for ginger hair. Harry, on the other hand, seemed fixated on his feet and the path to the castle, hardly lifting his head, and she could practically feel the guilt radiating from him. She considered saying something to try and comfort him, but what words could she offer him that might do anything to alleviate his conscience? As they entered Hogwarts, the distant sounds of voices journeyed down the corridor, and Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, logic had assured her that there would be survivors, but hearing them was so reassuring that her heart pounded a little slower. "The Great Hall, I reckon," said Ron. The trio followed the voices, their footsteps quickening the closer they got until they were jogging. The doors were wide open, but they stopped before they could pass the threshold, taking it all in. Hermione didn't know where to look, but she caught herself watching Pomfrey, who was tending to a nasty burn on Firenze's flank and thigh. Ron dashed forward, and she tracked him as he joined his family at the far side of the room. She did a quick head count, sighing when she realized all the Weasleys were accounted for, aside from Charlie, who she knew was still in Romania. Thank Merlin. Taking a better look at the chaotic room, she slowly dragged her eyes from the right side to the left, her heart sinking when he spotted a row of unmoving bodies, laid out neatly like fallen dominoes. But then there was a spark of something familiar just out of focus, a flash of white blonde hair. She honed in on it on him, knowing but not quite believing, because he couldn't possibly be here. But he was. Even with his back to her, she knew it was Draco. "Oh my God," she whispered to herself, her heart in her throat. "Oh my God." She recognized his height, his build, the slant of his shoulders. All of him. She was frozen, not even daring to breathe for exactly 5 seconds, and then she was bolting forward, like lightning. "The only family she has left," Blaze was saying. "You should be the one to tell her." "I am hardly family, Blaze," sighed Draco, unable to completely tear his eyes away from Tonks and Remus. "I've known Andromeda for a few months, and that's it." "You're still her nephew. You know it's more complicated than that." "Yes, but—" Blaze trailed off, his mouth tweaking at one corner with a half-their grin as he spotted something over Draco's shoulder. "You might want to look behind you, mate."
What?
"Just look." Narrowing his eyes with confusion, Draco began to twist around, barely managing to turn halfway before he had the wind knocked out of him. The body was petite, but it slammed into him with such force that he almost lost his balance. Almost. A pair of arms locked around his neck like a noose, so tight that he choked, and he could feel wet hair pressed against his cheek. Shifting his eyes to the side, he couldn't see the face buried into the sway of his unharmed shoulder, but her drenched, coffee-colored curls gave her away. Granger. She was shaking slightly, her fast puffs of breath tickling his throat, and he could feel her heartbeat hammering against his chest. Draco was still for a long moment, static with disbelief, but then his good arm slowly snaked its way around her waist, drawing her closer. Her fingernails stabbed into his back and shoulder blades, but the pain was oddly comforting, like it somehow confirmed her presence. Dipping his head with relief, he had exactly 1 second, to inhale her familiar scent and thank Merlin for finally gracing him with some good luck, but then she was tearing herself away from him. And then she slapped his chest. "Ow," he spat. "What the fuck? What the hell are you doing here?" Draco stared at her face, noticing first her split lip and the deep, purple bruise by her temple, and he ignored the urge to reach out and rub away the dried blood on her chin. It was hardly the first time he'd seen her swollen and bleeding, but it infuriated him anyway, yet it was her expression really stole his attention. Her eyes were wide and shiny, glistening with the glaze of tears that had yet to fall, and her lips were parted, baring clenched teeth, the closest thing to a snarl she could probably manage. He listed in his head the emotions he found in her eyes: anger, sadness, awe, excitement, and at the core was the faintest hint of happiness. With her balled fists trembling at her sides and her chest heaving with labored breaths, she looked completely conflicted, like she was torn between punching him and kissing him. Apparently, she reached a decision. She slapped his chest again. "Shit," he hissed. "Stop doing that." "I asked what the hell you're doing here," she demanded furiously. "You're not supposed to be here. What the fuck is wrong with you? Calm down. You're supposed to be somewhere safe." She began to cry then. "I wanted you to be safe. It's too dangerous here. People are getting hurt and killed." "I know that," he yelled. "What, you thought I was just going to wait at home and wonder if you were one of those people? You thought I wouldn't give a shit? Fuck, Granger. Of course I came here. I am not leaving here with you. I am here to fight. I know you're not going to leave with me. I am not here to ask you to." "Then why the hell are you here?" she asked again, roughly swiping away her tears. "Because you can't be here just for me. You can't just—" "I'm not here just for you," he blurted, sucking down a calming breath. "Look, I'd be lying if I said you weren't the main reason, but he growled with frustration. "Do you remember when you told me I'd need to choose a side?" She swallowed heavily and nodded her head once. "Yes, I remember." "Well, this is obviously my bloody choice, isn't it? Evidently, all your nagging paid off, because here I am." He scowled accusingly at her, but continued his rant, "And I knew damn well before I came here that there was no way I would convince you to leave, because you're that fucking stubborn. But I came anyway." Hermione actually felt all the anger drain out of her body, leaving behind only wonder. "So, you're here to fight with the orders? Don't take this for something it isn't because, Granger, don't look at me like that," he warned. "This isn't some heroic statement. If you weren't here, I wouldn't be here, and believe me, I am very tempted to stun you right now and apparate us both out of here. Don't even think about. But I want Voldemort dead, and I want to see it happen, He carried on, lowering his voice and looking her dead in the eye. So yeah, I came to fight, alright? And I came here to fight with you, because you're… He hesitated and sighed, grasping at words. You're just it for me. I have other reasons for being here, but you're the reason. You're the reason for everything. For fuck's sake. Do you understand? Am I making any sense at all? She nibbled her swollen lip. Yes, but I just wanted you to be safe. If you say that one more time, I swear I'll stupefy you. What about your safety? What the hell did you think was going through my head? But Granger, just come here, he sighed, exasperated. I didn't come to Hogwarts and hunt the entire damn castle to find you for an argument. I came here to just come here. Draco thought he saw her mouth curve into a sad, forlorn smile, but she was rushing towards him again before he could really pay it any heed. She crashed into him, flinging her arms back around his neck and desperately smashing her lips against his. It was one of those impulsive kisses where your teeth clash upon impact, but it's fine because it's raw and intense, the realest of kisses. Draco looped his arm around her, just as he had before, and held her tight against him, anxious to gather her as close as possible lest she decide to slap him again, and he wouldn't put it past her. Kiss, sorry, she mumbled. I am glad you are here, but another kiss. At the same time I'm worried that… I know.
Kiss.
I know. He softened the pressure of the kiss when the cut on his bottom lip started to sting, and he felt her relax a little, exhaling contentedly, moving her hands to hold his face and caress the bruises freckled across his cheekbones. His lips were chapped, his mouth as rough as sandpaper, but he kept kissing her. Needed to keep kissing her, and she was just as reluctant to stop, but when he heard a few gasps somewhere to his left, he frowned and lost the moment. He pulled away from Hermione with a frustrated growl rumbling deep in his throat, despising the interruption, but unable to ignore it. Slanting his eyes to the side, he glowered at the prying group of Gryffindors and Ravenclaws, including Finnegan and Longbottom, watching and pointing indiscreetly in their direction. He certainly hadn't forgotten that he was in a room brimming with people that might deem his relationship with Granger unfeasible and gossip-worthy, but he'd apparently forgotten to care. We have an audience, said Draco, rolling his eyes. Your moronic friends are staring at us, Granger. I don't care. Their ugly faces are putting me off. She laughed softly, not with amusement, but with relief. She doubted he could comprehend how much it touched her that he was here with her. For her. There was something indescribably blissful and terrifying about having someone walk willingly into danger's path just to stand at your side, and that was essentially what Draco had done. As she looked at him now, noting all the changes he'd made since that first day in her room, the pride and love she felt for him was a warm and wonderful sensation in her chest. Yes, she wished he was far away from this war, because that's what love is. Love is the shift of someone's life taking priority over your own. But a dormant, selfish part of her wanted him here. Just to see him, really. Just to have him within reaching distance. Hey! Draco snapped at the onlookers, severing Hermione's reverie. Can we help you? This isn't a free show, you know. Draco, she groaned. Just ignore them. They're obviously going to have questions. I'll talk to them later. You might want to tell them that it's rude to stare, and that Finnegan, I will break your finger if you point it at me again. Pursing her lips with irritation, Hermione gently nudged Draco's shoulder to bring his attention back to her, oblivious to his injury. He released a loud bark of pain, following by a hissed list of profanities as he clutched his wounded arm, clenching his eyes shut and inhaling through his teeth. Salazar's grave, it hurt. His whole left side was throbbing. What happened? Asked Hermione, her tone inevitably concerned. I barely touched you. Shoulder dislocated, he rasped out. You let me slap you when you're injured? I didn't let you slap me, he replied drolly. Evidently, it's just a habit you have regardless of whether we're in a relationship or not. Charming, by the way. How did you dislocate your shoulders? Folk dancing. Draco. Fighting bloody Death Eaters. Obviously. Hermione's eyes narrowed inquisitively. Wait, you've been fighting? How long have you been here? And how did you get to Hogwarts? "I've been here about 2 hours," he explained, "and I came with Blaze and the others. Tonks brought us." His voice faded, his pain disregarded. He suddenly felt quite numb.
Shit.
How could he have forgotten that Tonk's cold, lifeless body was lying only a few feet from them? From Granger.
He needed get to her way.
He didn't want her to see. "Oh, that makes sense," said Hermione. "Ginny said she saw Tonks, but then Granger," he interrupted, gripping her elbow and trying to position himself between her and Tonks. "Come with me for a second."
Where is she?
"Have you seen her?" "Granger." "Would you stop pulling me?" She frowned, searching her surroundings. "I'm trying to find her." "Hermione, don't." "Draco, stop that." She ripped her arm out of his grip, still inspecting the great hall, her expression anxious and fretful now.
Where is she?
"Where's Tonks?" Draco grimaced as Hermione's eyes drifted perilously close to where her friend lay like a tattered rag doll, and he could pinpoint the precise moment she found her. Her brown eyes darkened with horror and recognition, and her jaw dropped a couple of inches, prepared for words or screams that she couldn't yet conjure. Squinting and blinking several times, as if she was trying to erase the image of Tonks through sheer will, she began to shake her head frantically as tears spilled down her cheeks. Draco's hand shot out, cupping her face and stroking away one of them with his thumb. He hated to see her cry now. Despised it. It did inexplicably terrible things to his insides, like each tear was a jab to his stomach. Studying her intently, he could see the outburst building up inside of her, piecing itself together bit by bit, and he didn't know what he could do to comfort her. He felt helpless. "Granger," he whispered as softly as he had probably whispered anything in his life. "Stop looking at her. This can't be happening," she stuttered. She's just had a baby." "Granger, look at me. Don't look at her." She kept staring past him. "No, no, 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 no." She started to tremble. "This is impossible. Granger."
No.
She made to move past him, but she stumbled, collapsing into Draco's ready and steadying arms. Bunching the fabric of his shirt in her hands, she gave up and stayed there, burying her face into his chest before she let it go. Her scream was muffled against his skin, but the shudders of it, and her, ran through him like ice, and all he could really think to do was wrap his arm around her, absently stroking her back with his fingertips. She choked it all up, every sob, every whimper, and every cry felt by him. Absorbed by him. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, because it was all he could think to say. Not that it did anything to console her. So he did nothing. When it comes to death, sometimes nothing is all a person can do. Chapter 44, Dying. Hermione had stopped crying 10 minutes ago. After wailing into Draco's chest for less than 60 seconds, she had abruptly stilled, pulled away from him, and then roughly sleeved away the evidence of her tears, like she was ashamed. She'd then squared her shoulders and heaved in a deep breath, a soldier's determination. Draco had asked her if she was all right, and she'd replied, "Now is not the time. I should be helping." And then, with a final heartbroken glance at Tonks and Remus, she'd walked away and had barely spoken a fistful of words since. Draco had wanted to tell her that no one would begrudge her some morning time, and that she could scream into his shoulder for as long as she needed, but he didn't. He'd considered offering her some form of consolation, despite his discomfort with affectionate gestures, but she'd assured him she was fine when he'd tried to place his hand against her back. She'd shrugged him off, reiterating that she was fine, even though she evidently wasn't. Had it not been for the crowd, he had a feeling he'd have been tempted to bait her into reacting, like he had after she'd obliviated her parents. While some people coped well with bottling up all their angst, himself included, he knew Granger did not, but he couldn't provoke her here. There were too many eyes on him, most of them untrusting and hostile. And no, he didn't give a shit about their curiosity as to why Granger was willingly at his side, but he doubted causing a scene would benefit the situation. So he just let her be. He just let her carry on, like everyone else. The Great Hall was like a factory crossed with a funeral. Everyone in the room seemed to be divided into two categories, the mourners and the workers. Near the entrance of the Great Hall, Not too far from Granger and himself, Draco could see Blaze and Lovegood's heads bobbing above the crowd as they helped with cleaning up some of the debris blocking the double doors. Millicent, Tracy, and Miles were working with Lee Jordan and Dean Thomas to hand out blankets, and countless other students were contributing in any way they could. Then there were the others, lingering by the fatality line, immobile with shock and sorrow. But they were all mourners, really. Some were simply better at shutting the pain out and getting on with what needed to be done. Like Granger. He and Granger were sat near the line for the wounded now, and she was keeping herself busy treating small cuts and abrasions on the victims and ensuring that they each had a supply of water. It was hardly arduous work. Most of the people didn't care enough to have their minor injuries healed, but at least she had something to focus on. Draco couldn't understand how she could bear to be here, though. The line for the wounded was so much worse than the line for the dead. Almost all of the healing potions had been exhausted a while ago, before Draco had even entered the Great Hall, according to Slughorn. There was no skill grow, no blood replenishing potion, no wound cleaning potion, and as all of the potions required a minimum of 3 hours brewing time, they wouldn't be available anytime soon. Pomfrey and the professors were trying to aid the victims, but healing spells and a half-empty tin of burn healing paste could only do so much. The fighters with the most severe injuries simply had to wait in agony, delaying death if they could, and their whimpers and moans were a constant, haunting drone. In the past 10 minutes alone, 8 people had been carried into the Great Hall by the recovery teams, 4 had immediately been placed in the line for the dead, 2 were waiting to have treatable injuries tended, and the final 2 had died slowly. Painfully. Loudly. Barely 20 feet away from where Draco and Hermione were sat. In reality, the line for the wounded was also a line for the dying. Hermione lifted her head when Oliver Wood entered the room with the 9th recovered casualty slung over his shoulder, heading straight for the fatality line. Following her line of sight, Draco only saw a tuft of blood-matted, mousy hair and a Gryffindor tie swinging from side to side, but he didn't recognize the body from his angle. He turned to study Granger, watching her features tighten a little as she paused in her task to observe Wood carefully. Place the body alongside the rest of the fallen. That's Colin Creevey, she muttered. He's underage. And a Muggle-born. Draco frowned. Granger. He shouldn't have been here. He should have left with the others. Uncertain what he could or should say, Draco remained silent as Hermione resumed filling water bottles. Unwittingly, he reached out and tangled his fingers in some of the stray curls that had slipped out of her ponytail, coiling them around his thumb, grazing the back of his hand against her back as he did so. He wasn't sure what he'd been expecting her to do, but he'd hoped for a reaction of some sort, perhaps a sigh or a shiver, but she didn't move. Had it not been for the subtle rises and falls of her chest, he would doubt she was even breathing. He studied her closely, taking in her unsettlingly gray complexion, swollen eyes, and chapped lips. She looked ill. Very ill.
He was about to say something.
What? He had no idea, but it was irrelevant. Someone was calling his name before he could mumble hers. "Mr. Malfoy," said McGonagall, wading her way through the students towards him. "My apologies for the wait, but I can fix." She trailed off and her expression softened. "Miss Granger." Hermione's head lifted, but she stared at the headmistress with blank eyes. "Professor." "My dear, you don't look well at all." Hermione glanced at the line of the dead and swallowed hard. "I'm fine," she lied. I'm fine." Draco frowned and pressed his palm against the small of her back. Her skin was cold through her jumper. "All of us are fine, but no one is," said McGonagall quietly. "Keep yourself steady, Hermione. That's all you can do for now." "Yes, Professor," she nodded. "What were you saying to Draco?"
"Oh, yes.
"Mr. Malfoy, I can heal that shoulder for you now, if you're ready." "All right," said Draco, rising to his feet. His limbs felt like tree branches, rigid and creaking. The pain in his shoulder had slowed to a dull, thudding ache that he had forced himself to ignore for the last 30 minutes. As he made to follow McGonagall to the back of the Great Hall, he felt a small, clammy hand gently tug his fingers. When he turned around, Granger's face was different, still sullen and lost, but also thoughtful. Do you need me to come with you? Draco paused. In all honesty, no. No, he didn't need her to come with him. But he wanted her to. And perhaps she needed to come with him. Perhaps she needed the distraction. Perhaps even both of them did. Yes, he said finally. They walked side by side to where McGonagall was waiting, perched on a stool at the far end of the Great Hall. Draco took a moment to look around, noting the Weasley family not too far away, talking amongst themselves. Just behind McGonagall, Slughorn was healing Eddie Carmichael's mangled ankle, and his head of house shot him an almost appreciative glance, like he was grateful for Draco's presence. Take a seat, directed McGonagall, waiting until Draco was settled on the stool beside hers. This shouldn't take too long, but it might be quite painful. We have run out of pain relief potion. Brilliant, mumbled Draco. As Hermione came to sit at his side, he stared solely at her as McGonagall cast a spell to rip the sleeve of his shirt, exposing the blue, bruised skin of his shoulder. When Hermione offered him her hand, he took it without hesitation, twining their fingers and gripping it tight. He stared at her hard, examining her features closely. He hadn't really had the chance to look at her recently. Really look at her. As bizarre as it sounded, an intense wave of something washed over him. One of those emotions that neither one word nor 100 can ever really describe, but it's in your head, your heart, your stomach, everywhere. She looked so captivating to him at that moment, despite her ashen skin and bloody lips. If ever he was interrogated and forced to reveal the innermost secrets of his soul, he would say it was this moment, this precise moment, that confirmed how he felt about Granger. And there was no particular reason for it. It was just there, inside of him, like a new organ, beating and warm, as real and as present as he was. As she was. What? Asked Hermione. Nothing, he said. Okay, Mr. Malfoy, interrupted McGonagall. Ready? He nodded but kept his eyes on Granger, trying to keep his muscles relaxed as the heat from the headmistress wand began to tingle his skin. Hermione squeezed his hand, and then his shoulder was burning.
Scorching.
He squeezed her hand back and clenched his eyes shut, grinding his teeth as his shoulder slowly slotted back into place with a loud and excruciating snap. Motherphew. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, said McGonagall flatly. I understand it's painful, but I don't like bad language. Draco was about to retaliate with a few of his favorite expletives, but then the burning suddenly stopped, and everything felt normal again. Testing his shoulder, he rolled it a couple of times and stretched out his arm, satisfied that it was indeed healed. There, smiled McGonagall. All done. That wasn't so bad. Certainly not worth swearing over. Let me set your arm on fire, and see if you keep your language clean. Draco. Hermione frowned. Say thank you. Reluctantly, he forced out a grumbled. Thank you. You're welcome. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to check up on a few things. Waiting until the headmistress had disappeared, Draco checked his shoulder again. Not bad. She could have repaired my shirt, though. Don't be petty, scolded Hermione, but Draco didn't mind. At least she was speaking now. At least she was more like her. Does it still hurt? No, it's fine. She rubbed her lips together pensively. What were you going to say to me before she started to heal you?
What? Oh.
He tried to find the right words. I was just looking at you, and I couldn't. Hey, Malfoy. Draco growled under his breath as another familiar voice severed his speech. And this voice in particular was not one he wanted to hear calling his name. Weasley approached them with a slight limp and looking more rumpled than usual with his shredded clothes and mussed hair. Draco rolled his eyes as his longtime rival stopped in front of him. Look, Weasley, I'm not in the mood to argue with you, right? Fred told me what you did, said Ron. He told me you saved his life. Draco's mouth closed. Beside him, he felt Hermione jerk with surprise. I came here to say, Ron continued awkwardly. I came here to say, thank you. Thank you for saving my brother. My family is grateful. Draco licked his teeth with discomfort. Right, well, okay then. "Yes, thanks," he said again before he turned to Hermione. "Have you seen Harry anywheres?" Hermione slowly dragged her round, bewildered eyes from Draco to Ron. "I'm sorry, what, Ron? Have you seen Harry's?"
"Oh, no," she replied.
"I assumed he was with you." "No, but I'm sure he's around here somewhere. He's probably helping the others bring in the injured or something. I'll have a look for him." With that, Weasley turned and left them alone, and Draco could feel the pressure of Hermione's inquisitive gaze on the side of his face. When he twisted his head, he met her smiling gaze. "Granger," he warned.
"Don't look at me like that."
"It wasn't like you saved Fred's life." "Technically, yes, but She cut him off with a swift kiss, pressing her hands against his cheeks and digging her lips into his rather forcefully. Exhaling into his mouth, she seemed to release all of her anguish into him, and he thought he felt her lips sway into a small, relieved grin against his own. It was one of those need kisses, all about how hard you can push your face into someone else's face and hold them as tight as you can without breaking them or yourself. One of those kisses that hurt, but you do it anyway because it's a good kind of hurt. The kind of kiss that reminds you you're human. She pulled away, but kept him close, resting her forehead against his. "Thank you," she whispered. "What for?" "I'm not even sure. Just being here, I guess. Being here with me." Her tone was scratchy and broken, like she was crying, but he couldn't find any tears falling down her face. He frowned at her, stroking her arms with his fingertips. "Where else would I be?" He wasn't sure why, but his response apparently pleased her. The muscles in her face seemed to soften, and she gripped his hands tight, stabbing his palms with her fingernails. Her smile stretched up her cheeks before she kissed him again, just a brief, sweet kiss to seal the sentiment. Again, he was aware of a few nearby Gryffindors and Ravenclaws firing confused glances their way, but he really didn't care. Not in the slightest. In all honesty, he was just relieved to see her being her again. There was still sadness folded in between each line of her face, but at least she wasn't completely and utterly consumed by her grief anymore. At least she was animated and speaking again. At least she was present. Severing their eye contact, Hermione swept her eyes over the Great Hall, drinking in the mess and madness of it all. Her gaze returned to the fatality line, and Draco watched her face closely, half expecting her to revert back into herself when she found Tonks. But the longer he looked at her, the more he thought that her expression actually looked somewhere between contemplative and conflicted, like she was seeing the chaotic room for the first time and trying to process it all with the logical side of her brain. "Do you think we can win?" she asked suddenly. "Granger," he said carefully. "You know I'm not the best person to answer that question. I'd still like you to. Please." Hesitating to respond, he sighed and rubbed his eyes. "I don't know, Granger. It's not looking great. That being said, Weasley and I just had an almost civil exchange, so perhaps anything's possible. Maybe if they—" His voice faded out when realized she was smiling at him.
"What?"
"I expected you to just say no," she said. "Some of your cynicism seems to have melted away." His mouth twitched into a half-their grin. "Well, we can indisputably blame you for that." She smiled, breathed out, and leaned her head against his shoulder. He felt rather than saw some of the tension seep out of her muscles as he turned his head to kiss her temple, leaving his lips to remain against the soft skin by her hairline. Draco decided both of them needed this, just a stolen moment of peace to rejuvenate and calm the thoughts pounding in their heads. Even when a distant voice shouted, "We've found a survivor," Draco didn't move. He barely acknowledged it. Similar declarations had been echoing around the room every 5 minutes or so, and were as normal to him now as the sound of the wind. The familiar sounds of a commotion, as people rushed forward to see who had been recovered, drifted up from the front of the Great Hall to the back, where he and Granger were seated, but still, neither of them lifted their heads. It was only when Draco thought he heard someone calling his name that he glanced towards the far side of the hall. He caught sight of Millicent rushing by, shoving aside the people in her way to get to the line for the wounded. A small cluster of 5 or 6 people seemed to be crowding around something there, and among them he could see Madame Pomfrey, Miles, and Tracy, all shifting and fidgeting restlessly. Something felt wrong. Something was wrong, and suddenly his instincts were on fire. Uncertain why, but feeling the urge to do so, he scanned the room for Blaise as dread welled up inside of him, unable to find his friend anywhere. He heard his name being shouted again, Draco, and he recognized Blaise's voice, coming from where the others were gathered. The panic was so loud and raw in Blaise's tone that Draco felt like it rocketed across the room and smacked into him, until all he could feel was panic, too. A cold and cruel shiver of comprehension shot down his spine, and he jolted out of his seat, straining his eyes across the hall to try and see what had his fellow Slytherins so rattled, although he thought he already knew. "Draco," said Hermione, standing up beside him and trying to follow his line of sight. "What is it?" He didn't hear her, but he unintentionally answered her question anyway. He muttered one name to himself so quietly that it sounded more like a breath than a word. "Theo." Blaise's booming voice reached him again. "Draco." His body dashed forward before his mind even told it to do so, like two strong, invisible hands had pushed him towards the other side of the great hall. Heat rushed to his head.
Swarming.
Sweat was pooling on his back and blood was pumping everywhere else. His heart was hammering so fiercely, so wildly, that he could feel the beats in his toes. Thumping. Drumming. He felt sick with fear and concern, could actually taste vomit on the back of his tongue, scorching his taste buds and nostrils. "Don't be Theo, don't be Theo, don't be Theo." He thrust himself into the crowd, surging forward like a wrecking ball and knocking 2 Hufflepuffs to the ground. Behind him, Hermione was shouting questions, but he just kept on running, whipping around the obstacles in his path as fast as he could. The great hall felt longer than it had ever felt, seemingly stretching on for miles. Please don't be Theo. Why wasn't Blaise calling his name anymore? What had changed? He was almost there, but he didn't slow down. He couldn't slow down.
He was too frantic.
Too urgent. Too fucking frightened of what he might find. When he reached the huddled group of his fellow Slytherins, he skidded to a graceless halt, crashing into Miles and Millicent. Elbowing them aside, his eyes dropped to the floor, and then he lost his balance, staggering back 2 steps when the full extent of the damage registered. Miles reached out to steady him, but he was oblivious to it. His attention was completely focused on the scene before him, absorbing it all in stages.
Slowly.
Disbelievingly. In shock. He wasn't even sure where to begin. The reason he'd been unable to locate Blaise in the Great Hall was because he was on his knees. On Blaise's lap rested Theo's head, tipping to the side and so misshapen that Draco initially thought it didn't look like Theo at all. But perhaps he could blame that on denial. Or hope. Weren't they the same thing anyway? Theo's face was a colorful, broken mess. Both of his eyes were swollen, bulging out of their sockets and bruised a deep shade of purple with spots of sickly yellow at the edges. One of his ears was bleeding, the blood trickling into his hair and down the side of his face. There was blood dribbling from his mouth, too, and his lips were bared, displaying red-stained teeth, too dark and too thick to simply be from a split lip. Scratches and bruises decorated his skin like morbid scribbles and ink blots, slicing into his lifeless expression, and he was so pale he was almost blue. Theo's body was in a similar state, all scarred, battered, and beaten. Gashes and grazes marred every inch of exposed flesh, mingling with more bruises. But they weren't what alarmed Draco most. The bottom half of Theo's once white shirt was drenched with blood, completely sodden and saturated, and so red, dark red, almost brown, like rust. The obvious source was a thick and long wound near Theo's stomach, visible through the tear in his shirt, and Draco couldn't stop staring at it. It appeared to gape back at him, all wet and oozing, and so bad. The longer Draco looked at it, the slower everything else seemed to get. The people around him, the sounds, his heartbeat.
He felt trapped by it.
stuck in a moment as realization slowly seeped in, his brain refusing to function until he'd processed it all. And when it finally sank in, when he understood, he felt scared. Scared and angry. Scared because didn't know what to do, and angry because he didn't think there was anything he could do. Everything shifted back into motion. Everything carried on. Draco's heartbeat accelerated, roaring in his ribcage now, thumping so fast it felt like it might force its way out of his mouth. The last time he'd felt like this was when he'd seen Granger after she'd been tortured by Bellatrix. That sick feeling of helplessness. Reaching out, he placed his hand on Theo's arm, grimacing when he registered how cold Theo's skin felt beneath his fingertips. In an almost childish manner, he nudged his friend, waiting for a reaction that never came. "Theo," he said, but his voice came out so much quieter than he'd intended. He tried again. "Theo." Nothing. He flinched when a warm hand settled on his back between his shoulder blades. He didn't need to look to know it was Granger and she was speaking to him, but he didn't hear a word of it. Finally ripping his eyes away from Theo's wound, he turned to Blaise, who was holding Theo's head in his lap with such care and caution, like an egg that was already cracked. His normally calm expression was scrunched up with desperation and fear, and never, ever could Draco recall a time when Blaise had looked so lost, so terrified. And that made it so much worse, because Blaise was the logical one in their dysfunctional Slytherin trio. The soothing voice of reason. If Blaise was panicking, then there was good reason to panic. If Blaise was scared, the whole world should be scared, too. Draco carried on staring at him, trying to focus on the words coming out of his mouth. Blaise was speaking, or rather pleading, with Madame Pomfrey, who was stood nearby, looking completely overwhelmed and flustered, still sporting bloodstains on her face and clothes. Willing his head to steady itself, Draco forced away the static muffling his ears and concentrated hard on their voices. "Internal damage, Mr. Zabini. The loss of blood. You must be able to sew something," he shouted. "The potions. Even if I had any potions, it's unlikely."
She sighed.
"It's too late. He has minutes. Perhaps an hour, tops. He's dying, and you're doing nothing about it. There is nothing I can do."
"I'm sorry."
And she really was sorry, but apologies can only do so much. Sometimes they do nothing at all. Draco watched the exchange mutely, wanting to contribute, but unable to. Relevant and syntactical sentences refused to form in his head or on his tongue. Only idle words seemed to register, like dying and pain and Theo, Theo, Theo. Draco's hands began to shake. "Fuck you and your apology," snarled Blaise. "You call yourself a meta-witch?" "Blaise," whispered Lovegood. "It's not her fault. I'm not saying it is, but she should be able to help. That's your job. What the hell is the point in you being in here if you can't help?" "I'm doing what I can, Mr. Zabini." "Well, it's not fucking good enough." Pomfrey closed her eyes and massaged the bridge of her nose. "Mr. Zabini, I am sorry. I really am. There is nothing that can be done. If it's any comfort, he will probably remain unconscious and pass away peacefully." "Just go away," said Blaise, his tone defeated. "Just leave us alone." With a final apology muttered under her breath, the aging matron left the Slytherins alone, heading over to another victim. Blaise heaved in a shuddering breath and then shifted his dark, sunken eyes to Draco, opening his mouth to say something. Draco's lips were slightly agape, too, ready with hundreds of questions, but they were both interrupted before they could speak. "SH shows what she fucking knows." Everyone looked down at Theo as he slowly peeled back his lids, his eyes narrow, weak slits, peering up at them from the floor. He swallowed and then choked, more blood leaking out of his mouth and spilling down his chin. His breathing was uneven, wheezing with every inhale, and his chest bobbed up and down with unhealthy jerks. "Remain unconscious, my arse," he stuttered. "McGonagall better dock her pee-pee." "Theo," said Draco, moving closer. "Theo, you okay?" It was a stupid question, but Draco didn't realize how stupid it was until it was out there. "Oh, yeah," replied Theo, still managing to sound sarcastic. Bloody SP spiffing. Horror flashed across Blaise's features. "Theo, Did you hear what else Pomfrey said? About me dying? Yeah, that part was pretty loud and clear. He somehow managed to tweak his mouth into a pathetic smirk. Fucking typical that I have to look at your two ugly faces on my deathbed. Now is not the time you're sodding jokes, Theo, blurted Blaze, suddenly furious. You're fucking dying. Do you understand that? Technically, we're all dying, he said, somehow nonchalantly. I'm just going to beat you all to the finish line, which is pretty decent considering I've never won anything before. Do you think I'll get a medal? Stop it, spat Blaze, and his tone reminded Draco of the day Blaze had destroyed apple trees when Lovegood had been missing, rage and grief intertwined. Stop trying to be fucking funny. This is not funny. Blaze, Luna interjected. Calm down. No, I will not calm down. He glared sadly at Theo. Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you not to go after your father? Didn't I? I killed my father. My father didn't do this to me. He tilted his head to regard Draco. Yours did. Draco thought he was going to be sick. His body rocked forward a little, and his spine went so stiff he thought it might fracture or snap or whatever the spines do. Balling his hands into tight fists and trying to contain his temper, he glanced down at Theo's abdominal wound again and smothered a gag. My father did this to you? Don't get all fucked up about it. I think it was an accident. I heard him cast a spell, and I think it got deflected. The wall fell. He choked again, but he tried to cover it with a grin. There go my dreams of becoming a river dance champion. Theo, stop it, hissed out Blaze. You shouldn't be making jokes about this. Were you expecting some dramatic and touching last words? He asked. Because I left my speech in my other pocket. Not my lucky day, apparently. Theo, tried Draco. Stop it. He was still smirking. Fucking hell, you pair are miserable.
Who died?
A brief, but very present silence fell upon their little group like a wet blanket, heavy and suffocating. Draco felt Granger's hand press harder against his back, rubbing her thumb over one of the dents of his spine, futilely trying to soothe him. He didn't respond to the gesture. He was too trapped by the silence and the situation, anxious to escape one or both of them, but uncertain how. He didn't know what he could say, what he should say, or if he should say anything at all. Apparently Blaze was also at a loss because his lips formed around various words, but none left him, and his eyes darted from Theo's face to his wound, wide and petrified, like a child. But it was Lovegood who kicked aside the silence. Leaning forward so she could better see Theo, her expression remained distant and her tone naive as she spoke. Are you scared? She asked, sounding so eerily innocent. The mirth drained away from Theo's expression like rain skimming down a window pane. He looked grave now, his brow furrowed and the muscles in his jaw fixed and tense. And no, I'm not scared. Luna frowned. Why not? I'm just done, said Theo, feebly shaking his head Blaze's lap. I'm just sick of it. Sick of what? Asked Draco. Of this pathetic excuse for a life. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of being unhappy, but doing nothing to try and be happy. I'm sick of crying out for help and then rejecting anyone who tries to help me. I'm sick of wanting things and doing nothing to get them. I'm sick of feeling disappointed, and I'm sick of being a disappointment. I'm sick of not feeling passionate, or excited, or fucking anything about anything. I'm sick of being angry, and afraid, and sad. I'm sick of pretending that I'm okay. I'm sick of pretending that I understand. I'm just sick of it all, because all of it's nothing. And it's my fault it's nothing. Your fault, echoed Blaze. What do you mean? It's like, my life is the sea cage, and from my cage, I can see you all being happy and living and just being normal. I just sit in my cage and watch you, wondering what it's like. And every now and then, someone will hand me a key to unlock my cage. But I never do. Because it's my cage. Even though I detest it, it's mine. And people keep giving me keys, and I keep throwing them away. I'll always throw them away, and I don't even know why. He coughed, spraying blood across Blaze's shirt. There's your speech, arseholes. One small, stubborn tear slid down Blaze's cheek. You had us. And not enough, sputtered Theo, his voice weaker. And needed more. Needed my own reason, never got it. And never close. Draco shifted closer again, carefully placing his hand on Theo's shoulder. Does it hurt? No, said Theo, stifling a whimper.
No.
It doesn't hurt. Just tired, really. Theo blinked heavily, and when he reopened his eyes, they were round and terrified, like he'd finally grasped the severity of his condition. His hands shot out, grasping the scruff of Blaze's shirt with clawing, desperate fingers. His breathing accelerated, leaving him in fast, irregular gasps, and he began to cry. Tears poured down his face in streams, splashing against Blaze's knees. Please don't let them bury me with my father, he begged, his voice small and broken now. And not with any of my family. Please. Blaze adjusted himself, cradling Theo's head in the crook of his arm, his face softer now. Okay. She'll calm down. It'll be okay. Please ask Dromeda if I can be buried by Ted. I think she'd be okay with that. You think she would be okay with that? I'm sure it'll be fine, nodded Blaze. You promise me you'll ask? I promise. Theo made an awful groaning sound deep in his chest, but he pushed past it and tugged at Blaze's shirt again. I know after our parents got married, we refused to call ourselves brothers, but you were the closest fucking thing I ever had to one. I know, sighed Blaze. Even if you are a dick. Draco wasn't sure if Blaze laughed, or sobbed, or both to that last comment. Draco, said Theo, twisting his head. I'm glad you're not a Death Eater prick trying to kill us all. I'm glad you sorted yourself out. I'm glad we're friends, supplied Draco. As something like that, yeah. Draco shut his eyes. He was doing everything in his power to keep himself contained and composed, but it was difficult. This was the first time he'd ever really lost somebody he considered significant, and the weight in his chest was devastatingly heavy and so uncomfortably swollen that it was pushing up into his throat, strangling him, restricting him. Something was in his eyes. Tears or sweat. He wasn't sure, but they were stinging like hell. Burning. Theo released a long breath and leaned back into Blaze's lap, his lids drooping. Proper tired now. No, wait, yelled Draco. Hang on for a bit. Maybe when the potions, something might work. No, I think I'm done. Think it's just going to happen now. No, Theo, just hold on.
Come on, mate.
Tell us some shit jokes or something. A J joke, he whispered. Here's one. There were 3 Slytherins, 3 fucked up Slytherins. The first fell in love with the Gryffindor's princess and became good. The second fell in love with Ravenclaw's an angel and became good, T2. The third did, and nothing but he tried. There was a prolonged moment of stillness and silence, and then Theo's head lolled lifelessly to the side, hanging over Blaze's arm. His hair fell across his forehead, partially shielding his open eyes as they stared at nothing. The only thing that seemed to move at all was the blood still dribbling down Theo's chin, slithering down his throat before gathering in the hollow of his collarbone. But the rest of Theo was completely still, locked in time.
Dead.
Draco sat on the cold floor, gawping at Theo, waiting for him to blink and say something like, "Did I fool you?" or "You two should see your faces." But nothing happened. Nothing. And then, as Draco slowly began to grasp the reality of what had happened, he realized that Theo would never do anything again, and for some reason, that thought killed Draco. Theo would never be there again. He wouldn't be anywhere. There would just be a space occupied by his absence. Just a hole without a voice, or a face, or fucking anything signature to Theo.
Theo was gone.
Permanently. Always. And something in Draco snapped. As Blaze gathered Theo's body close to his chest and bowed his head, Draco shot up to his feet, charging out of the Great Hall. The world was a cruel blur around him, carrying on like nothing had changed, even though everything had changed. Everything had gone so horribly wrong. Everything was broken. He burst into a sprint, rushing by Wood and Longbottom, hauling in another corpse. The corridor felt like a vacuum, airless and empty. He couldn't breathe, but he kept running. At some point, he must have removed Andromeda's wand from his pocket because it was clutched tightly in his fist, ready and waiting. For what, he didn't know. Draco. Granger's voice, but he didn't stop. He tried to go faster when he realized her thudding footfalls were catching up to his. He didn't want her to reach him. She would stop him from doing something stupid, but he needed to do something stupid right now. He needed to break something. He needed to watch something explode. He needed a fucking orchestra of chaos to drown out the chaos in his head. Draco. Shit, she was getting closer. On any other day, he would have easily outran her with his long strides, but he was disorientated and breathless. He kept going, ignoring the ache in his limbs, but then he felt a hand latch onto his elbow and pull him backwards, slowing him down. He tried to shake her off, but her grip was firm. Draco, stop, demanded Hermione. What are you doing? Get off me, he yelled, refusing to turn and look at her. Let me go. Where are you even going? Don't tell me you're thinking about going into the forest and finding the Death Eaters. Was he? He wasn't even sure himself. I don't know. I need to get the fuck away. I need to do something. Draco, look at me, she shouted.
He didn't.
I said look at me. When he still refused, he yanked his elbow again with surprising strength, twisting his body around, and then she grabbed his face, forcing it to angle towards hers. She held him there, her fingers digging painfully into his chin, but he didn't care. Keeping his eyes low, he realized just how shallow and erratic his breathing pattern was, and he doubted his sprint was solely to blame. No, it was something else entirely. It was rage. He could feel it in his expression, in his blood, everywhere. He felt like he was flammable, and he was simply waiting for something to provide a flame. Get off me, he ground out between his clenched teeth. Draco, talk to me. I understand. That's the fucking problem, he barked, batting away the hand holding his face. Everyone understands. Everyone here has lost someone. Perhaps more than one person. And that means no one understands. What do you mean? She asked. How many friends have you lost today, Granger? 10? 20? He shook his head furiously. I can count the number of people I give a shit about on one hand. That's all I have. That's all I'll ever have. And now one of them is gone. He paused and clenched his eyes shut.
He's gone.
He's just gone. I'm sorry Theo died, said Hermione. I'm sorry your friend died, Draco. Something about her words weakened him, like they'd punched him in the gut and abandoned him on the floor. It all caught up to him then. The lack of sleep, the fighting, the stress, all of it. He was tried. He was just so bloody tired. In the past few hours, he had felt too many things, from elation when he'd found Granger, to complete and utter devastation barely 2 minutes ago, and every other conceivable emotion in between. He'd experienced them all, and he felt burdened by them, like he could actually feel the weight of them pressing down on him. He was exhausted. Exhausted from experiencing too many emotions and having to carry on with all of this. He finally glanced at Granger, and he didn't know if he wanted to lock her in his arms or run in the opposite direction. So he did neither. He stayed where he was. He could feel her concerned eyes on him, studying him closely before she began to approach him, her movements slow and cautious. When she was close enough, she reached up and touched his face, gently brushing her fingers against the ridges of his cheekbones, stroking her thumbs across his lips. He didn't respond in any way. He just let her touch him, feeling every feather-soft graze of her skin against his. She was warm and soothing and calming, each glide of her fingers like a sedative. Her breath kissed his face, tingling and cooling, and he felt all that hot, volatile anger slowly seep out of him, but it was replaced with something so much worse: grief. He knew how to cope with anger, but grief was completely different and a complete stranger to him. An invasive stranger, and it felt like it was swallowing him whole. Is this what it feels like? He asked, his voice quiet now. Is this what it feels like to lose someone? Yes, she replied, still touching his face. This is what it feels like. When does it stop? Hermione sighed and leaned up on her tiptoes, kissing his unresponsive mouth with her frowning lips. When she pulled back, she said, "I'm not sure it does stop, Draco." Her words smacked him right between the eyes, and his head started to hurt. There was a pounding at the back of his eye sockets, making his eyes water, or maybe it was the water in his eyes that was making his head pound. Either way, they were coming.
Tears.
Stupid fucking tears. And, Merlin, they were burning, trying to force their way out. Lowering his attention to the floor, he closed his eyes, desperate to force them back inside, or at least hide them. "Draco," said Hermione, tilting his chin again. "If you want to cry, just cry." "I will not fucking cry," he growled, keeping his eyes shut. What does it accomplish? Absolutely nothing. But lots of people cry when they lose someone. There's no shame in it. He briefly wondered why Granger wasn't telling him that everything would be okay, but he was glad she wasn't. He didn't think he could bear that. He wanted her words to mean something. He wanted her honesty. He wanted her experience, because this was all new to him, and he didn't know what to do. Inhaling sharply through his nose, Draco could honestly say he fought with everything he had to prevent the tears from falling. His mistake was opening his eyes and looking at Granger. Had he resisted doing that, he might have saved himself some dignity. "I won't tell anyone," whispered Hermione. "If you need to cry because your friend died, then cry." And it just burst out of him. He buried his face in Hermione's shoulder and coughed it all out like a sobbing, frightened little boy. He cried for the war. He cried for Granger and himself because they were here, watching people die. He cried for his father because he didn't know if he had a father anymore. But he cried most for Theo. He cried for his absence. He cried for the faceless hole. He cried until he stopped, but Theo was still dead. It had accomplished nothing. Chapter 45, Harry. "Do you want to help me carry him to the other line?" asked Blaise. Draco blinked and lifted his head. He'd been lost in a world of his own then, a dark world which wasn't too far removed from his current reality. The Great Hall was the same dismal, cold, and haunted room it had been before he'd watched Theo die, but now he felt so much more sensitive to the chill in the air and the bleak atmosphere. Had it been up to him, he wouldn't have returned to the Great Hall, but Hermione had insisted, and where else would he have gone? After he'd calmed down, he'd scrubbed at his face furiously, determined to remove any evidence of his tears. His face was now red and sore, but at least it wasn't wet. He didn't want anyone else but Granger to know. She'd left him alone for the moment, trying to find Potter and also get some tea to, as she put it, make him feel better, but he wished she'd stayed. He hadn't asked her to, but he wished she'd stayed. He thought too much when he was alone, and none of his thoughts were comforting. He would prefer not to think at all. "Draco," said Blaise. "Did you hear me? Do you want to help me carry Theo?" He nodded, not trusting his voice. Following Blaise, he returned to the same spot in which he'd watched Theo die, and Theo was still there, bloody, ashen, and unmoving. Miles, Tracy, and Millicent were still stood nearby, sullenly shifting their weight, uncertain what to do. Someone had clearly moved Theo. His body was straight and flat on the cold floor, his head resting on Miles' blood and ash-stained jumper. Draco's footsteps faltered, and he inhaled sharply, fighting very hard to keep his composure. As he crouched beside Theo, the stench of blood invaded his nostrils, but he suppressed the urge to gag. Carefully, he and Blaise pulled Theo up, each draping one of Theo's arms across their shoulders before they stood up and slowly began to walk towards the fatality line. Theo was so heavy, a dead weight, but Draco refused to allow his stature to be compromised. He would keep his back straight. If nothing else, he would keep his back straight. "Blaise," said Draco, his tone croaky. I think we should put him near Tonks and Remus." Blaise simply nodded. Apparently, his voice had given up on him, too. When they came to where Tonks and Remus lay, they gently lowered Theo down beside them on a stretcher. Stepping back on his shaky legs, Draco stared at the three bodies despite his desire not to. Tonks and Remus seemed paler to him now, more dead, somehow. But Theo's expression still seemed to have some life in it. His brow was still furrowed in pain, and there was still some pink in his cheeks. "Do you think he knew that we gave a shit?" blurted Draco. "Do you think he knew that he was important?" "Yeah, he knew. But I never." "You didn't need to." Silence again. Everything is always broken up by silence. Punctuated by silence. Silence is nothing, but it's everything, because we hunt for words in silence. We think in silence. Our minds work hard in silence. And yet it's awful. It's empty. It's lonely. Necessary nothingness. Blaise sighed and rubbed his eyes, staring hard at Theo. I keep expecting him to open his eyes, jump up, and say, "You two are so gullible," or something. Seems like the kind of shit he would pull. Draco nodded. He always did have a twisted sense of humor. I feel like I should say something, but I don't know what to say. He wouldn't have cared for anything sentimental anyway. He would have laughed at you and told you to grow some balls. Blaise chuckled.
True.
Nevertheless, the humor fell from his face like rain. I will say this to him. Goodbye, brother. Pain tugged at Draco's stomach. He felt sick again, unbalanced, like he was trying to walk steady on a rocking boat. It was hard. Grief was new to him, but it was all he could feel now. It was at his core, and it was consuming. Even in the spare seconds his mind managed to drift to another topic, the grief was still there, like a dark voice constantly whispering in his ear. He wanted to say things, wanted to apologize for things he wasn't even sure he'd done. He wanted a conclusion, an ending that was in his control. He wanted to say goodbye, but he couldn't. Blaise had done it, so why couldn't he? "Where's Granger?" asked Blaise. She and Weasley went to look for Potter. Apparently someone saw him talking to Longbottom or something. "I'm going to find Luna. Maybe try and help with all this mess." "You coming?" "No, I want to stay here for a moment," he replied. "I'll come and find you in a bit." Blaise hesitated for a second and appeared to stop himself from asking Draco a question before he quietly left Draco's side and disappeared into the crowd. And then Draco was alone. Well, perhaps not alone. Are you considered alone in the company of corpses? That question plagued him until he became aware of Hermione's comforting presence beside him. "Did you find Potter?" he asked.
No.
"Can't find Neville either, but Oliver said he was helping him bring in the injured, so I'm guessing Harry's doing the same." "I don't think he would." She paused and lowered her eyes. "You don't think Potter would what?" "Nothing," she sighed. "I managed to find us some tea." "I told you I don't want tea." "But it will." "I don't want the tea, Granger." "Then what do you want?" she asked, frowning. "Tell me what I can do to make this easier for you." Draco sighed. "Just keep speaking to me." "What do you want me to say?" "Anything." Hermione chewed her lower lip with thought. "When I was 9 and my grandmother died, my mum told me that she was in a better place. I remember thinking about that better place and wondering if it really is better, then why doesn't everyone just go? Why do people stay in this place if there is somewhere better?" Draco slanted his eyes so he could see her.
And?
"Well, I think I decided that people say things to make you feel better when you lose someone. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't, but there's comfort there anyway, isn't there? That someone will lie or invent scenarios to try and help you cope. It shows that people care, and that's all anyone wants, really. But someone's still dead." She flinched and glanced at Tonks. "Yes, but you can't do anything about it, and that's probably the hardest part to deal with. But it gets easier, Draco. I promise you, it does." Draco clenched his eyes shut. Something else was tugging at his stomach now, a different emotion that he couldn't quite place, but he felt like he was unraveling slowly. Something was pushing its way out of him, like a confession. Opening his eyes, he took a deep breath, and as he exhaled, the words poured out of him. "Theo was my first real friend, I guess. Well, before you really know what friendship is, you form these bonds with people by accident, don't you? Theo and I just clicked. Neither of us had any siblings or relatives of a similar age, so it was just us, really. I didn't meet Blaise until first year, and Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy were acquaintances that I knew of, but I didn't really know them until Hogwarts." He coughed to clear an itch in his throat. "Theo and I used to play at each other's houses all the time. In hindsight, Our fathers were probably taking part in Death Eater meetings or something, but I would see Theo often, maybe once a week. We would muck around, get in trouble, all that silly shit you do when you're young. When we were about 8, we were messing around in his house, and I broke some ornament of his father's. He stopped again and shifted his weight. Even when I was that young, I knew that Theo was terrified of his father. I could just sense it. Anyway, I broke this thing and Theo's father was furious. Theo took the blame for me. I don't know why, he just did. His father beat him so bad, he had to spend a week in St. Mungo's. He told everyone that Theo had nicked his broom and had an accident, but I knew it was bullshit. Theo and I never talked about it. He never explained why he'd taken the blame, and I never said thank you or anything. Sometimes friendship means not having to say anything. Thank yous and apologies can sometimes get lost, but it doesn't mean they're unexpressed, murmured Hermione. So what happened? I mean, I always remember you being with Crabbe and Goyle. Not Theo so much. I think when Theo came to Hogwarts, he was so relieved to be away from his father that he just kept his head down and got on with it. He didn't want to get expelled and have to go home. And you remember what I was like in the younger years. I was always getting into trouble. Theo still came to my house in the holidays, though. And Theo and Blaise were the first people I sought out when Crabbe and Goyle's stupidity got too testing. At the end of 5th year when Voldemort, when I was getting ready to take the mark, I guess Theo knew and didn't want anything to do with it, and we just stopped talking. I was too busy fucking everything up to really notice. Draco, I know this may sound quite ineffectual, but at least you two had the opportunity to reconcile. At least you resolved your differences. He cleared his throat again and averted his eyes to the floor. Granger, as much as I envy and sometimes loathe your ability to find the positive in everything, I don't think I'm there yet. Then where are you? I don't know, he mumbled, shrugging. Some quiet place between denial and anger. Hermione moved around to stand in front of him and then pressed her body into his, wrapping her arms around him in a hug so tight it forced the air out of his lungs. One of his arms slowly looped around her back to pull her closer, and the other held the back of her head, crushing her face against his chest while his fingers toyed with her hair. He wondered if she needed this just as much as him. They'd both lost people today, and it had certainly taken its toll. They were both exhausted, too. He estimated it was almost 4 a.m, and his lids felt heavier than they'd ever felt before. The temptation to simply close his eyes and sleep away the last few hours was remarkably strong, especially in Granger's warm and consoling embrace. But no, there would be no peace tonight. Not for anyone. The chillingly familiar hiss of Voldemort's voice clawed at Draco's and Hermione's eardrums like it had earlier. Harry Potter is dead. Hermione gasped, and her body jerked out of Draco's hold. With a wide and petrified stare, she scanned the Great Hall, locating Ron and Ginny near the main doors. The siblings looked as shocked and scared as she felt, and she met Ron's panicked eyes across the room. Everything went silent. Everyone had stilled, abandoning whatever they'd been doing to listen intently as Voldemort continued to project his words across Hogwarts grounds. He was killed as he ran away, trying to save himself while you lay down your lives for him. We bring you his body as proof that your hero is gone. The battle is won. You have lost half of your fighters. My Death Eaters outnumber you, and the boy who lived is finished. There must be no more war. Anybody who continues to resist, man, woman, or child, will be slaughtered, as will every member of their family. Come out of the castle now. Kneel before me, and you shall be spared. Your parents and children, your brothers and sisters will live and be forgiven, and you will join me in the new world we shall build together. Hermione stood there, open-mouthed and frozen to the spot. Her heart was drumming so fast and loud that she could feel and hear it in her head, pumping behind her eye sockets. She must have swayed on her wobbly legs because Draco's hand shot out to grip her shoulders, and when she looked up at him, his expression was creased up with concern. "It can't be," she muttered. "No. Harry wouldn't. It's a mistake. A bluff. Granger, calm down, and it's a mistake." The conviction in her tone was so loud that Draco very nearly believed her. Nearly. Grasping his hand, Hermione dragged him along as she rushed to where Ron and Ginny were stood, now discussing something with Luna, while Blaise stood quietly at her side. Ginny looked completely tormented and bereft, like she'd actually witnessed Harry's death at Voldemort's hand, and Ron bore the unsettled expression of a man trying to keep himself in line. With one arm draped across Ginny's shoulders, Luna appeared to be offering the siblings vain words of support, but there was sadness and worry in her demeanor. As Hermione shoved her way through the crowd, tears clouded her vision, blurring and burning. Godric, she was scared. And her heart. Her best friend, it had to be a mistake.
Please let it be a mistake. Ron.
Ginny, she shouted as she neared them, her voice lost amongst the roaring questions of everyone in the Great Hall. Everyone seemed to be saying Harry's name. It was all she could hear. Harry, 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 Harry. No, she hissed to herself, pushing harder against the crowd to reach her friends. Almost there. Ginny. Ron. Hermione, cried Ginny. The youngest Weasley rushed forward, and Hermione released Draco's hand so she could meet her and envelop her trembling body in a tight, desperate hug. She locked eyes with Ron over Ginny's shoulder, and she hated how hopeless he looked, slumped shoulders and an absent, glazed-over stare, like he was watching the world crumble without actually seeing it. Stretching out her arm, she gently cupped his cheek, frowning as one of his tears trickled across her fingers. It's a mistake, she whispered against Ginny's hair. It has to be. Ron sniffed and rubbed his lips together. What if it's not? But Ron, what if it's not, Hermione? Hermione's mouth opened and closed, forming around fickle words of reassurance that she couldn't voice. What if? What if her best friend was dead? What if they'd lost the war? What would happen to them all? The questions ruthlessly ricocheted around her head, and she couldn't find answers for any of them. She was speechless. Twisting her head, she looked at Draco, and his face was tellingly furrowed with concern as he silently regarded her. Ginny slowly peeled herself out of Hermione's arms and sleeved away the tears beneath her eyes with a harsh swipe of her arm. Hermione's right, she said firmly. It has to be a mistake. Harry would never run away, trying to save himself. I don't believe that, interrupted Ron. Voldemort's probably just saying that so we doubt our loyalty, but Harry might be. I think he's. There's not much sense in maybes. Luna rushed out. We need to find out what's happened. It looks like people are starting to head outside. Hermione swept her gaze across the Great Hall. People were indeed moving, heading towards the doors and still murmuring Harry's name between them as they walked. Some crying, some offering optimistic encouragement, and others hard-faced and furious. McGonagall was at the front, closely followed by Pomfrey, Trelawney, and Slughorn. Behind them marched Kingsley and the Weasleys, and Ginny and Ron fell into step beside their family, exchanging a meager handful of words with their somber parents. Hermione hesitated to follow. A part of her wished to remain behind, uncertain if she was prepared to discover if Voldemort's announcement about Harry's death was true. But then Luna reached out and softly squeezed her shoulder, and Hermione began to numbly walk with the others in an almost catatonic state. She felt so small in that moment, like one raindrop in a rain cloud. Everyone was speaking, but their voices were so hushed and quiet that they simply sounded like waves of breath rippling between the stone walls. They were an army, a defeated army, an army of fear, dread, and doubt. She felt a warm, comforting hand settle against the bottom of her back, and she glanced to the side to find Draco studying her closely, his mouth twitching with the urge to say something. Granger, he started uncertainly. Are you? I'm frightened, she blurted. The muscles in Draco's face softened for a moment, and he pressed his hand slightly harder against the sway of her back. You're allowed to be. Are you frightened? More nervous, I think, he replied, sighing. He bent his head so she could better see his eyes and know his next words were honest and sincere. I won't let anything bad happen to you. Do you understand? I won't let them hurt you. She tried to smile, but her lips couldn't quite lift at the corners. I won't let them hurt you either. I won't let them near you. The fervor and force in her voice knocked Draco speechless for a second, but then he sank his fingers a little deeper into her skin, ghosted a kiss against her forehead, and whispered, "I know you won't." They continued to walk with the crowd, and Hermione absently listened to the constant hum of their shoes thudding across the floor. Or was it her heart thudding in her chest? Were everyone's hearts thudding as loud as hers? She was so frightened. When she looked inside of herself, all she could find was fear. It was everywhere, in every vein, every cell, every fiber of her being, and she wanted it to go away. She wanted to be brave and face all this with a high, bold chin, but she was so tired and so scared. The distance from the Great Hall to Hogwarts' main entrance was barely a distance at all, but it felt like a mile-long, uphill stretch. As the crowd leaked out of the castle and into the courtyard, Hermione was first struck by the acrid scent of charred wood and smoke. She wasn't sure how she'd missed it before, when she and the boys had returned to Hogwarts from the Shrieking Shack, but the air was hazy and choking and her mouth became dry. The sun was rising in the backdrop, and its rays pierced through some of the damaged castle's crevices, the light turning gray as it hit the smoke. As she walked with the others, she felt like there was a certain sense of clarity to the crispness of the atmosphere, but there was no comfort in it. None at all. As she sidestepped a piece of rubble, someone shouted out, "Look over there," and silence swept across their group as everyone stretched their vision to the far side of the bridge. From the dark clothes, Hermione knew it was the Death Eater army, and she could just make out the distant hum of their trampling feet. Behind them, 4 or 5 giants followed, their footsteps pounding against the ground and making it tremble. But among the Death Eaters, a figure stood higher than the rest, sticking out of the throng, and Hermione recognized Hagrid's height and the silhouette of his wild hair. The Death Eaters drew closer, and then she could see Hagrid was carrying something. No, someone in his arms. "No," screamed McGonagall, and it was only then that Hermione realized her fears had been confirmed. Ginny called out. Then Ron. Then her own scream tore out of her throat like cutting knives. "Harry." Her body lunged forward, but she barely made it 2 steps before a steel arm clamped around her waist and prevented her. She was yanked backwards, colliding with Draco's strong chest. She struggled in his hold, but then she felt his lips press against her ear. "Calm down," he whispered. "Keep yourself steady, remember? He's my best friend," she sputtered, trying to break free from his hold. "They killed him. I know you want revenge, but this is not the time. They killed him. And they will kill you if you charge at them now," he hissed quietly, still restraining her. He wondered briefly if he might be hurting her, but he refused to slacken his grip. "They will kill you. And what the hell would I do then? What the hell would I do without you? I did not come here to watch you commit suicide. But they killed my friend, too, Granger. And you stopped me from doing something stupid. You can fight me all you like, but I am not letting you go. Would you have let me go?" Hermione stopped struggling and bowed her head, watching her tears fall and turn patches of the dirt darker. She sucked the smoky air in through her teeth and forced tension into her muscles. The grief she felt was suffocating, and she struggled to catch her breath, but, slowly, she gathered her wits together and straightened her posture. "Okay," she said, swallowing back the knot on her throat. "Okay, I won't do anything." "Not yet." "Not yet," echoed Draco, hesitantly unwinding his arm from around her waist, but he guided her to stand at his side, watching her closely. As Hermione came back to reality, she realized Dumbledore's army was shouting now, hurling abuse at Voldemort and the Death Eaters, who had spread out into a line. The roars of outrage echoed across Hogwarts grounds, coming back louder and angrier. The castle itself seemed to quake with their incensed voices. "Silence," bellowed Voldemort. He raised his wand, and there was a blinding flash of light and a crash of noise. Their mouths continued to move, but only the faintest of hushed murmurs pushed past their lips. They watched on with furious eyes as Voldemort ordered Hagrid to place Harry on the floor at his feet. All of Hermione's grief was forgotten, and in its place came this fiery, hot rage. "You see," said Voldemort, "Harry Potter is dead." Do you understand now, deluded ones?
He was.
Nothing, ever, but a boy who relied on others to sacrifice themselves for him. He beat you, yelled Ron, the silencing spell broken, but Voldemort repeated it and shut them all up again, encasing them in a barrier. Suddenly, Hermione was aware of Lucius and Narcissa pushing past the other Death Eaters to the front of the line, stopping not too far from Voldemort. Snapping her eyes Draco, she knew he was watching them. He was completely transfixed on them, his lips pursed and his eyebrows low. To anyone else who thought to look, Draco appeared poised and collected, but she could see the trepidation clouding his eyes. On the other side of the courtyard, Lucius seemed to whisper Draco's name to himself, but Voldemort must have heard because he glanced back at his ally and then scanned Dumbledore's army until his cold, serpentine eyes settled on Draco. Something dark and unsettling crawled its way up Draco's spine as Voldemort's mouth stretched into a crooked, evil grin, but he tilted his chin high, defiantly. He was determined to confront the man who had wanted him dead with some semblance of pride. Well, sneered Voldemort. Look who came back from the dead. The young Draco Malfoy. Draco could feel everyone's eyes on him, Death Eaters and Dumbledore's army, but he kept staring ahead, flicking his glare between Voldemort and his father, trying to gauge the latter's temperament. Granger had been right when she had spoken of his parents back at Tonk's house. Lucius looked fragile and withered, evidently suffering the toxic effects of torture. He had aged a decade in the year Draco had been apart from him.
But
Draco could tell his father wasn't as mentally damaged as he'd assumed he would be. There was still arrogance in his stance, a certain stoicism in his expression, and, most importantly, there was awareness in his eyes. Lucius knew where he was and what he was doing, which meant whatever he chose to do, once Draco revealed his loyalties laid with Granger and the Order, was his decision, and it would be a decision made with a sane mind. And that made it so much worse. As Lucius studied him from the Death Eater's line, Draco searched him for any indication of concern, relief, or the slightest hint of paternal compassion, but he found none. All he could identify in the familiar face, so similar to his own, was an odd combination of suspicion and displeasure. You appear to be confused, young Malfoy. You're on the wrong side, mocked Voldemort, drawing Draco's attention back to him.
Come now.
I will not harm you. You have my word. Come join your parents and stand where you belong. Draco didn't move an inch, but he felt Hermione's trembling hand swiftly grasp his and clutch it so tightly that he heard his knuckles crack. Twisting his head, he met her worried, questioning eyes, and he frowned down at her, half offended and half bewildered as her fingers gripped even tighter into his hand, crushing it. Did you honestly think I would leave now? He asked, his voice hushed because of Voldemort's spell. She dragged her teeth across her bottom lip. Perhaps I just needed to hold your hand. A small, barely there smile twitched at the corners of his mouth before he lowered his head to peck a brief kiss against her lips. A quiet murmuring of surprise and approval rippled across the crowd, but Draco didn't hear it as he squeezed Hermione's hand back. Reluctantly, he returned his attention to his father, who looked ready to split in half with shock and indignation. The sly grin on Voldemort's face stretched a little, and he cocked his head to eye Lucius with amusement. It would appear your son has made some new friends, Lucius. Mudbloods and blood traitors. Draco stared hard at his father, so hard he thought his eyes might bleed. Shaking his head, Lucius' expression shriveled up into a harsh scowl, his teeth bared with disgust. He is no son of mine, he spat. Blood traitor. Draco felt something in his chest shatter. That final, fighting delusion that his father just might accept his relationship with Granger gave way like a wall that had been crumbling for years. And it wasn't just his relationship with Granger that Lucius was refusing to accept. Draco knew that his father, his own flesh and blood, was denying him, the new him, the better him. He forced himself not to react. He'd never cried in front of his father before, and he'd be damned if this moment would be the tipping point. He didn't flinch, didn't blink, didn't move, but he felt the pain and betrayal all the same. It hung, unexpressed, in his chest, heavy and hurting, pounding like a pendulum in his heart, but he ignored it. "That's that then," said Draco simply, feeling Hermione's thumb rub soothing circles against his hand. He couldn't look at his father anymore. He thought if he did he might shout out or his facade might falter. His eyes fell to his mother, and the pain weakened slightly as he took in her softer features. Had any of the Death Eaters been paying attention to Narcissa, they might have seen the emotion in her expression, the longing to go to her son, or her mouthing the words, "I love you," to Draco across the courtyard. But no one was looking at her. Not even her own husband. Draco gave her the subtlest of nods, ensuring the gesture was hardly noticeable so she would remain safe and free of suspicion.
For now.
"Yet another member of your family to turn traitor, Lucius," goaded Voldemort. "You must be so proud." "Draco might not have his father's pride," said McGonagall, breaking the silencing spell again. "But he has our pride." Draco glanced appreciatively at the headmistress and made a mental note to express his gratitude should he survive this day. Dumbledore's army had begun to shout out and jeer at the Death Eaters again, and Voldemort paced back and forth a few times, frustrated about losing control. "Enough!" yelled Voldemort, recasting the silencing spell and then pointing to Harry's body tauntingly. "Returning to the matter at hand, I think it's only fair you should all know Harry Potter ran away, trying to save himself, and There was movement in the crowd. Draco and Hermione turned their heads just in time to see Neville burst through the magical barrier, his wand out. He barely made it a few feet before he was disarmed and thrown to the ground by Voldemort. With her hand still tightly clasping Draco's, Hermione listened with bated breath as Bellatrix informed Voldemort of Neville's identity, cruelly mentioning his parents with a callous chuckle. Neville climbed to his feet, standing courageously in the no-man's land between the two armies, and Draco never thought he would find himself so impressed by something Longbottom had done. "You're a pureblood," said Voldemort, "and you show bravery and tenacity. You would make a fine Death Eater." "I'll join you when hell freezes over," shouted Neville, and a loud cheer erupted from Dumbledore's army, breaking the spell yet again. "Very well," said Voldemort. "Neville here is now going to demonstrate what happens to anyone foolish enough to continue to oppose me." Hermione turned cold as she watched Voldemort raise his wand. Her body rocked forward, and she bent her legs, ready to sprint forward and do what she could to help Neville. But when Voldemort flicked his wand, Neville remained unharmed and standing. Instead, she heard a low whistling sound, like something was flying through the air, and she could only watch with confusion as the Sorting Hat soared over their heads and landed in Voldemort's hand. "There will be no more sorting at Hogwarts," Voldemort addressed the crowd. "There will be no more houses. The emblem, shield, and colors of my noble ancestor, Salazar Slytherin, will suffice for everyone. Won't they, Neville Longbottom?" Voldemort aimed his wand at Neville then, and Hermione watched her friend's back go stiff and straight. With a fording twist of his wrist, Voldemort levitated the Sorting Hat, and it landed on Neville's head, almost covering his entire face. McGonagall, Dean, and Lee were slowly edging themselves forward, step by step. Hermione reached into her pocket to withdraw her wand, and she was aware of many in both Dumbledore's army and the Death Eater's army doing the same. Her hand remained fixed in Draco's, just like the night they'd run through the Forbidden Forest before she'd sent him to Andromeda's house. There were moon-shaped dents in his skin from her fingernails, but she refused to relax her grip. She knew this was the build-up to the inevitable chaos, and she wanted to maintain the contact with him for as long as possible. An eerie silence had settled in the courtyard. It was too quiet and too still, that deceptive moment of peace before anarchy invades. Voldemort took a step forward, twisted his wand, and rendered Neville completely still with the body-bind curse. And then, the Sorting Hat burst into flames atop Neville's head. It took approximately 2 seconds for Hermione to comprehend what had just happened, but Neville's scream slashed through the air like a dart, and all of Dumbledore's army seemed to surge forward like one furious wave. But then a different sound joined the courtyard. Several different sounds, actually. A racket of new screaming voices and stamping feet echoed across Hogwarts grounds, coming from the boundary of the school. Out of sight, but approaching quickly. As Hermione whipped her head around to try and establish from which direction the stampede was coming, she saw Grop, trudging his way around the ruins trying to get to Hagrid. Voldemort's giants howled and ran at Grop, and then Hermione heard hooves cantering across the ground, combined with the snapping sounds of bows and the hiss of arrows soaring through the air. The centaurs aimed their arrows at the Death Eaters, and Hermione watched as 4 black-robed figures collapsed, dead, while the others panicked and dispersed. During all of this mayhem, most of Dumbledore's army had stopped in their tracks. Hermione and Draco were perhaps 30 feet away from the Death Eaters, still hand in hand, watching everything unfold with wide eyes. Amongst the ear-shattering noise and chaos, Hermione's attention was again drawn to Neville when he suddenly shifted, breaking the body-bind curse. The sorting hat fell from his head, and Hermione squinted when something silver inside caught the light and glistened. Now everyone seemed to be staring at Neville as he held up the sword of Gryffindor and swiftly lunged forward, decapitating Nagini with such a quick slice that Hermione wondered if it had been a trick of the light. Voldemort's deafening cry ricocheted around Hogwarts like a siren as Nagini's detached head spun in the air and then landed with a thud near his feet. Enraged, he aimed his wand at Neville, but Hermione watched dumbfounded as the spell rebounded off a shield charm, which she knew Neville hadn't cast himself. Then Hagrid's voice rose above the pandemonium. "Harry. Where's Harry?" Hermione's eyes snapped to where Harry's body had been, only to find an empty space with no indication that he had ever been there at all. Frantically, she scanned the courtyard, hunting for him amongst the scattered Death Eaters, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Where is he?" she mumbled to herself. "What?" asked Draco. "Where's who?" "Harry. Where is he?" Her voice was blanketed by the sounds of beating wings as Buckbeak and a flock of Thestrals swooped down from the sky, pecking and kicking at the Death Eaters. A spell flew past her face, the wind of it grazing her cheek, and it jolted her back into action. Raising her wand, she began firing jinxes and curses at the Death Eaters, and she could see most of Dumbledore's army doing the same, including Draco, but the warring giants were forcing everyone to retreat back to the castle. "Come on, Granger," shouted Draco, yanking her with him. "But where has Harry gone?" "We need to stay with the others." Death Eaters and Dumbledore's army alike headed back into Hogwarts, shoving and ramming each other, launching spells at their enemies, and many tumbling to the floor. The crowd was so thick and frantic that Hermione found herself wedged between several sets of shoulders as she and Draco approached Hogwarts' main entrance. She could feel Draco's hand slowly slipping out of hers as they were buffeted in different directions by the horde, but she kept holding on, stabbing her fingernails deep into his skin to get a better grip, and his nails stabbed her back. But she knew they were going to be ripped apart. Lifting her scared eyes to meet his, they managed to steal a fleeting moment of eye contact and understanding before she felt his hand slide out of hers. She watched with horror as Draco fell down, lost amongst the sea of people in an instant. "Draco," she called, but there was too much noise. "Draco." Futilely, she tried to push her way backwards, still screaming his name, but the crowd carried her into Hogwarts and to the Great Hall. Draco grimaced as the crowd passed over him, their shins and knees knocking his body and face, and their feet stamping on his hands. He'd managed to land on all fours, but it was impossible to push himself up, so instead he tried to crawl, bearing the brunt of countless kicks as he sought space. Somehow, he found room to move, and as the sea of legs eased, he pushed himself up, leaning against a wall to catch his breath. Ignoring his bruised abdomen, he tucked himself into a shallow alcove and examined his surroundings. "Granger," he yelled, but he couldn't see her anywhere. "Granger." There were barely any people left in the courtyard now. The giants continued to wrestle with Grop and the Thestrals, the vibrations of their thunderous quarrel shifting the dirt. From Draco's hidden position near the main entrance, he could hear the battle continuing in the Great Hall and see flashes from spells dancing across the walls. The fight itself was out of sight, but Draco waited for the final, straggling Death Eaters to disappear inside before he headed towards it. But as he rounded the corner and caught a glimpse of the anarchy contained within, his eyes were drawn to the side, and they clashed with a cold, gray pair of eyes that were almost identical to his own. Lucius had apparently been lingering in the shadows, waiting for him, and Draco tightened his fist around his wand. Chapter 46, Mercy. Hermione could only watch as Madame Pomfrey and several others carefully levitated the dead and ushered the injured to the antechamber behind the high table, out of harm's way. As the final body, Colin Creevey, disappeared behind the door, the wave of Death Eaters flooded into the great hall and began attacking anyone and everyone they could. It was then she noticed Charlie Weasley, Madame Rosmerta, and Ambrosius Flume nearby, and as she scanned the room, she noticed hundreds of other new fighters, mainly family members of her fellow students and the residents of Hogsmeade. And then, from the entrance hall, a swarm of house elves stormed in, led by Creature. The Death Eaters were outnumbered now. There must have been at least 3 Hogwarts defenders to each Death Eater, but victory was far from certain. Their repertoire of dark magic was an issue. Dark spells erupted and crackled all around her like rogue fireworks. Regardless, Dumbledore's army appeared to have the upper hand, and even Voldemort himself seemed to know this, his serpentine features stretched with panic and his eyes darting around the room. But still, he fired curses in every direction possible, bringing down 2 Hogwarts defenders with one awful blast of his wand. In her peripheral vision, Hermione saw a shift in the room. McGonagall, Slughorn, and Shacklebolt all seemed to change direction at once and move through the crowd towards Voldemort. Lifting her head and trying to make sense of the bedlam in the hall, she noticed Ron, Neville, and Katie Bell at the back battling Dolohov. Nearby, Lee and Seamus were tackling Goyle's father, and not too from them she could see Blaise, Miles, and Dean fighting with Rookwood. As her eyes scanned the area, she locked eyes with Narcissa on the other side of the room, but the older witch looked away to recommence her duel with McNair. Some Hogwarts defenders close by glanced at her with mixed expressions of surprise and respect, but everyone was too busy fighting for their lives to pay her too much heed. "Watch out, Hermione!" She ducked instinctively, and a hot curse singed the tips of her curls. Spinning around, she aimed her wand and stunned Jugsun before he could try again. Turning, she nodded her head in thanks to Fred for warning her. But then he and George were preoccupied with defeating Raoul. Hermione looked this way and that, overwhelmed by all the duels going on around her. Where should she begin? Which Death Eater should she attempt to tackle first? Behind her, there was a grunt of pain, followed by the unmistakable, sinister chuckle of Bellatrix. Hermione whipped around to see Luna, wiping blood off her chin and raising her wand at Bellatrix, who was also dueling Ginny. With a smug look on her face, the Dark Witch shot a curse at Ginny and then another at Luna. Both managed to deflect the spells, but Bellatrix was so quick that they barely had a chance to retaliate with offensive magic. Hermione didn't hesitate. She maneuvered through the crowd toward them. That ever-present voice of reason in her head warned her that using Bellatrix's own wand against her would be problematic, but, for once, she ignored that voice. Her friends needed help and, although she might deny it if asked, there was a tug of revenge in her gut, pulling her towards Bellatrix. Fueled by resentment and loathing that had been festering inside of her since the night Bellatrix had tortured her to within an inch of her life, Hermione could feel the heat of her anger in her cheeks. She lifted Bellatrix's wand as if it was her own and narrowed her eyes, battle-ready. Draco tapped Andromeda's wand against his leg and cocked his head to the side. He hadn't realized it until now, but at some point he had grown taller than his father. Perhaps he had revered his father so much that he had just always seemed bigger and more impressive. Draco had also never perceived his father as old, but there was silver stubble lining Lucius' jaw and hints of gray streaking through his blonde hair now. He looked very different, but it didn't make it any easier. A small part of Draco just wanted to turn and run and avoid this confrontation altogether. Lucius remained silent. He was eyeing up Draco like he was a stranger who had wandered into his territory, with suspicion and animosity. His wand was out, but, like Draco, he kept it at his side in a tight fist, ready if needed. Pacing back and forth a couple of times, But never looking away, he reminded Draco of a caged dragon, debating whether the person on the other side of the bars was predator or prey. Draco stood still, tapping Andromeda's wand against his leg again with impatience. The distance between them was small, perhaps only 15 feet, but it felt like so much more than that. The last time Draco had seen his father had been during his trial just after 5th year, which meant that it had been almost 2 years since they'd been in the same room together. And it felt like 2 years. More, in fact. Draco felt like he had experienced enough in 2 years to fulfill a lifetime. In those 2 years, Draco had almost murdered a man, been presumed dead, hidden away from the world to avoid being killed, battled his prejudices, fallen in love with a one-time enemy, met family members he had never known before, fought in an ongoing war, and watched his friend die. It was no wonder Lucius was regarding him like a stranger. He was one. Even his 15-year-old self would never be able to comprehend who he had become in the last 2 years. How could Lucius even begin to grasp the choices he had made? And, in turn, how could Draco ever begin to grasp the choices that Lucius had made? They were miles apart. There was no loyalty, no empathy, no love, not even the faintest hint of understanding on either side. However, there was a niggling, persistent tug of nostalgia pulling at Draco, but it was quiet and fading. All he could truly connect with was the ever-growing bitterness, swelling up inside of him like a tumor. His mother had managed to find a way out and assist the order, but Lucius had never even tried. That was what pained Draco the most. A father should always fight for his son, but Lucius had not tried. He had just stood there like a passive bystander, accepting whatever Voldemort had demanded or inflicted without any attempt to fight it. And he had killed Theo. He had killed Theo. When Lucius finally spoke, Draco was certain that he had bruised his leg from tapping Andromeda's wand against it so much. "You're supposed to be dead." "Sorry to disappoint you," said Draco calmly. "Your welcome home party is shit." "Shut up," growled Lucius. "What the hell do you think you are doing, boy?" "Do not call me boy. You have evidently made the decision that I am no longer of any consequence to you. Why should I tell you anything? You owe me an explanation. I owe you fuck all. Don't you dare use that kind of language with me, boy." "I am not your boy," yelled Draco furiously. "I am not your anything anymore. You made that call about 10 minutes ago in front of everyone. Remember?" Lucius inhaled sharply through his nostrils, his nose wrinkled with disgust. "What the hell did you expect when you showed up here with that thing and kissed it in public like it's acceptable? Her name is Hermione Granger. Spare me the repulsive details." Draco clicked his tongue and looked his father up and down. "So, what the hell happened to you? You look like shit. You've obviously been tortured by your oh-so-wonderful leader." "I was punished for the mistakes that you made," he shouted. "The Dark Lord had to punish me because you failed to accomplish." "Had to punish? Do you even hear yourself? How fucked up is your head?" "My head? You disappear for a year and then come back from the dead with that vermin attached to your arm and fighting for the bloody order, and you have the nerve to question my sanity." "Her name," hissed Draco, "is Hermione Granger. So, that's where you've been for the last year? Living in a fucking muggle house with that?" "No, I was here. I was at Hogwarts, and then I stayed with Andromeda." Lucius' dry, dark chuckle cut him off. "Ah, that explains it. Your mother's mental sister. Should have guessed it was one of her unfortunate relatives that brainwashed you. She was a better parent to me in a few months than you have been in the last few years. Don't be so dramatic. Grow up." "I have grown up and you took no part in it." Draco's voice bellowed so loudly it hurt his own ears. "Did you not even think to question Voldemort after you found out he had threatened to kill me? And Mum? Did you try to find out what had happened to me after you heard I was dead? Did you, for one sodding moment, give a fuck?" Lucius switched his wand to his other hand, and Draco watched the gesture intently. The battle roaring in the great hall had distracted him a couple of times. Several familiar raised voices had caught his attention, and the grip on his wand had slackened slightly. He needed to stay alert. His father's movements and behavior were too erratic for him to be careless. "My son died," said Lucius crisply. "I did my mourning. As far as I'm concerned, My son is still dead. Each word was like a dart, but Draco didn't flinch. Then what the hell am I? You are nothing, he spat. No son of mine would touch a mudblood. Her name is Hermione Granger. I know her fucking name. I was the one who identified her at the manor. Draco clenched his jaw and stole a second to compose himself. He was nearly shaking with fury.
But no. No.
He had an advantage. Information. You didn't help Granger. It was a statement, not a question. Of course I didn't. But Mother did. Mum tried to help Granger. Lucius didn't even attempt to conceal his shock. What are you talking about?
You heard me.
I've got news for you, Father. Both your son and your wife are here fighting with the Order. And she tried to help Granger. You're lying. She used legitimacy on Granger and saw us together, and she tried to help her at the manor. And then, when she realized I was alive, she went to Snape, who is also working for the Order, by the way, and asked to help. Narcissa would not. And she knew that I was with Granger, and she didn't care. Your own bloody wife abandoned you because she knew how deranged you'd become. Lucius' left eye twitched. No, I would have known. You would have known nothing. You are oblivious, Father. He paused to catch his breath. His chest was heaving. Don't you get it?
You are
alone. Shut up. I will not, screamed Draco. Mum left you because she knew you would disown me when you found out about Granger. She knew you would turn your back on your own flesh and blood, all because of your mindless devotion to that fucking creature you call a lord. A fleeting look of panic flashed in Lucius' eyes. She would never betray me, he whispered to himself. You sure about that? You don't look sure. Perhaps it was cruel to taunt, but Draco was beyond caring. Do you honestly think for a second that Mum would choose Voldemort over me? Her own son?
No. Because she's not like you.
She wouldn't. Why? Snapped Draco. Because you're her husband? Because of loyalty? Where the hell was your loyalty to us when you brought Voldemort into our lives? What the fuck were you even thinking getting us involved with that? You put him before us. The brief flicker of doubt that had stolen Lucius' features disappeared, and in its place returned a cold, loathing expression. He was incensed, but there was also emptiness. A chilling sort of vacancy, like any final, tenacious light inside of Lucius had been extinguished. I don't recall hearing either of you complain. I was 15 and Yes, and now you're 17 and a blood traitor. And not just a blood traitor, sneered Lucius. A fucking mudblood lover. That's right, said Draco, nodding his head firmly. I do love her. Oh, please. And you can stand there and deny me all you want, but I am still your son. You are not. I am still a Malfoy, and the only Malfoy heir. With each word, Draco could see his father's face becoming more and more overrun with rage, but he carried on. And I am telling you now, Lucius, that all of this Malfoy pureblood brainwashing bullshit ends with me. Lucius' nostrils flared, and his lips peeled back, baring his grinding teeth, but he didn't speak. Do you hear me? Pushed Draco. All the hatred and lies that have been passed down through the Malfoy generations are done. Finished. Draco was so lost in his rant that he didn't notice his father's wand twitch tellingly in his trembling fist. And when all this is over, Draco continued, and you're rotting in some lonely cell in Azkaban, I hope you have a fraction of your sanity left so you know that it was your son who broke the chain. And that in the outside world, I keep the Malfoy name. And that if you have any grandchildren, they will probably be half-bloods. Apparently, that comment was too much for Lucius. Like a struck match, he was alive and dangerous in an instant, seething with ire and snapping out his wand arm to aim directly at Draco's chest. But Draco was quick to react. The adrenaline was pounding so hard in his ears that he didn't catch the incantation spitting out of his father's mouth, but it didn't matter. Draco raised his wand just in time to disarm Lucius with a fast Expelliarmus. His father's wand, still hot and charged, landed in his ready hand, and then he rushed forward, firing a spell to pin Lucius against the wall. Marching towards him with long, stamping strides, Draco grabbed the scruff his father's Death Eater robes and forced their faces close, so Lucius had no choice but to look him in the eye. Draco's heart was like a stampede in his chest, loud and hammering so hard that he felt like his bones vibrated with it. It took Draco a moment to gather himself. He was panting violently, and he couldn't tell if it was from the haste of the last 2 minutes, or because he was so furious. "What spell was that?" he sputtered between gasping breaths. "Was that an Avada's?" Lucius snarled back at him, and Draco noticed the blood on his teeth. He looked like he was biting down hard on his tongue. Taking a step backwards, he released Lucius' robes and allowed the spell to hold him firmly against the wall. The tip of Lucius' wand was still glowing with the residue of the incomplete spell, and the fading light was green, but not the deep, thick green of the killing curse. With his other hand, he raised Andromeda's wand and aimed it at his father's, mumbling, "Prior incantato." A moment later, and Draco spun back around to face Lucius with an eerily composed expression. "Really? A memory charm?" Lucius remained silent. "And apparently quite a strong one," said Draco. "Strong enough to give me brain damage and see me as a permanent resident at St. Mungo's, by the looks of it. Your wand is still warm." Still no response. "You were going to erase my memory completely, weren't you? You were going to erase me." Lucius still refused to utter a word, and Draco's cool facade cracked. Lunging forward, he fisted his hands tighter into his father's robes, pulled him forward, and then slammed his body hard back against the wall. "Speak," he yelled in his father's face. "Say something." Lucius grunted, but slowly lifted his head and glared at Draco with thin, terrible eyes. Better no Malfoy bloodline at all than an impure one. For the second time that day, Draco felt the threat of tears sting the backs of his eyes, but unlike the last, these would not fall. They were angry, searing tears that hurt to hold in, but hold them, and he did. That was it then, the final, and it really was this time, blow. No more little boy hopes for some chance of reconciliation. It was all just gone. Lucius' sanity and rationality, Draco's respect and admiration, their relationship as father and son, all of these things were gone. For good. But he felt no loss. No longing or hope anymore. Not a hint. Instead, what punctured the surface of his being was that familiar and almost comforting bite of rage. It came to him in a calm and steady wave, warming his face and cooling everywhere else. He grasped his father's robes again.
Tighter.
"Did you kill Theo?" Lucius seemed thrown by the sudden question. Did you kill Theo?" he screamed. A chilling glint of comprehension invaded his eyes, and his upper lip curled back with disdain. "Theodore not got in the way?" Draco inhaled sharply. "In the way of the falling wall? Or you?" "Me," said Lucius, without hesitation or regret. Draco exhaled, but his chest felt tight and constricted. For a moment, he thought he was suffocating. Painful flashbacks of Theo dying on the cold, great hall floor penetrated his mind, attacking like nightmares that had come to life and were playing out before him. His eyes clenched shut. Darkness was better than those memories. He was sweating and trembling with the effort that comes with exercising restraint. He wanted so badly to punch his father, but there seemed no point or dignity in that. And if he punched Lucius once, he wasn't sure he'd be able to stop. His eyes opened. "Why?" Lucius licked his bloody teeth.
"Why?"
"Because I saw that ungrateful little bastard kill his father." Draco felt nauseous. The acidic burn of vomit scorched his throat, and his vision blurred at the sides. He didn't know what to say. Words came and went without registering, and he couldn't cling to one specific thought in his shambolic brain. But he had known. Somehow, on some level, he had known, or at least anticipated, that Theo's death had been intentional. An accident would have been too easy, too fair. And, as Draco had long ago learned, things were rarely easy or fair. As Theo had once said years ago, "Life's a bitch and then you die." "Tell me," said Lucius casually, cutting through Draco's thoughts. "Do you intend to imitate him?"
"What?"
"Do you intend to mimic what he did?" he asked. "Did you two make some pathetic blood traitor pact together to kill your fathers?"
He thought about it.
He really did. A flashback of Theo struck him like lightning, his friend sitting across the table and asking, "Do you think you could kill your father?" Draco had known the answer back then, and he knew it now. He remembered he had told Theo, "I'd do what was necessary." "No," said Draco, shaking his head regretfully. "Believe me, a part of me wishes that I could, but I'm not like you. I'm not a murderer." "Then what exactly do you intend to do with me?" Draco didn't respond. Instead, he lifted his father's wand again, grasping it with both hands, and snapped it. Or at least tried to. The wood was too strong to break it in half completely, but it was cracked and splintered, hanging limply like a broken arm. Unusable. Tossing it over his shoulder, Draco returned his eyes to his father's enraged ones. "You were right about one thing," he said slowly. "I am not your son. Not anymore." Lucius left. I was twitching again. "But everything else you ever told me about Muggleborns and Muggles and everything, it was all lies. And you killed my friend." Draco sighed and took a few steps back, and with a flick of Andromeda's wand, he released the spell, fixing Lucius to the wall. His father seemed momentarily stunned by the gesture, but his bitter, livid expression quickly fell back into place. "If you go in the Great Hall now, you will be killed or apprehended before they send you to Azkaban," said Draco, his tone deceptively steady. "And I can assure you that should you go to trial, I will be there to help make sure that you are locked up for good. You sniveling piece of—" "I wasn't finished," he barked. "I don't need you in my life. I don't want you in my life. I have people. I have Granger and Mother and Blaze and Andromeda.
But you?
You have no one. And that's exactly what you deserve." Lucius' nostrils flared, and he shifted his feet anxiously. "I want you to leave," said Draco firmly. "I don't ever want to see you again. I want you to disappear. I want you to erase yourself from my life." "And where exactly do you expect me to go?" asked Lucius. "I don't care. You're nothing to me anymore." With one final, hard glare at the man he would never again call father, Draco spun on his heel and sprinted towards the Great Hall. Behind him, Lucius was screaming, demanding that he return, but Draco kept running. He was done. So completely and utterly done. As the sounds of the battle ricocheted around the hall and drowned out Lucius' voice, something told Draco that he would never hear his voice again. But he didn't look back. Hermione was in trouble. Real trouble. Bellatrix's wand was being far more disobedient than she'd anticipated. Even casting shields was problematic. Unable to fully defend herself, she had already acquired a black eye and a few bleeding gashes from Bellatrix's relentless spells, and she hadn't even had a chance yet to attempt any sort of attack. Bellatrix was far too fast and skilled even against the three of them. With experience and power on her side, she was practically untouchable. With a slash of her new wand, Bellatrix caught Luna right in the stomach and sent her flying backwards about 20 feet away. Cackling to herself with unmitigated glee, she then whipped around and hit Ginny with a spell that seemed to knock the wind out of her completely, and Hermione could only watch as her friend's eyes rolled back into her head before she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. And then, in what felt like slow motion, Bellatrix turned to Hermione, flashing her jagged teeth with a depraved, sinister smirk. Hermione's breath was wedged somewhere between her mouth and lungs, choking her, but she forced herself to recover quickly. Standing as tall and proud as she could, she met Bellatrix's stare head-on and prepared herself for whatever was coming. "Silly little mudblood," snickered Bellatrix in that scratching, high-pitched voice of hers. "Did you honestly think you could defeat me with my own wand?" Hermione's voice failed her between the heavy heaves of her chest and the fear she felt. She tried to resist, but her thoughts dragged her back to her final confrontation with Bellatrix back at Malfoy Manor. The mudblood scar on her arm suddenly felt very prominent and inflamed. But still, determination kept her blood pumping, and, in what was arguably a reckless move, she fired a stunning spell. Effortlessly, Bellatrix deflected it and retaliated with a curse that struck Hermione directly in her chest and caused what felt like an electric shock to course throughout her body. It hurt like hell, and Hermione released a scream as she sank to her knees. When she lifted her head, Bellatrix looked like a giddy schoolgirl, laughing with delight. "Ah." The mudblood fell down, she said, pouting with contrived concern. "So sad. So tragic. I wonder how poor little Draco will react when he discovers I killed you. That was quite the show you two put on outside." "I always knew he was useless." Hermione gritted her teeth and tried to stand, but Bellatrix shot the same curse at her. "Stay down," yelled Bellatrix. "You will not escape from me this time." As Bellatrix angled her wand, Hermione could only kneel there speechlessly and wait for what she assumed was the killing curse. Dry-mouthed and gasping, she was tempted to shut her eyes, but she didn't, even when Bellatrix's lips began to part for the incantation. But she never managed to actually speak. Like an eclipse, everything suddenly went dark, but it wasn't darkness at all. There was a body clothed in black robes blocking her sight of Bellatrix, standing between them like a strong, defiant wall. Craning her neck, Hermione tried to see who it was, realizing first that her savior was a woman. She thought it might be McGonagall, but she then noticed the blonde hair carefully confined in a neat bun that was only slightly tousled from today's events, and she knew it was Narcissa. Peeking out from behind Narcissa's robes, Hermione managed to catch the flicker of shock that crossed Bellatrix's warped features. "Sissy, what are you doing?" she asked, sounding almost exasperated. "Get out of the way." "No." Bellatrix's eyebrows hitched up. "What do you mean, no?" "I'm not moving, Bella. You will not harm her."
Why?
"Because your little darling Draco turned and found himself a mudblood girlfriend? How fucking precious," she scoffed. "I always knew the boy was useless. Insolent, pathetic brat." Narcissa took a daring step forward, her heels stamping hard against the floor. "Be very careful how you speak about my son, Bella," she spat through gritted teeth. "Very careful." Bellatrix's mouth twitched with distaste. "Perhaps you should be careful about how you speak to me, Sissy." Silence followed, and in that silence, tension crackled between the sisters like a wayward firework ready to explode. Tentatively, Hermione rose to her feet and met Bellatrix's dark, dilated eyes over Narcissa's shoulder. The Death Eater looked calmly crazed, like a stretched string on the verge of snapping, and as futile as it was, Hermione toyed with Bellatrix's crooked wand, clenching it in her clammy palm, just in case. Something changed in Bellatrix's demeanor, and then she started laughing, a low, merciless chuckle that sounded like ripping silk. "So that's how it is, Sissy?" "It doesn't need to be, Bella," said Narcissa. "Oh, I think it does." She widened her stance. "Last chance, little sister. Move." "No." A second later, Hermione was blinded by the shine of Narcissa's shielding charm. A formidable curse poured out of Bellatrix's wand, trying to puncture the protection spell, and Hermione could see it cracking under the pressure. Narcissa groaned with exertion, but it was all for nothing. Bellatrix surged more power into her spell and struck her sister so hard that she was flung sideways, smacking her head against a wall and then crumpling to the ground. With closed eyes and a small trickle of blood seeping out of Narcissa's ear, Hermione assumed the worst and tried to run over to help, but she barely managed a step before Bellatrix fired a spell at her. It caught her arm, and she yelped as the hot curse scorched the exposed skin just above her wrist, rousing a patch of painful blisters across the burned area. "Stay where you are," said Bellatrix, licking her chapped lips. "Let's continue, shall we?" "What the hell is wrong with you?" blurted Hermione. "She's your sister's." "I've learned not to trust my sisters." Draco was sprinting through the Great Hall, ducking and dodging out of the way of several hexes and curses that threatened to knock him off course. Or worse. He'd seen Bellatrix knock out his mother, and that was why he had started running, but now he could see his malicious aunt taunting Hermione, and it made his legs move that much quicker. He had no idea what he intended to do once he reached them. He was hardly going to be able to reason with Bellatrix, but still, he ran. He ran so fast his legs felt detached from the rest of his body, and his heart felt like it was where his Adam's apple should be. Hermione's back was to him, and he could see Bellatrix sneering coldly at her, twirling her wand mockingly. Raising Andromeda's wand, Draco was ready to hurl a spell, but Bellatrix spotted him before he could even utter a syllable of the incantation. She retaliated with a quick flick of her wand, and Draco felt ropes coil around his body so tight that he was certain she had bruised a few of his ribs. "Draco!" he heard Hermione shout. Like a caught fish, Bellatrix dragged him towards her across the uneven floor, bits of sharp stone slicing into his skin and snagging his clothes. His foot connected with a protruding brick, and he felt something near his ankle rip, a muscle or a tendon. Either way, it was agony. When Bellatrix stopped hauling him forward, Hermione appeared and knelt at his side, frantically tearing at the ropes with her hands as she mumbled incantations under her breath that seemed to weaken their grip on his body.
"Don't struggle," she said.
"It'll make them tighter." He managed to grasp one of her trembling, busy hands. "Run, Granger."
"What?" "Run."
"I'll distract her." Hermione squeezed his hand back and then released it so she could continue to rip away his restraints. "I'd rather run with you than walk alone." "Granger, please," he groaned. "Just run. Run before she—" "Don't be foolish, Draco." She wouldn't make it 2 steps. Bellatrix towered over them like a dark, dangerous thundercloud, grinning down at them with such an evil aura that Hermione couldn't suppress a shiver. She realized now that Bellatrix's black robes were damp with blood, and there were red stains tucked underneath her fingernails. Hermione's mind raced, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. Bellatrix's wand was refusing to comply with any offensive spells aimed at its original owner, and everyone around them was too busy combating other Death Eaters to offer any assistance. Glancing at Draco, she found his expression was so much calmer than hers, but his eyes were stormy with panic. She could tell by the bruise spreading out across his foot that he had hurt his ankle, so running was completely out of the question. She reached for Draco's hand again, gave it a gentle pinch of reassurance, and then got to her feet, standing protectively in front of him. "Ah," Bellatrix cooed. "How adorable. The disgusting mud bitch and my disappointing nephew." Her features hardened like ice. "Do you really think standing in front of him will make a difference? It just means I'll kill you first." There was a rush of movement behind Hermione. Draco fired a curse, but Bellatrix blocked it and returned with a disarming spell that kicked Andromeda's wand out of his hand and sent it rolling in the same direction as Narcissa. "Andromeda didn't defeat me with that wand 30 years ago," said Bellatrix. "Did you honestly believe for a split second that you would be able to?" Draco glared at her. "I'm sure I speak for Andromeda and myself when I say fuck you." Bellatrix ran her tongue across her chipped, jagged teeth and adjusted the position of her wand, aiming it intently at Hermione. "I'm bored of you both. Say goodbye to your girlfriend, Draco. But don't worry, you'll be joining her soon." Hermione's eyes slammed shut. Behind her, she heard Draco scream "No" at the top of his lungs so loud that she thought it must have risen above all the noise echoing around the great hall. She waited for something. A blow, or pain, or nothingness, but it never came. Instead, she heard Bellatrix swear under her breath. Opening her eyes, she noticed the sleeve of Bellatrix's robes was singed and she had turned away, now looking over her shoulder at Ginny, who was on her feet with her wand still aimed and glowing with the residue of an incendio. "You vile smear of Weasley shit," growled Bellatrix quietly, outraged. She whipped her body around, drew back her wand with intent, and screamed, "Avada Kedavra!" "Ginny!" shouted Hermione. The killing curse missed her friend by a fraction of an inch, skimming past her shoulder and colliding with the floor. But before Hermione could even feel the faintest trace of relief, Bellatrix was readying herself for another go. But from somewhere to Hermione's left, a voice bellowed out over the crowd, familiar and usually friendly, but now fierce and actually rather intimidating. "Not my daughter, you bitch." Molly Weasley charged towards them like a robust runaway train with flushed, shiny cheeks and a split lip. Hermione heard Draco mumble, "Holy shit," behind her, and she understood his sentiment. Never had she seen Molly look so furious. She was almost feral in appearance, a lioness protecting her cub and ready to tear off the limbs of anyone who dared to challenge her. "Get out of the way, kids," she ordered, leveling up to Bellatrix. "You will not harm my family. Get back, Kids. Bellatrix was chuckling again, cruelly and mockingly. Hermione took advantage of the distraction and turned to Draco, casting a hasty ferula to bind his injured ankle and provide enough support for him to walk. Yanking at his shoulders, she practically dragged him to his feet and pulled him back a few yards, out of the range of Molly and Bellatrix. Ginny had also backed away and was now studying her mother with concern, evidently wanting to interfere despite her mother's demands that she didn't. The two witches began to duel. Streams of angry light jetted out of their wands like wildfire. They barraged each other with curses, but it was obvious from the offset that Bellatrix was the more skilled dueler. She avoided Molly's attacks with such ease, taunting her opponent between each curse she fired. 7 motherless children coming up, she grinned coldly. How will they cope without their dear, old, frumpy mummy? You will stay away from my family, retorted Molly. But then she stumbled, and Bellatrix fired a quick spell to knock Molly to her knees. Chortling with triumph, she began the incantation for the killing curse, the final blow, and Ginny and Hermione both dashed forward to intervene. But they didn't need to. Someone else cast a spell to prevent the would-be murder. Hermione looked around for the source until her eyes settled on Narcissa, who was now standing strong and clutching Andromeda's wand in her fist. The amusement slipped away from Bellatrix's face when she spotted her sister, and instead a callous, merciless expression stretched out across her features. Her dark eyes shifted to Andromeda's wand, and her lips peeled back in a snarl. What do you intend to do with that, sissy? Don't you ever threaten my son, warned Narcissa. Never piss off a mother. Or two, said Molly, who had quickly recovered and was back on her feet. There was a pause, the calm before the storm. Narcissa fired the first spell, and what followed was a blur of activity and a flurry of flashing lights. No more taunts or chuckles spilled out of Bellatrix's mouth as the two mothers bombarded her with everything they had, hitting their marks. Hermione had never witnessed Narcissa in a duel, and she was in awe of her skill. She had no idea why, but she had assumed Narcissa's flamboyant lifestyle in an elite family would have made her lazy, but she was almost as quick and adroit as her sister. Your mom's amazing, she said to Draco. I had no idea. Neither did I. Sweat dribbled from Bellatrix's forehead, and her look of contempt was now contorted with something that looked like terror. She knew what was coming. Her defeat.
It was just a matter of when.
Hermione had no clue who cast the killing curse, but a spurt of the fatal green light struck Bellatrix directly in the chest. Everything went still, including Bellatrix, and her eyes rolled back into her head before she slumped lifelessly to the ground with a blunt thump. The small crowd that had gathered to watch roared with success, and Molly and Narcissa dropped their wands, sharing a brief look of mutual understanding. After Accio back her own wand, Narcissa turned to Draco and Hermione and approached them slowly, panting with exhaustion but holding her posture proudly, though Hermione could see she was slightly nervous. That aching expression of need to hold her son, Hermione remembered that same expression from the manor, was etched into Narcissa's face, but she didn't reach out and try to embrace him when she was close enough. She simply stood before him, staring at him like she thought she might have forgotten something about his appearance. Hermione could feel the same faint, anxious energy coming from Draco. His hands fidgeted at his sides, and his jaw was clenched with uncertainty about what to say. Finally, Narcissa blurted, I am so sorry, Draco. His brow furrowed, confused. What for? Her eyes strayed to Hermione for a moment, but quickly returned back to her son. Everything.
Draco sighed deeply.
Mother, A loud, ear-scratching scream cut him off, followed by a loud explosion. All the heads in the room seemed to suddenly dart towards something in the center. Hermione turned just in time to see the blinding glare of Voldemort's blast as it tossed McGonagall, Slughorn, and Kingsley aside like rag dolls and kept spreading. Someone cast a huge shielding charm to protect everyone in the hall before the spell could reach its full ferocity, and then there was a prolonged period of silence. A rumble of voices rippled across the room, and then someone shouted, Harry! It's Harry! Chapter 47. Power. At the mention of her best friend's name, Hermione's heart soared up into her throat. The cheers of the crowd grew louder, and all the while she could hear people saying Harry's name, reaffirming that he was alive. She craned her neck and leaned forward on the tips of her toes, trying to see over the horde and follow their eyes to the commotion at the center of the Great Hall, but it was futile. All she could see were the heads and shoulders of everyone else, blocking her view like a barricade of bodies. She cursed her short stature. "I can see him," said Draco beside her. "I can see Potter." Hermione's eyes darted to him. "You can? He's alive." "Yes," he nodded, and then he turned to her with the slightest of smiles. "I told you he was immortal." "Oh my God. Really? He's really theirs? Come here, short arse." Tugging her close, he wrapped his arms around her hips and lifted her off the ground. "See him now?" "Yes," she gasped. "Yes, I see him." Draco didn't really understand why he suddenly felt relieved and almost pleased, but he decided it was because she looked happy. And when Granger was happy, she glowed. It touched everything close to her, like the heat of sun rays, and he inevitably felt her warmth. Glancing to the side, Draco frowned when he found his mother had moved away from his side and was meandering her way through the crowd, searching. He wondered if she was looking for Lucius amongst the collection of battle-worn witches and wizards, but Hermione spoke and he looked back to her.
"What?"
"Harry's confronting Voldemort," she said, squirming impatiently in his arms.
"Put me down, please."
"We need to get closer. I need to see what's happening." Draco lowered her to the floor, and the moment her feet landed on solid ground, she pulled his elbow, dragging him forward and meandering them through the others trying to witness what was taking place. Limping due to the lingering pain still throbbing in his ankle, he struggled to keep up with his lover as she pulled him this way and that, colliding with several people along the way. But it was working. They were getting closer, and Draco could hear the raised voices of Potter and Voldemort as the crowd hushed to listen. "Hermione, over here." Ron ushered them over to a platform of debris near the center of the Great Hall where he, Neville, Ginny, Luna, and Blaise were all perched, watching the scene from their slightly elevated vantage point. Climbing up the fallen bricks and crumbled parapets, she still clutched Draco's hand, practically yanking him up there with her, stumbling with her desperation to see the exchange between Harry and Voldemort and, inevitably, the outcome of the war. She knew this was it. The climax. The final battle. Everything that they had been fighting for would be decided now by her 17-year-old best friend, and this clash with one of the most dangerously powerful wizards that had ever lived. She'd never been more terrified and excited. As Hermione and Draco found their balance atop a stable stack of stone beside Ron and the others, Draco scanned the area and did a double-take when he spotted his mother comfortably standing beside Molly Weasley and McGonagall. He thought back to his encounter with Snape, remembering his disclosure about his mother helping the Order, and he wondered if McGonagall had known. Another question to add to his list that he would ask if they won the war. Where was Snape? Surely he would be here, just like everyone else. Sweeping his eyes across the hall, he caught sight of Miles, Millicent, and Tracy, huddled amongst a group of Hufflepuffs.
All seemed fine, which was good.
Miles caught his eye and dipped his head with acknowledgement, but Draco could detect his nerves despite the distance between them. The girls looked nervous, too. He wondered if any of the masked Death Eaters hovering on the other side of the room were their parents, or if any of his fellow Slytherins had suffered a similar confrontation to the one he'd had with Lucius. Draco thought of Theo then, who he knew had indeed had a confrontation with not only his father, but Lucius, too. Theo should have been here. Theo should have been standing up on this rostrum of rubble with him and Blaise. He should have been cracking inappropriate and ill-timed jokes. He should have been irritating them with unnecessary comments. He should have been here as the third member of their conflicted and complicated Slytherin trio. He should have been here as their friend. Hermione nudged him, and he looked down into her wide, worried eyes.
"This is it," she said.
Yes. He didn't know what else to say. All words suddenly seemed obsolete. Instead, he looked where everyone else was looking. The center of the room, where Potter and Voldemort were circling each other like impatient, hungry wolves. They were speaking to each other. Potter sneered his words through gritted teeth, and Voldemort hissed his words back, spitting a little with each syllable. Despite the steadfast silence of everyone else in the Great Hall and their proximity to Potter and Voldemort, Draco strained to hear their exchange. Some words and phrases got lost amongst Hogwarts' tumbled columns, but, for the most part, he could hear their heated quarrel. "You will not kill anyone else tonight," shouted Potter. "It's over, Riddle. All your Horcruxes have been destroyed. You think yourself stronger than me?" taunted Voldemort. "You think you alone can protect these fools? I already have. My love for them protects them from you, just as my mother's love protected me." Voldemort snorted and grinned a vile grin. "Love? Love? Did Dumbledore implant these ridiculous ideas into your simple head? Why do you think none of your spells have been working? My love shields them." Draco felt Hermione's hand slip into his. "You think your pathetic concept of love is stronger than me?" jeered Voldemort. "You think you are stronger than me? I am the most powerful wizard that has ever lived." Harry shook his head. "Dumbledore was stronger than you. I brought about his death." "No, you didn't," said Harry calmly. "You're wrong. You think Snape was working for you, that he killed Dumbledore for you, but you're wrong. Snape was on our side." A burst of gasps echoed around the crowd. "You think you and Snape planned Dumbledore's death, but they had planned it between them long before. The moment you threatened my mother, he became Dumbledore's spy, because he loved her." Voldemort scoffed. "Snape had nothing more than a fleeting desire for your mudblood mother." Draco scowled. It was strange how that word infuriated him now. "That's what Snape wanted you to think," continued Harry. "But he loved her, and he sided with Dumbledore. So when Snape killed Dumbledore, it was planned. The power wouldn't be transferred to Snape. Dumbledore had wanted the Elder Wand's power to die with him." "It is irrelevant," disputed Voldemort, narrowing his eyes at Harry. "Because I stole the Elder Ward from that old fool's grave. I plucked it from his cold, dead fingers. I killed Snape, and since Dumbledore's death was by his hand, the power is now mine." Draco choked on a sharp breath and turned to Hermione. "Snape's dead." She nodded her head once and stuttered, "I am sorry." There wasn't really time for Draco to react to the news, but he felt his fists clench, and his chest seemed to constrict. How should he feel? His relationship with Snape had been complex to say the least, but nevertheless, the man had ultimately saved his life in more ways than one. There lied a debt he would never be able to repay. But those thoughts, like so many others, would need to be placed aside for later. "You're not listening, are you?" said Harry, glaring hard at Voldemort now. "Possessing the wand isn't enough. The wand chooses the wizard, remember? Somebody else defeated Dumbledore. Somebody else disarmed him, and he became the master of the Elder Wand." Draco's brow furrowed with confusion. He didn't really understand what Potter was saying, but he knew it was somehow important. Beside him, he felt Hermione stiffen. "Oh my God," she whispered, snapping her head around to face him. Her eyes were wide with knowledge. "Your wand. Draco, where is your wand?" He stared back at her, perplexed.
"What?"
She reached for his pocket with jerky movements and yanked out Andromeda's wand. She studied it for a moment and then looked back to him with even rounder eyes. "This isn't your wand. It's Andromeda's," he explained. "What the hell is going on, Granger? Where is your wand, Draco?" she asked frantically. "Where is it?" "I don't know. I lost it, remember?" "Granger, what is—" Yes, she muttered, distracted. "Harry disarmed you, and he kept it. And he's been using it." Draco frowned. "Potter has my wand." "Yes. And since you were the one who disarmed Dumbledore—" They both turned back to Harry and Voldemort just as the latter lifted his wand, his arm shaking violently, with intent. Harry didn't flinch, and Hermione could never recall seeing such a fierce look of determination on her best friend's face. Draco watched as Potter slowly lifted up the wand in his hand, his wand, and he understood. "Draco Malfoy was the true master of the Elder Wand," exclaimed Harry, and Draco felt hundreds of eyes shift to him for a brief moment. "He disarmed Dumbledore, and that's why it won't work for you. You may possess the physical wand, but its powers are not yours." "Holy shit," mumbled Draco. When he looked up, Voldemort's piercing, shocked eyes were fixated on him, and his serpentine face was stretched back with spite. But in a second, the shock was gone, and Voldemort turned back to Potter with that even, cold expression of deranged composure. "No matter," he said confidently. "After I defeat you, I will attend to Draco Malfoy." Hermione tugged at Draco's arm, trying to pull him backwards, but he resisted. "But you see," Harry went on, "you're too late. I disarmed Draco just a few days ago." He paused and aimed Draco's wand at Voldemort. "So the only real question is, does the wand know its last master was disarmed? Because if it does, then I am the master of the Elder Wand." Hermione didn't realize how fast her heart was beating until that moment. It was roaring in her chest like a storm. She couldn't tear her eyes away from Harry and Voldemort, but a spurt of glowing, red light poured into the great hall through the shattered windows and forced her to squint. It was the first of the rays of sunrise, and it enveloped Harry and Voldemort in an almost hellish, fiery light. Her eyes adjusted to the garish blur just in time to see Voldemort prepare his wand and open his mouth, and Harry did the same. This was it. The difference between damnation and salvation was now balancing forebodingly on the shoulders of a 17-year-old boy and his tentative theory about a wand from a fairy tale. The atmosphere in the great hall was curled around the occupants like a clenched fist. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. Green and red collided in the center of the room with a horrendous roar, and the gust of the impact almost shoved Hermione, Draco, and the others off their pedestal. Shielding Hermione from the blast with his body, Draco closed his eyes, feeling the heat of Potter and Voldemort's clashing spells tingle the nape of his neck. Dust and sediment rushed outwards from the explosion and into the crowd, shrouding them in rubble. Swiping away the dirt in his eyes with his sleeve, Draco blinked away the mist of his vision and looked back to where Potter and Voldemort had stood. Only now, Potter stood alone. In his left hand, he held the Elder Wand tightly in his fist, and in his right, he held Draco's hawthorn. Sprawled across the ground lay Voldemort, stiff, still, and silent.
Dead.
Definitely dead. The Dark Lord was no more. The only movement was the slight flutter of his robes, teased by a breeze sweeping in through a hole in the wall. He heard Hermione inhale sharply as she absorbed the scene for herself, but that was the only sound to puncture the nothingness that had suddenly blanketed the great hall. Everyone beneath the enchanted ceiling simply stood there, staring hard at Voldemort's corpse in collaborative silent, motionless shock. 4 or 5 heavy beats of Draco's heart. Nothing happened. And then the crowd erupted. Draco had no idea how, but Hermione threw herself off the brick pile and reached Potter first, wrapping her arms around his neck and embracing him with all her strength. Weasley was right behind her, and then came the rest. McGonagall, Lovegood, Finnegan, and every other red-headed member of the Weasley clan. They all gathered around him, many cheering, some crying. Turning his head to the side, he found Blaise, like himself, had yet to move from his spot. But there was a subtle grin on his face as he slowly met Draco's eyes. Draco's lips twitched with a subtle smile of his own. "They won," said Draco. "We won," corrected Blaise. The elation and relief that flooded Draco stayed, unexpressed, in his chest, inevitably dimmed by the deaths of Tonks, Snape, and Theo. And what of Lucius? How had Snape died? So many questions to ask.
But there was time now.
Time to learn. They were no longer under threat. There was no augury timer counting down to their deaths. Voldemort was defeated, and with his defeat, they were all free. Nearing Draco, Blaise patted his friend on the back, and the pair watched the scene. Their attention was diverted from the Potter parade to the side of the Great Hall. Shacklebolt and around 15 others were surrounding the 40 or so remaining Death Eaters, though most had already surrendered their wands. One by one, they removed their masks, and Draco recognized some of the faces. Crabbe and Goyle's fathers were among them, both of Pansy's parents, and then another familiar face. Blaise sighed and shook his head as he watched his mother raise her hands in submission. "Stupid cow," he muttered. "I wondered if she would be here. Are you going to speak with her?" asked Draco. I have nothing to say to her. Sometimes the past is best left ignored. He paused. What about your past? I don't see Lucius down there. Draco averted his eyes to the ground. I saw him earlier. We talked. I haven't seen him since. And nothing. He reacted how I expected him to. Blaze nodded with understanding. I'm sorry. Don't be, he replied, lifting his eyes to locate his mother. She was on the other side of the room, talking with McGonagall. I have had more support than I had initially anticipated. As the horde surrounding Potter began to disintegrate, and those people moved on to talk with others, Draco found himself sitting alone on a bench. To which house it belonged, he didn't know, nor did he particularly care. The professors had brought out the house benches and tables to provide some seating for the weary fighters, and he had simply settled on the nearest. He watched with half-lidded eyes as they all talked, celebrated, mourned. It seemed apt for him to sit here, not separated and yet not fully integrated. On the outskirts, but there nonetheless. As he became aware of someone sitting beside him, he focused on Shacklebolt and Slughorn, lifting Voldemort's corpse and placing it in a small alcove, purposefully kept away from the fallen. What do you think they'll do with it? He asked. I don't know, sighed Narcissa. Bury it, I suppose. They should burn it. Perhaps. When he angled his head to regard his mother, Draco was confronted with a very conflicted and tired expression. With red sunken eyes, overchewed lips, and disheveled hair, she looked like an entirely different woman. Never could he recall seeing his mother look anything less than immaculate, even when Lucius had been sent to Azkaban. But the alterations in her appearance weren't just side effects of the events of the last several hours. Her eyes looked like they'd been bloodshot for months, her cheeks were hollow, and there were some subtle gray hairs interwoven amongst her blonde ones. A breath shuddered out of Draco before he shifted up the bench towards his mother, and her arms were wrapped around his shoulders before he even realized it. Burying his face into the crook of her shoulder, he felt the bob of her throat against his temple as she swallowed heavily, trying to stifle a whimper. He felt like a little boy seeking solace in his mother's embrace, but it was a comforting nostalgia and exactly what he had been craving for a while. Over a year, in fact. He didn't tell her that he'd missed her, and she didn't tell him that she's missed him. He didn't tell her that he'd been scared, or that he'd been worried, or even that he was so completely and utterly relieved that she was on his side. The absence of the words seemed all the more profound. He could feel it in the way she clung to him, and he hoped she could feel it in the way he clung to her. After too short a time, he pulled away to look at her, watching one tear tumble down her sunken cheek. Guilt overtook him for what he was about to say next, but it was inevitable. I saw him, said Draco. There was no need to clarify who. Just before everyone came in here, we spoke outside. Narcissa bowed her head. And what was said? Nothing good. I don't know where he is now, but he made it clear that, well, you know. And then quieter. I'm sorry, Mum. Oh, she whispered, her hands covering her mouth. She cried harder, sputtering out the words. Oh no, Draco. I am sorry. I am so sorry. I never thought. I am just so sorry. He reached out to grab her trembling hand. I'm not angry with you. You should be. I am angry with myself. Draco waited patiently for her tears to subside, holding her hand. What about Lucius? I don't know, she shrugged, shaking her head. He's not well. He hasn't been himself for a long time now, and I don't know. But I want you to know that you are my son, and you are my first priority. Whatever you want will be. Nodding his head, he decided not to push the matter. A part of him wanted to curse and rant about Lucius to her, but he doubted it would do either of them any good. He had no idea what his parents had been through while he was away, and if he was honest, he really didn't want to discuss his father any longer. He had a feeling that it would be a topic brought up a lot over the next few days, and he already felt burdened with that notion. Plus, there would always be some censorship with how much he told his mother about how Lucius had so brutally dismissed him. Breaking her already broken heart was something he refused to do. I stayed with Andromeda, he blurted, feeling the need to break the silence. Narcissa's eyes widened. Okay. She took me in, kept me safe. That was good of her. I like her, Mum, he said. I like her a lot, actually. Her jaw twitched with regret. I did, too. Draco contemplated saying more, and then, for some reason, he thought about asking her how she felt about Bellatrix's death, but he decided against it quickly. Broken heart. Broken everything. A blur of familiar bushy hair in his peripheral vision drew his attention back to the crowd, and he saw Granger. She was speaking with Longbottom, but she must have felt his stare because her eyes met his, and she smiled softly at him. Narcissa followed his line of sight to Hermione and then looked back to him, her expression gentle and pensive. You love her very much, don't you? She said. He nodded his head once. She's just the reason. For everything. I can't explain it. She's certainly a very special girl. She saved my life. Narcissa watched the way her son watched the Muggleborn and felt a knot grow in her throat. Clasping her hands together tightly in her lap, she took a deep breath. Draco, she said slowly, bringing his focus back to her. I'm not going to pretend that I completely understand, or that when I look at her I don't see what I've always seen. But I promise you, I will learn. I will learn, just like you have. I promise, I will. I know you will, he replied. And I want you to know that I have never, ever, been as proud of you as I am today. Flinging her arms around him in another desperate, seizing hug, Narcissa smiled against Draco's shoulder, and then she kissed his cheek in that firm way that mothers do. As she released him from her maternal death grip, she lifted her hand to stroke the side of his face. Her eyes were beaming with joy that was suppressed only slightly by the glistening of tears, and her smile was fragile at the corners, but it was there nonetheless. We can talk about everything properly later once the dust settles, both literally and figuratively. I owe some people my gratitude, and to a great deal more, I owe apologies. She glanced back to Hermione, who had begun to tentatively approach them. And it will allow you two some time alone. Thank you. I love you very much. I love you, too. With a final cracked smile, she stood up and moved away from him, and he studied her with interest as she headed directly for Hermione. She shifted her weight nervously as Narcissa stopped in front of her, and Draco strained to hear their exchange, but they were too far away, and the roar of the room drowned out anything he might have caught. After a fleeting conversation between the two witches, he quirked an eyebrow when he witnessed his mother pull Hermione in for a brief, but undeniably awkward hug that looked anything but comfortable for either of them. Despite how unnatural it looked, Draco felt one of the corners of his mouth lift into half a smile. It only lasted a few seconds, and then Narcissa was marching away, leaving behind an evidently bewildered Hermione. Noticing Draco's amused stare, she grinned back and continued to walk the short distance to where he sat, perching herself on the stool beside him. Slowly, she yanked at her sleeve and rolled it up to her elbow, displaying the clean and unmarked skin of her forearm. It's gone, she said, satisfied. That mudblood mark that Bellatrix cursed me with. I felt it disappear when she died. Blaise was right. With almost hopeful urgency, Draco mimicked her actions and pulled up his sleeve, also revealing bare skin, unblemished by the dark mark that had once sat there so brazenly. Thank Merlin, he mumbled. I didn't know if it would go. It's gone, she said, reaching for his arm and bringing it up to her lips to place a chaste kiss where the dark mark had been. How do you feel without it? Cocking his head to the side with thought, he said, I know this is an odd word to describe it, but I feel clean. I know what you mean, she nodded, and then quirked a confused eyebrow at him. What I do find odd is that you're sitting on a Gryffindor bench. Far stranger things have happened today. Like when your mother just hugged me? That's certainly in the top 10, he said, leaning back and resting his shoulder blades against the table behind them. What did she say to you? Hermione scooted a little closer to him, settling her hand on his knee and ignoring the unpleasant texture of his dirt-encrusted trousers. She thanked me for saving your life. And what did you say? I told her I didn't save your life. I told her that you did that by yourself. Draco's brow crinkled into a frown. He disagreed with her, but the tone of her voice told him to resist challenging her comment. She's not completely okay with it, is she? Mumbled Hermione. Sighing, he moved his fingers to massage the vertebra beads at the top of her spine.
Not yet.
But she'll get there. Like you did. Like I did. Dropping one his arms to drape across her shoulders, his fingers absently toyed with wisps of hair crowning the nape of her neck. He was tired now. So unbelievably tired. He could quite happily settle his head against Hermione's shoulder and let his lids fall shut. Tired? Asked Hermione. He grunted. His heavy lids were aching now, and despite his best efforts to resist, they slid shut. Shattered. He heard the bench creak as Hermione moved, and then he felt the tips of her hair tickle his cheeks before she kissed him. Their first kiss since Voldemort's defeat, and it was appropriately tender and quiet. A throaty hum vibrated in his chest of its own accord as a numbing sense of calmness spread through him, encouraged by the persistent tug of exhaustion. As the deep darkness of looming sleep began to cloud his mind, he realized this was the first time in over a year that he had closed his eyes and felt completely safe. Have a quick nap, he heard Hermione mumble, and one of her hands pushed his hair away from his face. I'll wake you up in a little while. Draco didn't manage to fall asleep. Not really. He lingered in that blissful but torturous state between awake and sleeping, aware of his surroundings but oblivious to time or context. A low rumble of voices pulled him away from that purgatory back to consciousness despite his best attempts to avoid it. He could feel Hermione's hand still in his hair, tracing lazy patterns against his crown, and he was relieved that she was still at his side. Keeping his eyes closed and listening carefully, he recognized the voices of Blaise, Lovegood, Weasley, and Longbottom, all contributing to a conversation with his girlfriend, and then a couple more voices he couldn't quite place. They were inevitably discussing the battle. The victory. Slowly, he peeled open one eye and glanced at the little collection of people that had gathered around him and Granger since he had tried to fall asleep. As he deduced, the group included Blaise, Lovegood, Weasley, and Longbottom, and sitting with them were also Ginny Weasley, Katie Bell, and Dean Thomas. Lovegood and Ginny Weasley were chatting about something to do with Thestrals while Blaise and Thomas discussed theories about how Potter had beaten Voldemort. Hermione was talking with Longbottom about how he had decapitated Nagini, and Weasley was carefully wrapping Katie Bell's swollen hand in a bandage. As his eyes scanned the group, he thought they all looked the same to some extent, all bearing expressions of paradoxes. They all looked exhausted, but wide awake. They all looked calm, but anxious. They all looked happy, but sad. He must have moved slightly, because the bench groaned and Hermione twisted her head to smile down at him.
Good morning, she said.
Draco sat up and wiped his face with his dusty fingers. Is it still morning?
Yes.
You were only out for about 20 minutes. It's hard to sleep when everyone insists on talking so bloody loud, he grumbled, flinching when Hermione half-heartedly slapped his knee. Did I miss anything? Shacklebolt, Mad-Eye, and some others took the Death Eaters down to the dungeons, said Blaise. That's about it. Draco nodded. He wondered how long it would take for all the Death Eaters, including Lucius, to be sent to Azkaban. Or even if they would be sent to Azkaban at all, there was clearly a security issue there. And they would need to face trial first. The Ministry would inevitably take a while to become a functioning authority again, even with all the tenacity of the Order and Voldemort stone-cold dead. As these thoughts pestered his mind, Draco became aware of Longbottom staring at him with confused, narrowed eyes, and his head slightly cocked to the side. Blinking when Draco caught his eye, he corrected himself and cleared his throat awkwardly. Sorry, he blurted loudly, drawing the attention of everyone else in the small group. But, I have to ask. Draco exchanged a quick, knowing glance with Blaise. Go on then, Longbottom. So you two are good now? Blaise grinned. Define good. Well, he began hesitantly. You know. Like you're not, you know. We're not Death Eaters, said Draco. Not just that. During school you were both. You were both. Twats, offered Ron.
Yes.
Neville exclaimed, and then his face dropped. No, wait, that wasn't what We're still twats, said Blaise, shrugging his shoulders. But I guess we're decent twats now. Decent what sounds like an apt description, agreed Draco. Hermione frowned as she leaned in to peck his cheek. I don't think it is. I would say you two are good, decent men. And sorry, can I just check something? Asked Neville. You too, he pointed at Hermione and Draco. And you too. His finger moved to Luna and Blaise. Are, together? All four of us, smirked Draco. Not exactly my taste, Longbottom, but I can't speak for the others. I didn't mean you're just messing with me, aren't you? Hermione stifled a laugh with the back of her hand. Draco and I are a couple, and Luna and Blaise are a couple. Neville, she explained, smiling fondly at him. Any more questions? Just one. How the hell did that happen? Hermione and Draco shared a brief, but meaningful glance. They weren't sure themselves how they had happened. It had sort of snuck up on them both, like a blast of wind shaking the trees before it reaches you. I'm sorry, Neville, said Hermione, but it's a long story, and one I'm too tired to tell. Fair enough, he sighed, getting to his feet. Tell me another time, then. I'm sure it's an interesting story. I'm going to see if the professors need a hand with anything. I'll come with you, said Dean. I will too, said Katie, turning to Ron with an almost bashful smile before she stood up. Thank you for bandaging my hand. No problem, he beamed back. See you later. The three waved their goodbyes as they left the rest of the little group behind, and Draco noted the cordial nod that Longbottom offered him. He nodded back. To be fair, the guy had decapitated an enormous snake, which had happened to be the pet of the most evil wizard known to the magical world. That alone had earned Longbottom some respect, albeit a reluctant kind. Katie's a nice girl, Luna remarked casually. Isn't she, Ron? He blinked blankly at her. Yes, I guess. And didn't you two used to play Quidditch together? Yes. She grinned contentedly to herself. Well, that's nice, isn't it? Sure, Luna, he replied, awkwardly clearing his throat. And you and Draco are friends now, she said. That's also nice. Draco slowly turned to face her, his eyes slitting into a glare. Lovegood, you have all the subtlety of a mountain troll and drag. So, you're not friends? You appear to be getting on well enough. Well enough, repeated Draco dryly. We're as good as we'll probably ever be, said Ron. I think friends is certainly pushing it a bit, though, Luna. I prefer to think of it as a mutual tolerance. But you see, you're not very good at admitting you have friends, mumbled Luna thoughtfully. You still don't think I'm your friend? Draco glowered at her. That's because you're not. Oh, I definitely am, she said confidently. She is, Hermione agreed, smiling smugly at Draco. Speaking of friends, I haven't seen Harry for a while now. He was talking to Aberforth last time I saw him, said Ron. Maybe he slipped out for a bit to get some space. Can't imagine he's had a second to think with someone congratulating every 2 seconds. How was Harry when you spoke to him? Asked Luna. Much the same as everyone else, replied Hermione. Elated and devastated all at once. Don't think he can believe he's done it, really? I have to say, muttered Blaise, I didn't think Potter would actually be capable of beating Voldemort. Draco hummed in agreement. Despite Granger's pestering to the contrary, I didn't think he could kill him either. I wasn't sure I could do it either, to be honest. The intimate little group of 5 all simultaneously turned with stunned gasps, whipping around their heads to find the source of the new voice. Floating just behind Hermione's shoulder was Harry's disembodied face, bobbing like a creepy, rogue balloon as he smiled sheepishly at them. Merlin's bollocks, Potter, exclaimed Draco, catching his breath after the shock. What the hell are you doing, sneaking up on people? Don't you think our hearts have had enough attacks for the... Shh, Malfoy, hissed Harry, glancing around. I don't want to attract too much attention. Well, maybe you should have thought of that before you decided to scare the shit out of... Congratulations, Potter, interrupted Blaise, his mouth tight with a sincere sort of awkwardness. I mean, good job, I guess. As Potter offered an amicable nod to Blaise, Draco attempted to ignore Hermione's elbow discreetly prodding into his ribs, but her jabs were persistent and becoming more painful with every second. Coughing to clear his throat, he folded his arms across his chest and studied his shoes, pretending not to notice as everyone's eyes slowly turned to him. What Blaze said, he mumbled, but apparently, from the glare Granger sent in his direction, that wasn't sufficient. Nice work with the hero shit and stuff. In spite of himself, Harry grinned. That's the best I can expect from you, isn't it?
Yes.
Take it or leave it, Potter, he said, and then, as an afterthought, do I get my wand back? I just need to take care of a couple of things, and then it's yours. Not as the Elder Wand, though, obviously. Harry, interjected Hermione, why on earth are you wearing your invisibility cloak? He has an invisibility cloak, asked Draco, and then grumbled. Of course he bloody does. I wanted some peace and quiet, he said, ignoring Draco's comments and shifting his eyes between Hermione and Ron. But there's something I want to do. Will you two come with me? Without a moment's hesitation, Hermione and Ron were on their feet, nearing Potter's hovering head. With what sounded like a flutter of material, they disappeared, along with Potter's head. The sounds of shuffling footsteps pattered across the floor for a few moments, and then there was nothing except a slight drag mark where Potter's magic cloak had disturbed some dust and debris. Blaze moved his rather amused eyes over to Draco. Does it bother you that your girlfriend just disappeared with two men using a magical item with the sole purpose of providing privacy? No, he replied honestly. And that, in some ways, is troubling in itself. I am a little pissed off, though. I had quite a few questions I wanted to ask, like what Potter was saying about Snape and how he died. He sighed and shrugged. I guess my questions will just have to wait until later. Blaze rubbed his chin. We all have a lot of questions, Draco. The answers will come when the dust settles. Can I ask you a question, Draco? Said Luna, leaning forward, her expression intrigued. He regarded her cautiously. I'm sure you will, regardless of my answer. Lovegood. Well, you were the master of the Elder Wand, but you had no idea? Not a clue. But if you had known, would you have done anything differently? That's a good question, remarked Blaze, his tone slightly softer with affection. Never was a big fan of what-if questions, said Draco. The reality of his own was complex enough without considering others. I never saw the point in them. Oh, come on, mate. Luna asked you a decent question there. Amuse us. Tilting his head to the side in thought, Draco traveled back in his mind to when he'd been stranded with Snape in Scotland for months, fearing for his life and constantly looking over his shoulder, practically waiting for Voldemort to find and kill him. Had he known then that the power of the Elder Wand was in his trembling hands, of course he would have used it, but that wasn't what Luna and Blaze were asking him. They were asking him if he would trade a reality of power with the reality he lived in now, the reality with Granger. He tried to imagine it. He tried to imagine never being forced to stay in her dorm. He tried to imagine that all those arguments had never happened. He tried to imagine that she hadn't sliced open his palm, and then hers, and blended their blood. He tried to imagine never kissing her after the bee's sting. He tried to imagine that they'd never been ice skating, or watched fireworks, or had sex, or read Shakespeare, or talked, or cried, or kissed, or screamed, or anything. He tried to imagine the absence of all those things, and merely the notion of such made something at his very core ache. A reality without his and Hermione's isolation from the rest of the world, and all the events that had been catalyzed by that, was not something he could even bear to contemplate. Both of you already know my answer, he said quietly. I wouldn't change it. Luna beamed back at him with an almost proud expression. I knew you were going to say that. Leaning her head against Blaze's shoulder, she sighed with contentment. Everything's going to change, and it's going to be so much better. Chapter 48. After. Lucius Malfoy's body was discovered on May 6th, just 4 days after Voldemort was defeated by Harry Potter in what had become known as the Battle of Hogwarts. Efforts to rebuild and restore Hogwarts to all her former beauty had commenced 2 days after the battle, and Professor Slughorn had found the body, or rather, some of it, under a fallen wall in the courtyard. Beneath the rubble had been Lucius' left leg, some of his torso, and his dark mark-stained arm. The rest of his body wasn't found until the next day, when 2 Aurors stumbled across the rest of Lucius' corpse in Malfoy Manor. With a select group of loyal and trustworthy Aurors, Shacklebolt and Mad-Eye had restored some semblance of legal order to the wizarding world. This small makeshift ministry of no more than 50 members was slowly tackling the widespread damage littered across the British landscape and rounding up the remaining Death Eaters, incarcerating them to await trial. Shacklebolt had ordered that nobody enter Malfoy Manor in case Voldemort had been using any dark artifacts while he had been using it as his base that might injure anyone who should enter the grounds. After a few days of studying the manor and testing its safety with some probing spells, the Aurors had been sent in to search the property and ensure it was secure. They found the other half of Lucius inside the manor. More specifically, inside Draco's bedroom. Using the Prior Incantato spell, the Aurors confirmed what they had already suspected. Lucius Malfoy had attempted to apparate from Hogwarts to the manor and had fatally splinched. Shacklebolt had informed Draco in person. Draco had nodded his head once, clenched his jaw, and had simply said, "Okay." Of course, the question had crossed Draco's mind. Just why the hell had Lucius attempted to apparate into his room? He'd probably never know, and he had forced himself not to torture himself with analyzing all the possible scenarios. Perhaps it was best he didn't know. There is a certain level of freedom with ignorance. 2 days later, and he was still seemingly stoic as Andromeda fixed his black tie into a perfect knot around his neck with nimble fingers. They were both silent. He didn't comment on his aunt's chewed fingernails, and she didn't comment on his tense shoulders. Peering over her shoulder, Draco watched Teddy sleep soundlessly in his Moses basket, completely at peace. Ignorance is such bliss. Smoothing down his tie and tucking it behind the folds of his suit jacket, Andromeda sighed and offered him a weak smile.
"There," she said.
"You look very smart in that suit." "I should hope so. I feel like this is the only thing I've bloody worn for the past week. I might as well sleep in it." It was an exaggeration, of course. In the week since the Battle of Hogwarts, Draco had attended 3 funerals. Remus and Tonks had been buried 3 days after the event. Ted had been buried the day after that, and then Theo had been buried beside him the day after that. For people, 3 funerals. Draco had found out about Lucius' death just 1 hour after they had lowered Theo into the ground. When Draco thought back to that day, it was all a blur of drizzle, black clothes, and concerned brown eyes. Granger's eyes. And, of course, this black suit. His mother had bought him the suit back in 5th year, just after Lucius had been arrested. He had worn it almost a year ago, when he'd let the Death Eaters into Hogwarts and consequently been forced to go into hiding with Snape. It was the only outfit he had in his possession that he had owned prior to that night. With the exception of the night that the Death Eaters invaded Hogwarts, Draco had only worn the suit to one other occasion before the Battle of Hogwarts, 2 years ago at Lucius' trial. There was an irony there somewhere, but he didn't care enough to take notice of it. Back then the suit had been slightly too big, but now it fit him perfectly, which only made him resent it more. So, today would be his 4th funeral, and he would watch a 5th corpse being dipped into the ground like a dead, purposeless seed. Lucius' corpse. A purposeless seed. Indeed. "How are you feeling?" asked Andromeda. Draco shrugged his stiff shoulders. "Indifferent. I don't believe that." "Well, that's how I feel." Exhaling, she shook her head sadly. "You are allowed to feel something for him, Draco." "I don't." "Just listen to me for a minute," she pleaded. "Do you think I didn't feel anything when I found out Bellatrix was dead?" Draco's eyes flashed with shock. "Did you?"
"Yes."
"She was my sister. She killed your daughters. She was still a someone in my life," Andromeda said, her voice quivering. "And when I found out that she had died, there was a faint, but real instinctive twinge in my heart, and it was sadness. Yes, I hated her. I swear on my soul I still hate her, and I will probably hate her until the lonely day I die for everything that she did to me and my beautiful family. She stole them from me." She paused to sleeve away some tears, and then she took a deep, shaking breath. "But I loved her once. I loved her, just as you loved Lucius." Draco averted his eyes to the floor. "I only feel the hate." "No, that's all you choose to feel when you think about him, because it's easier," she replied, placing her hand on his shoulder. "I understand that. I really do. But it's okay, Draco. It's okay to feel things for people who don't deserve it. It's okay to feel things that you don't want to feel for people who don't deserve it." If everyone could stifle their feelings towards undeserving people, the world would be too perfect. We are only human, but we are sometimes at our most beautiful when we feel things we shouldn't. Draco continued to study the floor, uncomfortably shuffling his feet and scuffing his shoes against Andromeda's kitchen tiles. His mouth was dry with the absence of words, and his mind heavy with too many thoughts. Thankfully, a shrill, piercing cry saved him from his own silence. Andromeda sighed as Teddy began to wail from his Moses basket. Lingering for a moment in front of Draco, she thumbed away a stubborn crease in his tie and then headed for the baby, lifting him up into her arms. "He's certainly going to be a loud one," she mumbled, rocking him. "Just like his mother was. Poor thing." Watching them both, Draco felt a pressure build up inside of him, an uneasiness that made everything seem a little off balance. "Andromeda," he started slowly. "How the hell do you do it?" "Do what, dears?" "Carry on." She looked up from her weeping grandson. "Because I have to." "But you've lost everyone." "Not everyone," she said. "Not Teddy, not you." Draco frowned. "Are we enough?" "Oh, God," she muttered, looking horrified that he had questioned it. "Of course you are. Without a doubt, you are both more than enough. And I have my other members of the Enlightened, of course. Blaze, Miles, Tracy, Millie, I am very fond of you all. This might sound silly, but I like to consider myself as a sort of aunt figure to all of you that stayed here. Much more than an aunt, Andromeda," he assured her, and she smiled in response. "To Theo, too?"
Yes.
Poor Theo. I never did get to really say thank you, Andromeda, for agreeing to let Theo be buried next to Ted. You didn't have to do that. Honestly, I am honored, she said. For my husband to have had such a positive impact on someone as damaged as Theo that he would ask, I am very proud. Of both of them. Another high-pitched noise cut the air. As the kettle blew its whistle, Teddy's cries grew louder, as if he was trying to outmatch it. "Oh dear," mumbled Andromeda. "Give him here," said Draco, gesturing to Teddy. "I'll hold him." No, we don't want to crease your suit." "Andromeda, it's fine," he insisted, carefully taking the baby from her. "I really couldn't care less about how my suit looks for Lucius' funeral." Andromeda looked like she wanted to comment, but she must have changed her mind, and she made her way over to deal with the hissing kettle. Once settled against Draco's chest, Teddy's howling calmed into soft sniffles and those gentle, intelligible sounds that babies make. Within the past week, he had received a crash course in baby care from Andromeda and Hermione and, to be fair, he was slowly getting the hang of it. "He likes you," said Andromeda. "Is Hermione not going with you to the funerals?"
"No,"
she offered, but I told her there was no need for her to come. She has no reason to mourn Lucius at all. "Then where is she? Did she stay here last night, or at Grimmauld Place?" "She stayed here, but she headed to Hogwarts this morning with the others," he explained. "Didn't you hear them leave?" "I thought I heard Millie and Tracy leave, but not the others," she said absently. "You know that Millie's moving out this evening?" "Is she?" "She's going to stay with her uncle in Gloucestershire. I met him yesterday, and he's a nice man. And then Luna and Blaze are moving into Xenophilius' house at the weekend. Now it's been repaired." "Miles and Tracy, too," said Draco. "Miles inherited the house after his father was killed in the war, and I think they're moving in soon."
"Heard them talking about it."
"You'll be free of us all soon." "Yes." Noting the hint of sadness in her tone, Draco glanced in her direction. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," she said quickly, but then she tilted her head thoughtfully to the side. "I mean, I knew you would all be leaving soon. This was always just a temporary arrangement, but the idea of the house being all quiet, well, not completely quiet with Teddy, but still..." Her voice faded into a telling silence that made Draco's eyebrows draw together in the center of his forehead in a slight frown. Studying her closely, he tried to put himself in her shoes. She was hardly young. By the time Teddy was a teenager, she would be well into her 60s. Already, the strain of the last week, all the deaths and trying to stifle the grief to care for this little baby, had added a few gray hairs to her crown and some wrinkles to her brow. As she tipped the kettle to pour some water in a stew pot, he realized her hands were slightly shaking and, Despite her best efforts to mask it, he had noticed the tear tracks staining her cheeks most mornings. She was coping fantastically well, almost at a supernatural level, but he had a feeling the cracks in her brave facade would only begin to deepen as time rolled on. Just like buildings, even the strongest and proudest of people are beaten and battered by time, if not war. Teddy had fallen asleep in his arms, so he carefully placed the baby back in his Moses basket, tucking him in like Andromeda had shown him a few days ago. "Actually, Andromeda," said Draco. "There was something I wanted to ask you." It was pathetic, really. So monumentally pathetic. Aside from the 2 young volunteers that Shacklebolt had politely asked to assist with the actual burial of Lucius' coffin in the Malfoy family plot, only 2 people attended his funeral, Narcissa and Draco. Draco had held his mother's trembling hand as she had furiously wiped away any tears that had spilled down her cheeks during the ceremony.
If you could call it a ceremony.
Narcissa had said a few words, and that had been it. The fact that she didn't even ask Draco if he would like to say anything spoke volumes to him. She'd been right not to ask him, though. Had it been up to him, he wouldn't have attended at all. The whole thing was over in less than 10 minutes, and that was that. Lucius was gone forever, 6 feet under, neither forgiven nor forgotten. Lucius' gravestone, much like the ceremony, was tellingly short. "Here lies Lucius Armand Malfoy, 1954 to 1998, finally at peace." As Draco and Narcissa walked a path, which led through the manor gardens from the burial plot, they could see a small group of Aurors near the main gates. Preliminary investigations and searches were still taking place for any dangerous artifacts that Voldemort may have used during his stay at the manor. As a result, Narcissa had been staying in one of the Malfoy holiday homes near the Blashford Lakes. "I spoke to Mad-Eye earlier," said Narcissa, her voice a little hoarse. "He said that they could be doing these searches in the manor for months." Draco scowled. "Months?"
Yes.
"Apparently, they've found a few things already." "So you're going to keep staying in Blashford?" he asked. "Until they say you can move back in?" Narcissa stopped walking, so Draco did too. "Actually, I wanted to talk to you about that." "Okay," he said warily. "Is everything all right?" "I think so. You see, I think I need to get out of Britain for a while." "You're leaving?" "I don't know if I have the strength to return to the manor, Draco," she sighed sadly. "Too many bad things happened in there that I can't revisit." Draco hesitated, confused. "But where do you intend to go?" "We have a property in Guernsey, and Guernsey? The island." "Listen to me a moment. I know it's quite far away, but there are full links to both the British Ministry and the French Ministry if I need anything." She looked down at her feet. "Most importantly, no one there knows me. It's isolated. I've already had some hopeful journalists contact me, asking about Lucius. Tell them to fuck off." "Draco," she frowned. "I want to be away from it all for a while, until some of it dies down, at least." He tried hard not to understand, but he did. He knew exactly what was going through her mind. On the evening of the day of the battle, when the sun had just started to sink behind the hills and everything had been bathed in orange, McGonagall had called the attention of all the survivors. Everyone had taken part in a 2-minute silence, raising their glowing wands above their heads as a sign of respect for the fallen. Thereafter, McGonagall had revealed Snape's innocence and declared that he would be remembered as nothing less than a hero. She had also taken the time to note several other, as she called them, unlikely heroes, which included himself, his mother, and the other members of the Enlightened. Draco suspected that McGonagall's main reason for this was to deter the skeptical glances that had continued to drift over them during the day, and, in some respects, it had worked. But people had also noticed that Lucius' name hadn't been in that list of unlikely heroes, and many had witnessed him firing curses and hexes during the battle. Everybody knew what Lucius was, but they didn't know enough to not have questions. Like his mother, Draco had also been approached by a couple of would-be journalists to ask about his personal experiences during the war, including the details about Lucius. The difference between Draco and his mother was that he had Granger. Granger, Potter the Savior's best friend, and arguably the most loved and respected teenage witch in Great Britain right now. With barely a glance of admonishment, Granger could stifle the ever-prying press, and Draco would be saved from having to deal with any nosy sods who thought they had rights to his private life. Because he was Hermione Granger's boyfriend, and that title certainly had its benefits at the moment. And what was his mother's title? Narcissa Malfoy, widow of Lucius Malfoy, the Death Eater who killed a teenage boy. Even with the support of McGonagall and Hermione, and the knowledge that Narcissa had worked with the Order, people were still wary, and there was little he could do about that. People's minds are dangerously stubborn things that often seek the more sordid and scandalous stories for their own amusement, regardless of the reasoning of their slightly softer hearts. He didn't blame his mother for wanting to leave. Had it not been for Granger, he would have operated his way to the other side of the world by now. Right? He mumbled. I understand, but how long are you planning to stay in Guernsey? I'm not sure exactly, but at least a year.
A year?
What the? I thought you just meant for a month or two. Are you sure, Mothers? I'm positive, Draco. I need to get away, she told him. And I wanted to know if you wanted to come with me. Draco's face dropped. Come with you? Look, you don't have to. You'll be turning 18 soon, and you'll get your inheritance. Mother. But if you're worried about not seeing Hermione as much, she is welcome to come and stay whenever. No, it's not that, he said, exhaling hard to steady himself. Mother, I can't live with you, and it's not because of Granger. Oh, she murmured, evidently trying to conceal her disappointment. Well, I understand. I spoke to Andromeda earlier, and I asked her if I could live with her. He rushed out. I'm going to live with Aunt Andromeda, Mum. Her eyes widened with surprise.
Oh.
I see. Well, that's... She took me in despite all of the history with our family, he carried on, hoping she would understand. And she looked after me, even though I was vile to her to begin with. And now she's alone, looking after her grandson. Her husband, daughter, and son-in-law were all killed, and she's completely alone. Except for you, Narcissa interrupted with a forlorn smile. Except for me, he echoed. I owe her a lot. I can help her out with the kid, and just be there. I care about her, and... He released an almost nervous breath. I had hoped that it might help you two to reconcile. Ah, she whispered. Well, you see, that's easier said than done. You both need each other right now. You've both lost people you love. Draco, I haven't spoken to her in almost 3 decades. And the things I said to her. Nobody should ever say those kinds of things to a sister. But she's forgiven me. And she will. I haven't forgiven myself for what I said to her, she confessed dejectedly. The things I said were so awful. Mother. But maybe, now that we have you in common, perhaps I could come and visit, see how things go. Draco nodded his head, though he suspected that she was saying it more for his benefit. You should. Perhaps, she repeated. But you still intend to move to Guernsey? I do. But, as I said, you can get there by flow, and once you visited a few times, you could operate. And, you don't mind me living with Andromeda? She hesitated and pursed her lips with contemplation, staring at his face with an expression caught somewhere between hurt and proud. After at least 1 full minute, she forced another smile and touched his face, stroking the ridge of his cheek with her thumb. I will miss you terribly, of course, she murmured gently. But I think your decision to stay with Andromeda is the right one. And I am happy with your decision. He exhaled his relief. Thank you. Draco allowed his mother to pull him towards her and envelop him in a desperate, crushing embrace. He also allowed her to sob into the crook of his shoulder until he could actually feel the dampness of her tears seep through his shirt and lick his skin. They stayed that way for a long time. Longer, Draco suspected, that Lucius' funeral had lasted. When she pulled away, she kept a firm grip on his hand, like she feared he might suddenly float away. You okay? He asked her. Yes, I'm fine. Just being a silly old woman. And she really did look quite old now, worn out, in fact. Come on, he said, tugging her along as he began walking. I'll apparate you back to Blashford. Draco, she blurted suddenly. I haven't spoken much about your father today, because I know you're still angry. Mother, he groaned tiredly. Please? But you must forgive him. Not today or tomorrow, or even 10 years from now. But one day, you must forgive him. If you allow that anger to just fester inside of you for the rest of your life, it will haunt you. Do you understand? Come on, mother, I'm taking you home. She held her ground. Do you understand? No, I don't, he said stiffly. Not at all. Then I want you to think about what you're asking Andromeda to forgive me for, she rushed out, breathlessly. It's different. Is it? Your father and I may have had different victims in different circumstances, but our crimes were the same. I disowned a member of my family because they fell in love with a Muggle-born. He looked his mother dead in the eye and grabbed her shoulders, trying to calm his shaking hands. But you didn't kill someone, he spat through clenched teeth, and then, in a harsh whisper, you didn't kill Theo. You didn't kill my friend. Narcissa bowed her head. No, you're right. I didn't.
And Theo, you know what he had to deal with.
You know his father was a piece of shit who strived to keep his son as broken as a person can be without being dead. Theo crawled his way through life with his father's foot pressing down on his back. And then he finally got free, and he had this chance. A chance to fix himself, and Lucius fucking stole that. He stole that, and he stole him. Draco pulled in a breath that made his whole body shudder. That's why I won't forgive him, he shouted. You think it's just all about him disowning me? It isn't. I expected that. What I didn't expect was to have Lucius kill my friend. Do you understand? Narcissa's lower lip quivered as she looked at Draco. She realized now, after listening to him talk about fathers breaking their sons, that her son had also been broken by his father. And that broke her. Looking over her shoulder back to Lucius' freshly chiseled gravestone, she wondered if she would always feel this senseless, futile loyalty beating in her heart for her dead, Death-Eater husband. It battled ruthlessly with her more rational loyalty to Draco, and it was like a riot between her head and her heart. It hurt her, and she had a feeling it would continue to hurt her for some time. You see, she forgot sometimes. She forgot that her dead husband had killed a boy. She forgot. Weakly, she tugged at Draco's hand. Can you take me home, please? Mother, I'm sorry, he said, calm now. I didn't mean to shout at you, but I know, darling. I'm just ready to go home now. With the snap of apparition ringing in his ears and worsening his already relentless headache, Draco arrived in the Quidditch field at Hogwarts. He studied his surroundings. 1 week after the battle, and already Hogwarts was looking better after her ordeal. But then, that was the wonder of magic. With just a few flicks of a wand, rubble could be shifted and bricks could be stacked. Cleaning up wasn't the issue, it was the repairs that were going to take the longest. As he looked now at the resilient castle, he could see the damage to the towers and bastions stretching high into the sky. Some had gaping holes, some seemed to even be tilting hazardously to the side, and some were almost completely gone with only a skeleton of tenacious timber to hold its place. Hogwarts' silhouette had changed so much that Draco struggled to get his bearings as he trudged up the path, intending to find Granger. As he walked through Hogwarts, he passed many people along the way, all doing what they could to heal the castle's wounds. Some offered him polite nods of acknowledgement, some didn't. Longbottom, bless his cotton socks, even waved at him with a wide smile. Draco had no idea how to respond to that, so he just bobbed his head and kept on walking, keeping his eyes downcast so Longbottom wouldn't be tempted to initiate a conversation. Several paces later, he encountered Blaise and Luna repairing one of the classrooms. "Hello, Draco," greeted Luna airily. "I like your suit. I wore it to a funeral. I can see why. It's dark and depressing." "Sort of like this conversation," retorted Draco, ignoring Blaise's glare. "Either of you seen Granger anywhere?" "Not since this morning," replied Blaise. "How was the funeral?" "Loads of fun," he quipped with rolling eyes. "I'll tell you about it later. I need to speak to Granger about something." "Something exciting?" asked Luna. "No, nosy," he frowned, turning away from the couple. "If you see her, tell her I'm looking for her." He headed for the Great Hall. It had become the unofficial base of the efforts to restore Hogwarts, and it seemed as good a place as any to go. With the exception of a few scuffs and scrapes, the Great Hall was in good condition, and at its center was a makeshift command station. Spread across some of the house benches were notes about the worst-hit areas of Hogwarts, and adjacent to that was a recuperation area, run by Madame Rosmerta and Ambrosius Flume, where people were welcome to free refreshments between work. Draco scanned the room for Hermione's telltale bushy hair, and then scanned it again because sometimes she wore her hair up. Realizing she wasn't there, he turned to leave and look elsewhere, but he hesitated when a glare of Weasley orange hair temporarily blinded him. Ron and Katie were near the recuperation area, chatting casually and sipping water, evidently taking a break from fixing Hogwarts. Draco considered asking Weasley where Granger was, but just as he'd made up his mind that it would probably be easier to search by himself, Weasley spotted him. With a reluctance he didn't try to conceal, or if he did, he didn't do it well. Weasley muttered something to Katie and approached Draco. "Malfoy," greeted Ron awkwardly, shoving his hands in his pockets. "You're awfully dressed up today for clean-up duty."
"Funeral," he said simply.
"Oh, stuttered Ron. "Are you okay?" Draco arched a quizzical eyebrow. "Really, Weasley? Are we going to do this friend shit?" "We agreed to be civil, not friends. Because if you're going to do this friend bollocks every time I see you, I'll just fling myself off a cliff right now. You promise? Can I watch?" In spite of himself, Draco smirked and said, "That's more like it, Weasley." "Yeah, civil works better," nodded Ron. "You're still a wanker." "So are you," he retorted. "You seen Granger anywheres?" "Last I heard she was upstairs with Harry and McGonagall. They were working on Gryffindor Tower, I think." "Okay," said Draco, turning on his heel. "You're welcome, Malfoy," called Ron. "You're a tosser, Weasley." Backtracking and making his way to the nearest staircase, Draco headed towards Gryffindor Tower. Or tried to. He was hardly familiar with the route to his rivalry house's dorm anyway, and with Hogwarts being as damaged as she was, it was easy to get disorientated. Some staircases, including the grand staircase, were still inaccessible. Blocked-off corridors created confusing mazes, and the absence of many walls meant that you sometimes ended up outside without intending to. After several frustrating detours, Draco climbed his fifth staircase up to Gryffindor Tower. All the portraits had been taken down and put into a room for safekeeping, so Draco simply slipped inside and was immediately struck by a blast of wind. Moving through the common room and snaking around the upturned chairs and tables, he followed the source of the wind to the large reading room, where a yawning hole in the wall was allowing the wind to invade the space. Amongst the tumbled bookshelves stood Granger, McGonagall, and Potter, discussing the tower's cavity as they waved their wands to clear some of the debris strewn around the room. In a baggy red jumper and an oversized pair of dungarees which were peppered with dirt and mud, Hermione looked like she had been dragged through a filthy field, but it only made Draco grin with amusement. Especially when he looked down at his pristine, tailored suit. She spotted him before he could say anything and, with a mumbled apology, she left McGonagall's side and rushed at Draco. Her features were tight with apprehension as she flung her arms around his neck and held him so tight he choked. "I've been thinking about you all morning," she said, loosening her grip. "Bloody hell, Granger, I think you broke something," he groaned, rubbing the back of his now sore neck. "What was that for?" "I've been worried about you." "Oh, for Merlin's sake, are you and Andromeda in this together?" "Because she gave me an earful this morning, too." Hermione frowned at him. "We both care about you, and we are concerned, but I'm fine." "You're not fine, Draco." "Granger, look at me," he said quietly, waiting until she did. "I really am fine." "But maybe tomorrow I won't be fine. Or maybe the next day. Or maybe several weeks from now. And when I'm not fine, you'll be the first to know, perhaps the only person to know. But today, I promise, I am fine." Hermione studied him with narrowed eyes for a moment, and then slowly nodded her head. "Okay," she sighed. "Okay, you're fine. So, how did it go? Did anyone else turn up?" "No, just my mother and I." "And how is your mother?" "Not so fine." "And she?" He drifted off when he remembered he was in earshot of McGonagall and Potter, and the latter appeared to be not so subtly eavesdropping. "Actually, is there somewhere we can go? I need to tell you something."
Okay, she said.
Actually, I have something I want to show you. Without further explanation, Hermione snatched his hand, tugging him out of the tower and then down a small corridor just to the side. His surroundings were familiar, but Draco couldn't place how or why, so he just allowed her to drag him along until she stopped at an alcove, and in its shadows there hid a door. It was only when Hermione reached for the handle that Draco realized where she had brought him. Their room. Or rather, their old room. The first thing that Draco noticed was that there were no holes in the walls, and that the ceiling and the floor were intact. That's not to say the room was unaffected. Much like everywhere in the castle, the majority of the furniture was upended, and there were various belongings scattered around the room. Granger's old bedroom door had been blown off its hinges, and beyond that he could see her window had completely shattered. The bathroom door was open, and he noticed that quite a few tiles had smashed and lay broken across the floor, like an accidental mosaic. He counted the fallen tiles. There were 17. His old bedroom door was shut, and he had no real desire to see what was inside. After he and Granger had started their relationship, he hadn't spent much time in it anyway. And then, finally, he spotted something on the floor which made him hesitate, and a lump formed in his throat. It was the book that Granger had asked him to read all those months ago, Martin Luther King's biography. The picture of the man stared back up at him with warm, smiling eyes. Draco bent down to retrieve it with careful, gentle hands, and then he placed it on an empty bookshelf, fixing it so that he could still see King's amiable expression. When he turned back to Granger, she was watching his movements intently. "It survived very well," she said, gesturing with her arms to the room. "A couple of little dents and bruises here and there, but nothing that can't be fixed. In fact, it's probably one of the best rooms I've seen so far." Draco nodded. "It's in pretty good shape. I don't know why, but I wanted to show you. I thought it was kind of comforting to see how well it endured the war." "Yes," he said simply, still glancing around. "It feels rather odd being in here, though." "I know what you mean," she agreed, nearing him. "I'm not even sure why, but it does feel strange. It's like I'm surrounded by ghosts. Every inch of this room rouses a memory. And not all of them are good memories." Hermione frowned. "No, not all of them. Most of them, though. Being here makes me think of reading Shakespeare, making tea in the morning, ice skating at Christmas, watching the fireworks from your window seat," he added, leaning in to kiss her softly. His lips lingered on hers for a moment, warm and supple. She tasted like apple juice. When he pulled away, he smirked down at her and said, "And of course, all the sex." Hermione scoffed and rolled her eyes. "Do you always have to lower the tone?" "Always," he chided, stealing another quick, cheeky kiss before he turned towards Hermione's bedroom. "Especially when I walk in here." "Hey, Granger, do you fancy a quick?" "Don't finish that sentence," she scolded. "What did you want to tell me? About your mother's?" All the mirth drained away from Draco's sharp features. Brushing away the broken glass on the cushions, he perched himself on the window seat and bade Hermione to join him. "Should I be worried?" asked Hermione, warily edging forward. "No, just come here." They sat side by side, feet dangling out of the broken window. The sun was soothingly warm on their faces despite the veil of mist shrouding its glow, and just beyond Hogwarts grounds, a small herd of thestrals were gracefully flying south with a flight of swallows. The sounds of all the people repairing the castle were occasionally caught on a wayward breeze, but for the most part, it was quiet up here, quiet enough that Draco could hear Hermione nervously tapping the window frame. "Granger, there really is nothing to worry about," he said, holding her hand to still her agitated tapping. "I promise. I just needed to tell you that my mother has decided to move away for a little while." "Are you leaving?" blurted Hermione. "No, Granger, calm down. I'm not leaving. My mother's moving to Guernsey, and apparently Mad Eye said that nobody can enter Malfoy Manor for a while. Not that I was planning to move back in after. Everything that happened in there." "Exactly," he nodded. "But it doesn't really matter anyway. I spoke to Aunt Dromeda this morning, and I'm going to live with her for a while." Hermione's eyes widened. "Really? She's going to need help with Teddy, and I don't want her to be alone." I mean, she's coping well with everything, but I think she needs someone to be with her, and when I asked if I could stay, she seemed pretty happy about the idea. I think that's a great idea. I think that's very noble of you. It's not noble, Granger. It's just returning a favor. She helped me out when I needed it, and now I can repay her. Well, I think it's noble, she insisted, squeezing his hand. So, that was it? You had me all worried about that. You had yourself worried. You were acting very serious. I'm a serious person, Granger. She hummed absently. Well, if that's all the news you have, then I have some news of my own. Draco's brow crinkled with interest. Should I be worried? Not at all. I was speaking with McGonagall earlier, and she's decided that all the 7th years are going to have the opportunity to return to Hogwarts in September to take the NEWTS and finish school properly. I've decided I'm going to come back. Really? And anyone can come back? Anyone? Draco cocked his head, considering the new information carefully. Do you think she'd let me come back? Hermione snapped her eyes to him, confused. I didn't think you'd want to. Well, I fucked up 6th year and 7th year. I could use all the help I can get. Do you think McGonagall would let me leave at weekends to visit Andromeda? I don't see why not. Are you sure you want to come back? I think so. I don't really know what I want to do. It was always assumed I'd take over the family business from Lucius, but I guess that's out the window, he sighed, shrugging his shoulders. I might as well get some qualifications while I'm deciding what to do. Hermione smiled fondly at him. Look at you, being all sensible. Plus, it could be pretty decent. You'll get head girl again, and I can sneak into your dorm, so we can… Draco. Anyway, McGonagall already asked me, and I declined. Last time I was head girl, Hogwarts was almost destroyed. He chuckled a little, but it died quickly. The thestrals and swallows had disappeared into the distance, and a cloud had sailed into the path of the sun, casting a blanket of darkness. They both shivered in the shadows, huddling a little closer to each other. What about your parents? Asked Draco. Any news on them? Not since I spoke to the Australian Ministry on Thursday, said Hermione, her tone somber. I'm just waiting for them to confirm a day when I can go to Brisbane and try to restore their memories. Nervous? Her eyes fell to her fidgeting hands. I knew that there was a possibility that I wouldn't be able to restore their memories when I decided to obeliviate them, so I'll just have to wait and see, I guess. Draco could tell she didn't really want to talk about it. To be fair, the sensitive topic had been brought up on several occasions already during the past few days, and the slow process meant that there was nothing new to say about it. When she had first contacted the Australian Ministry 2 days after the battle, she had cried and ranted, and then cried again, but since then she had spoken very little about her parents, and he wasn't going to push her to discuss them any more than she wanted to. The sun was still hiding behind that thick cloud, and a brief, but bitter gust of wind made Hermione's body jerk with a violent shudder. Stifling a shiver of his own, Draco shrugged off his suit jacket and draped it across her shoulders, but she tried to push it away. No, I'm filthy, she said. And you need to wear this again tomorrow. It's nothing a quick scouring charm won't fix, he insisted. Anyway, I was considering wearing a different suit tomorrow. You know, something in bright yellow. I think Snape would have appreciated the irony. Hermione cracked a smile as she pulled his jacket around her. How are you feeling about Snape's funeral? I don't know, really, he confessed, his expression thoughtful. I mean, I've known him since I was a toddler, but I don't really know in what context. We weren't exactly close, but he was always there. He was such an odd man, though. I think he was even stranger now after you told me about his creepy obsession with Potter's mother. You thought that was creepy? A little. He was obsessed with a woman who's been dead for 17 years. It wasn't an obsession, it was unrequited love, argued Hermione. One's dangerous, and one's tragically beautiful. And I think to do something for someone you love is wonderful, but to do something for someone who doesn't love you is possibly the closest thing to perfection that any person could hope to be. When Harry explained everything that Snape had done, I was speechless. That's because you're a romantic, Granger, he said. But yes, I certainly respected the man, and I know what he did for me. And when you told me about his feelings for Potter's mother, I understood what he said to me. What do you mean? I didn't tell you? I saw him when I was trying to find you during the battle. You told me you saw him just after Pansy was killed, but you didn't mention much about anything he said." Intrigued, Hermione leaned in closer. "What did he say to you?" "He told me that I should be grateful," he explained, his voice quiet and contemplative. "That I should be grateful that you love me back." "I do love you," she said, beaming at him, tilting towards him to plant a kiss on his cheek, oblivious to the slightly vexed and pensive expression on her lover's face. Patting his leg, she then shifted her weight to rise from her seat and said, "Come on, we should get back and—" "No, Granger." "Wait a moment," he rushed out, snatching her hand to keep her still. "There's something I need to say." With a curious gaze, Hermione twisted so she was facing him, sensing the gravity in his tone. "What is it?" I need you to understand," muttered Draco hesitantly, pulling in a deep breath. And then he began. "I'm never going to be a man who tells you how lucky I am to have you, even though I know I am. I'm never going to be a man who tells you that you're beautiful every day, even though you are. And I'm never going to be a man who tells you I love you every day, even though I do. And I really do, Granger." "I know you do," she said. "I know. And I'm sorry that I'll never be that kind of man." "Draco, don't." "No, Granger, let me finish," he interrupted. "I'm sorry that I won't tell you these things, but I will show them to you until you tell me not to, and probably even then. And you and I are inevitably going to yell and scream at each other, and we're going to say stupid things, but they won't mean anything. What I'm telling you right now is what I mean, and it's what matters. Do you understand?" "Of course I do," said Hermione calmly. "I know we are going to be fine, Draco. Better than fine. I mean, we're going to have more obstacles and issues to deal with in the future, but the worst of it is over, and we survived." Draco didn't reply. He simply watched her, but he was forced to squint as that stubborn cloud finally glided out of the path of the sun's rays, freeing the light. It embraced the bedroom like an old friend, illuminating every crook and corner with a dazzling brilliance, and the warmth reached out to stroke both of their faces. Basking in the glow and feeling completely content, Hermione bent forward to kiss him again, just a small, swift kiss to savor the almost nostalgic moment on their broken window seat. When they pulled apart, Draco took a moment to glance around the room, wondering who would live here next and if they would understand the significance of what had happened within these walls. He wondered if they would slip on the bathroom tiles, or if they would make tea the Muggle way in the kitchenette, or watch the fireworks out of the window, or read books on the window seat. "Come on then," said Hermione, breaking his trance as she rose to her feet. "We have a lot of repairing to do. We've been in here quite a while." With a curious feeling of reluctance that he didn't really understand, Draco left the security of their window seat, following Hermione as she left her old bedroom and went into the lounge. As he trailed behind her, he still found himself looking around, studying the sitting area attentively, hunting for more memories in the quiet details of the dorm. By the time he reached the door, he had scrutinized every inch and all the space between, yet he still looked over his shoulder as he stepped over the threshold, taking it all in one last time before he closed the door behind him. And then their room, was empty. Inclusion, an epilogue to isolation for those who desire it. 11 years later. Andromeda flinched as she tried to shift Teddy's suitcase toward the front door. At 57, her bones groaned a little louder and longer than they used to. Only the other day a sneeze had triggered a series of painful spasms up her spine. Caring for a toddler for the past decade certainly hadn't helped. Not that she would have changed that for the world. It was times like this, though, that she really missed Tonks and Ted. It was hard to think about all the things that they had never had a chance to see as Teddy grew at a blindingly fast pace. She worried about him, too, and all the moments that had been stolen from him in this life without his parents. But Teddy had been an absolute joy. He had brought her just as many smiles as Tonks had, if not more. The pride she felt when she looked at him was, at times, awe-inspiring. For a child who had been denied so much by cruel circumstances, he was a responsible, bright, and kind young man. And, despite the fact that it would probably give her some much-needed rest, She was really going to miss his presence when he left for Hogwarts tomorrow. Fighting the inevitable tears that would no doubt come in torrents the next day, she attempted to move another one of Teddy's suitcases, but she got the angle completely wrong, and her back twitched in agony just as the front door opened.
Ow.
Bloody hell, she gasped. Andromeda, what the hell are you doing? Asked Draco, rushing to her side. Why didn't you just use magic? Because I left my wand in the other room. Why didn't you just accio it? Asked a younger, smaller voice. Despite her pain, Andromeda smiled and lifted her head to meet a set of curious, dark gray eyes. Hello, Tora. With a little aid from Draco, Andromeda adjusted her crumpled posture and practically scooped the girl up into a warm, familiar embrace. Tora's bushy, blonde hair tickled her nose as it always did, not that Andromeda cared at all. Behind them, Draco's eyes softened as he watched the pair. You've learned the summoning charm? Asked Andromeda, pulling back to peck Tora's cheek. You really are such an intelligent young witch, sweetheart. Yeah, you try having a 5-year-old who already knows some incantations, grumbled Draco, shooting his daughter a look. Impressive, yes, but also terrifying. Granger and I have taken to locking our wands away, just in case. Andromeda chuckled in spite of herself. Then I guess we should be grateful she hasn't inherited her father's mischievousness. Yet, he finished. Come on, let's sit you down, and I'll make some tea. Hermione and Theo not with you? Asked Andromeda as they moved into the kitchen. No, Theo's in the final stages of teething and screaming bloody murder, so I thought I'd save your eardrums. He really is very loud, agreed Tora. They'll be at King's Cross tomorrow, though, continued Draco. I only popped around to make sure Teddy was all sorted for tomorrow. Did Teddy get his pet? Asked Tora, her eyes animated. What did he get? Yes, he did, darling. He got a barn owl. I'm sure he'll let you have a little play with her. Why don't you pop up to his room and see hers? The words had barely left Andromeda's mouth before the little witch practically sprinted for the stairs and clumsily ascended them. They heard her small footsteps padding around upstairs until there was a gentle, polite knock at a door. In spite of himself, Draco grinned as his firstborn excitedly invited herself into Teddy's room with an enthusiastic tone that reminded him more and more of her mother. Tora Andromeda Malfoy was every inch Hermione Granger's daughter, and he thought that was perfect. Turning back to his aunt and sitting at the table, Draco cocked an eyebrow as he studied the dark shadows tucked beneath her eyes and the new wrinkles that certainly hadn't been there a week ago. You okay, Andromeda?
Me?
Oh yes, I'm fine. Are you okay? I remember the teething days, and those were some sleepless nights. Indeed, he nodded, rolling his tired eyes. According to Mum, he gets it from me. If Tora Andromeda Malfoy was Hermione Granger's daughter, then Theodore Orion Malfoy was definitely his son. Although not yet a year old, Draco was already drawing parallels between his son and stories his mother had told him about how he behaved at that age. If Theo was half as smart as his sister, they were going to be in trouble by the time he reached 3. Your mum sent me a letter wishing Teddy luck for tomorrow, said Andromeda, interrupting his thoughts. She's going to come over for lunch after Teddy's gone to Hogwarts. Her voice faltered slightly on the final syllable, and Draco noticed. Hey, if you're going to miss having a kid around, you can borrow Theo for a few days. There's a big difference between an 11-year-old and a 1-year-old, Draco. Fair point. So, how is Teddy feeling about tomorrow? I'm not really sure, sighed Andromeda. He seemed fine at Diagon Alley today, but he was a bit distracted. It was very quiet in town. I read in the paper that there are only a few new students going this year. It said it was because they were the war babies and the birth rate was low that year for obvious reasons. Yes, there are only 18 first years. But then apparently the next couple of years will have more students. A typical post-war baby boom. Draco frowned and drummed his fingers against the table. Seems so long ago now. Strange to think there will be children going to Hogwarts this year who weren't alive during it. That doesn't mean they weren't affected by it. Makes me feel fucking old, too. Andromeda grinned. You'll always be young to me. That's because you're old, he smirked, glancing at the stairs. Well, I came to have a chat with Teddy. I think he'd like that. You go ahead. I'll keep Tora busy with something. As long as it's not your wand, you should survive. As Draco left the kitchen and headed upstairs, he couldn't evade the wall of nostalgia that crashed into him. This had been his home for 4 years after the war, and despite the residual horrendous memories from those months that haunted the house, he had been comfortable living here with Andromeda and Teddy. It was a creaky home with more cobwebs than candles, yet it had always felt warm and secure. Even now, as he scaled the stairs, he knew which steps would squeak beneath his feet after sneaking back home from Granger's and trying not to wake Teddy as a toddler. He gently tapped the door and pushed it open, hesitating in the doorway so he could watch 2 of the most important people in his life. His daughter was gracelessly slumped on the floor, thumbing her way through Teddy's pile of new books with a wild, fascinated expression. Teddy, perched on his bed, watched her with amusement while gently stroking his young barn owl, although Draco could sense his cousin was tense with buried nerves. Teddy's hair was a vibrant shade of red, a color that had often tinted his hair when he'd felt nervous as a young child. His metamorphomagus abilities obviously enabled him to alter it at will, but every now and then it would subconsciously reveal his dormant emotions. Despite everyone commenting on how much he looked like Remus, Draco saw more of Tonks in Teddy's young features, but perhaps that was because he had known her better than her husband. Teddy might have the responsible, reserved demeanor of his father, but that inquisitive and adventurous glint in his ever-changing eyes was down to his mother. "So, you get a new pet," said Tora, captivated and intrigued. "And you get to read all these books?" Teddy chuckled. "Yes. You are so lucky. I can't wait to go to Hogwarts. Aunt Luna said that Ravenclaw has a huge library in their Tower Dash. There is another big library that Slytherins can use," interrupted Draco. "And so can the other houses, whatever they're called." "They're called Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor," she listed, tilting her head knowingly. "And Mum said you need to stop trying to get me to pick Slytherin. She said it was a rule." "Well, your mum's not here," he quipped, coming into Teddy's room. "Although your obsession with rules probably means you're destined for Gryffindor anyway." Tora climbed to her feet and beamed playfully at him. "Would you still love me?" "Yes, I'd just like you a lot less," joked Draco, grinning down at her. "I need to have a little chat with Teddy. Can you go downstairs, please?" "Do you fancy letting Agatha out for a fly?" asked Teddy, holding out his new owl. She could do with stretching her wings. The young Malfoy didn't hesitate. She flung out her arm as Teddy carefully transferred the owl with care, ensuring that Tora could handle the weight and inelegance of Agatha. Once she achieved some semblance of balance, the young witch practically skipped out of the room, and Draco closed the door behind her so he and Teddy could have some privacy. "Agatha?" questioned Draco, taking a seat on the bed opposite his young cousin. "It was the name of Dad's owl," replied Teddy, looking down with thoughtful eyes. "I like it. What's wrong, kid? Are you nervous about tomorrow? Weren't you?" Draco cast his mind back almost 20 years to a very different version of himself. "No, but my circumstances were different. I knew a few other students in my year before Hogwarts, like Blaze and Theo. That must have made it easier." "It did. But you know, Granger didn't know anyone before Hogwarts, being a Muggle-born, and she made friends easily enough. I mean, she could have been a bit more selective rather than just settling on Potter and Weasley, but she's always felt the need to care for pathetic things." "Is that why she married you?" retorted Teddy. Draco's lips twitched with mirth. "I have taught you well. See, with that wit, you'll make friends easily. But learn from Granger's mistakes and be picky. I'm not really that worried about meeting people." "Then what is it?" Teddy grimaced and looked down again, his hands fidgeting in his lap. "It's the sorting ceremony." "Why would that bother you?" asked Draco, his brow knitted with confusion. "I don't know, I just feel like whichever house I'm in, someone will be disappointed. Mum was in Hufflepuff, Dad and Harry were in Gryffindor, and then you and Gran were in Slytherin. I can't please everyone." "Well, what on earth made you think you need to please anyone? If you're that concerned with others' opinions, then it sounds like Slytherin's off the table anyway. So, you wouldn't be disappointed if I didn't end up in Slytherin?" Draco exhaled and offered Teddy a reassuring half-smile. Well, it sounds like a lot of hassle to disown you, so I guess I just have to deal with it. Honestly, kid, you can choose whatever house you like. Even Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff, repeated Draco, but he adjusted his tone and nodded in surrender. Yes, fine, even Hufflepuff. Teddy's stunned gawk shot up to his cousin. Really? But you make fun of them. I make fun of everyone, he shrugged. Besides, the only Hufflepuff I really knew was your mum, and she turned out okay. And the common room is pretty close to the kitchens, so that's a bonus. So, it really wouldn't bother you? It would not. And you wouldn't be disappointed? I wouldn't be disappointed. And you'll stop making fun of them? Draco narrowed his eyes with jest. Don't push your luck, kid. Carrying his slumbering daughter over the threshold of his home, Draco sighed with relief at the blissful silence that shrouded the house. Crookshanks, now flecked with flashes of gray fur, greeted him at the door and purred at his feet. Tora snored lightly in his arms as he moved through the hallway, ducking his head into the study and kitchen, searching for Granger. He eventually found her in the living room on the sofa, cradling their son, but her agitated eyes flew up to meet his as he kicked the door a little harder than he'd intended. Be quiet, whispered Hermione, and despite the low volume, it was a harsh whisper. I literally just got Theo to sleep, and I swear I will kill you if you wake him up. Oh, foreplay, Draco whispered back, gently settling down Tora in an armchair. Why don't you just put him to bed? I'm scared if I move I'll wake him up again. Draco shifted his eyes down to his youngest. His fragile wisps of ashy blonde hair were periodically stirred by Hermione's breaths, and his cheeks were flushed and still damp with tears. While Tora's baby months had been a breeze of easy days and nights, Theo had been a lot more challenging, and he had probably cried more in his first week alive than Tora ever had. As Hermione had taken parental leave with Tora, Draco had taken parental leave for Theo and had been perpetually exhausted for 9 months. There had barely been a fistful of nights uninterrupted by his son's screams, but Draco had gone back to work a couple of months ago, and now he and Hermione rotated days to care for the children. They both worked for the Ministry, Hermione for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement as the head advisor for the Wisengamot, and he for the Department of International Magical Cooperation as deputy manager of the International Magical Trading Standards Body, with a particular specialty in potion trading. Both of their careers were thriving, and the Ministry had been more than accommodating to their childcare needs, particularly when Theo had suffered from blood poisoning at only 5 months old. So, despite the insomnia and skull-splitting headaches, the memory of sitting in St. Mungo's, desperate and aching to hear his son's wailing, always reminded him to be grateful his son was here at all. Grateful. That was definitely the word. Grateful for his life and those in it. Are you okay, Draco? Hermione's low murmur snapped him out of his reverie, and he looked at her. Really looked at her. Above anything else, he was grateful for her. Even now, over a decade after their isolation at Hogwarts, sometimes it still struck him speechless how much she meant to him. If he believed in romantic and pathetic notions like soulmates, he would say she was definitely his.
Yes.
Very grateful. Here, give him to me, said Draco, reaching for Theo. Be careful. It's fine, he's out of it. He sounded more confident than he felt as he gingerly handled his son and apprehensively settled him into the nearby Moses basket. The moment Theo was settled, he muttered a quick muffling charm over both of the children before he slumped heavily down onto the sofa next to his wife. So, how was Dash? Draco interjected with a hard and prolonged kiss, gathering her close to his chest to deepen the moment. He let it linger for a while, and when he pulled away, she was smiling brightly at him with hooded eyes and rosy cheeks. What was that for? She asked, feathering some pecks against his jawbone. Have I told you I love you this year? Yes, back in March. Oh, never mind then, he shrugged, chuckling when she playfully flicked his arm. I do though, you know. I know. Good. So Theo's still being a pain in the arse. Hermione nodded and rubbed her eyes. I think he's almost finished teething. Your son sure has a set of lungs on him, though. Very much like Not did, I reckon. Perhaps naming him after Theo was asking for trouble. Well, you were the one to suggest it. Indeed, although Draco didn't regret it at all. When they had been sat in St. Mungo's, frantic and fearing the worst, Draco had wondered if naming his son after his tragic friend had been some sort of eerie foreshadowing. But then he'd come to realize that, like Theo Malfoy might just be unlucky. One of those people that life seems to treat a little harsher for no conceivable reason. At least this Theo would have a father who loved him unconditionally. Draco had even questioned if Theo's illness had been fate's punishment for his life before Granger and their room at Hogwarts. He felt so far away from his teenage self now, like that spiteful version of himself was nothing more than a stranger. Sometimes, just before he drifted off to sleep, a dark and unwelcome memory of something he'd said or done to Granger would flash across his mind, and he would cringe until it faded. He liked who he was now, imperfect but decent, which is all anyone can really hope to be. "Draco," said Hermione. "Did you hear me?" "Sorry, what?" I asked how Teddy was. "He was fine. A little nervous." "Well, that's understandable. And he wants to be in Hufflepuff," he grumbled, glaring at Hermione as she erupted with laughter. "What is so funny, Granger?" Sorry," she choked out between giggles. "And how did you react to that?" "Appropriately, believe it or not." "I don't believe it." "Well, I did," he said. "I told him he could choose whichever house he wanted, even sodding Hufflepuff." "Then you did the right thing. You know your opinion means a lot to him. And then your bloody daughter started talking like a proper Gryffindor. I'm obviously just destined to grow old surrounded by Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors. This is my punishment for being a dickhead teenager." "Don't be so melodramatic," she said, smiling and sitting up. "Come on, we need to get this pair to bed. We have an early start tomorrow. Harry, Ron, and Luna are aiming to get there for about 10, so dash. Weasley's coming? Merlin's arse. This day just keeps getting worse. If you stop whinging and help me get the kids to bed, I might know how to end your day on a high." Draco's eyebrows shot up with intrigue. "Is that you trying to flirt, or are you going to trick me into helping you alphabetize your books again?" Hermione smiled and kissed him slowly. "I'm trying to flirt, Draco." Platform 9 3/4 was a bustling swarm of bodies before 10 o'clock. Perhaps all the additional press about this set of first years being the war babies had roused public interest. There was already a substantial herd of journalists weaving through the crowd like snakes, trying to identify family members of the smallest group of first years Hogwarts had ever received. Draco fought the urge to use Theo's pram as a battering ram when a couple of them headed toward him, but apparently his scowl was enough to deter them. Beside him, Hermione had lifted Tora into her arms to better keep an eye on her among the chaos. Fortunately, some of the platform attendants had noticed the disorder and were ushering the 50 or so journalists away from the waiting Hogwarts Express until, finally, there was room to breathe. Here you are," a familiar, airy voice spoke. "Blaze, I found them." "Luna," Hermione exclaimed, immediately lowering Tora to the floor and enveloping her friend in a customary embrace. "It's so good to see you." Behind them, Blaze meandered his way through the horde to their small clearing, clutching his daughter close to his chest. Upon seeing them, Hermione stepped forward to offer Blaze a hug, which he accepted somewhat awkwardly as he tried to balance his child on his hip. "Don't even think about it, Lovegood," remarked Draco. "I wasn't thinking about anything, Draco," she smiled. "Well, that I can believe." Draco ignored the glower that Blaze fired at him as he untangled himself from Hermione's arms and set his daughter down beside Tora. Nova Bridget Zabini was the mirror image of her father, except for the thick mass of black curls crowning her head and her silver-gray eyes. She was 4 years old, only 6 months younger than Tora, and, naturally, the two intelligent young witches showed all the signs of an enduring friendship. "Since when do you hug Granger?" Draco asked his old friend as he came to stand by him. "I think the question is, since when has Granger hugged me?" He peered into the pram that Draco was still holding. "Nice to see Theo asleep, for a change. Don't be rude to Luna again, or I'll wake him up just to piss you off." Draco rolled his eyes. "She knows I'm only messing with her. Do you get more sensitive with each new gray hair that sprouts out of your head?" "Don't be smug. You'll get them soon. Especially if Theo carries on screaming your roof tiles loose. But then, Blaise hesitated, and his expression darkened with severity. Seriously, though, is he all better now? Yes, he's fine. His last follow-up appointment was last week, You didn't say anything. Well, Granger didn't want people worrying. Anyway, he's all clear. Good, said Blaise, grinning and gracing Draco with a friendly slap on the shoulder. I was a bit concerned about my godson for a while. Me too, he admitted quietly. Heads up, warned Blaise with a nod. I think I just spotted the Weasleys. The moment his godfather had uttered the words, Theo's chestnut-brown eyes reluctantly blinked open, and he began to whimper and gargle his protests. Grumbling a few profanities under his breath, Draco quickly scooped up his son in an attempt to resettle him. Glancing over his shoulder, Draco saw them. It wasn't just Ron, Katie, and their children, but also the families of his brothers Fred, George, and Bill. They moved like one vast sea of red hair. I think Theo's allergic to Weasleys, said Draco. That's impossible, Tora's little voice countered. Maybe all the red hair just upsets him. Both Draco and Blaise barked out short gusts of laughter at her comment. There's hope you'll be in Slytherin yet, my girl, said Draco, ruffling her hair. The Weasley clan slotted themselves into the space occupied by the Malfoys and Zabanus, with some difficulty. There were 16 of them, after all. Ron and Katie had 3 children, the twins, Milo and Hugo, aged 6, and a younger daughter called Lila. Then there were George and his wife Angelina with their 2 boys, Maximus and Jonah. Next were Fred and his husband Lee Jordan, and their adopted daughters, Maisie and Eleanor. Finally, way at the back, were Bill and Fleur with their daughter Victoire. Draco certainly didn't know all their names. Hell, he doubted they did. But Granger knew each and every one and went about hugging as many as she could. In spite of himself, he grinned as his eyes followed her. After the year they'd had, it was soothing to see her so carefree and jovial amongst her friends. Hello, Draco, shouted Fred, pushing his way toward him. How are you? Which one are you again? Asked Draco, only half joking as he still tried to pacify Theo's sniffles.
Hey, Malfoy.
Hey, Zabini, greeted Ron, standing at his brother's side. Are you okay, Malfoy? Well, I was doing pretty well until your small army woke up my kid. Is Teddy not with you? Asked Fred. Yeah, he's in my pocket, obviously. Oh, there he is, shouted Ron, pointing to the other side of the platform. And there's Harry and Ginny with him. Oh joy, scoffed Draco. More people. Their growing throng seemed to shift as one like the tide toward the final arrivals, and Draco took advantage of the distraction to tuck his slightly composed son back in his pram. Teddy and Andromeda neared the group alongside Harry and a heavily pregnant Ginny. Their 2 sons, James and Albus, rushed forward to the others, yanking Teddy along with them until he was seemingly swallowed by his waiting crowd of well-wishers. Merlin's grave, muttered Blaise to Draco. Do you think there are enough people here to see him off? I would say more than enough. Hello, boys, said Andromeda, appearing from nowhere and instantly smothering Blaise in a hug. Thank you so much for being here today. Despite her beaming eyes and sincere smile, Draco could tell she'd been crying. Are you keeping it together, Andromeda? I'm just happy so many people came to see Teddy. Don't keep asking me if I'm okay. It will just make me worse. Andromeda, exclaimed Hermione, joining their little cluster with Luna close behind. How are you doing? Are you Dash? Stop, Granger, said Draco. You'll set her off. The Hogwarts Express roared its low, aging whistle, and the conductor bellowed out a 10-minute warning. Oh dear, said Hermione, looking from Draco to Andromeda. You two should probably go and say your goodbyes. Bugger, sighed Draco. This is going to be shit. You just swore, said Tora, wagging her finger like a miffed teacher. Twice. Tattletale, he retorted, looking at Hermione. She's definitely your daughter. With a reassuring smile, Hermione gently cupped her husband's face, clearly sensing his apprehension.
Go on.
Go and say goodbye to Teddy. Unable to ignore it, Draco realized that there was a heavy sense of sorrow now sitting in the pit of his stomach as he contemplated Teddy's imminent departure. He had grown so much fonder of the boy than he could have ever predicted 11 years ago. He knew that, to Teddy, he had become somewhere in between an older brother and father figure, as had Potter, although he was reluctant to admit that they shared such an important role for the same person. Snaking their way through the others, Draco and Andromeda found Teddy speaking with Harry. A solemn hush seemed to have descended on the entire platform now as family members muttered sad goodbyes to the other first years waiting to board the train. "We'll see you at Christmas," Harry was saying. "Trust me, it goes by so quickly." "Okay," nodded Teddy, reaching up to hug him. "I'll miss you. I'll miss you, too." Teddy then flicked his sad eyes to Draco, and Harry took a step back to allow them some space. "How are you doing?" Draco asked his young cousin. "I'll be fine." "You really will be. Just remember, if some goofy-looking Gryffindors start talking about some evil lord, you ignore them and come straight home." Teddy chuckled half-heartedly. "I'll miss you, Draco." "Of course you will." Without a warning, Teddy rushed at Draco and wrapped his arms around his torso with a tight grip. "I know you hate hugs, but it's fine," Draco assured him, patting his back. Pulling away, Teddy finally turned to Andromeda, who was now allowing her tears to fall freely. Draco stood to the side, accidentally finding himself near Potter. "He hugged me longer than he hugged you," said Draco. Harry scoffed. "No, he didn't." "Pretty sure he did. How did you react to the whole Hufflepuff thing?" Draco shrugged nonchalantly.
"Fine."
"You?"
"Fine."
"Liar." "Well, you're lying too." They exchanged a short but knowing glance just as the final warning whistle echoed around platform 9¾ foot S, Sentinel Catacombs. Teddy told his grandmother that he loved her and hugged her for much longer than he had hugged Draco and Harry combined. With a parting wave to everyone who had gathered to wish him farewell, he boarded the train. Draco felt Hermione's arms wind around his waist, and he placed a hand over hers, twisting his head to kiss her cheek. There was a gentle tug on his other hand, and he looked down at his daughter, lifting her up so she could better see the train. Theo's pram was at his other side, pushed there by Blaze, and Draco peered down to watch his sleeping son for a moment. Andromeda was stood close by, dabbing her damp face with her handkerchief, but smiling all the same. The train's engine rumbled like an impatient dragon and then, slowly, it started to crawl forward. Inside the carriage, Teddy waved frantically out the window, as did his two new companions. "I'm not looking forward to doing this with Tora and Theo," mumbled Hermione. "No, me neither," Draco admitted quietly, holding Tora a bit tighter and pecking her forehead. "A while to go yet, though." But as the Hogwarts Express drifted further and further away, and Teddy blurred into the distance, he knew that the time would pass quickly. He also knew that it would be fine. Everything would be fine. Because all was as it should be. And with that, we conclude the final chapter of Isolation by Bex-chan. What a journey it has been. From unexpected friendships to the ultimate test of loyalty, we've witnessed Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy's transformation in a world of shadows and light. Well, folks, we've come to the end of Isolation by Bex-chan, and what a roller coaster it has been. We've witnessed the evolution of Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy as they navigated through a world that challenged their very beliefs. From moments of heart-wrenching vulnerability to sparks of unexpected camaraderie, their journey kept us on the edge of our seats, didn't it? The shadows of the past, the dilemmas of the present, and the mysteries of the future all came together in this incredible story. As we bid farewell to this world, we can't help but reflect on how much we've learned from these characters and from the magic they created together. Isolation has shown us that even in the darkest of times, there is room for growth, change, and understanding. Thank you for accompanying us on this adventure here at Grimoire Audiobooks. If you enjoyed this magical ride, Make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and ring that notification bell. Trust me, you don't want to miss the next thrilling tale we'll be sharing with you. More magic, more adventure, and more unforgettable stories await. Until next time, remember to keep your wands at the ready, your imagination limitless, and your heart open for the wonders that await in every story. Stay magical and keep reading